Chaos erupts in the elven capital as foreigners and locals alike gather for the event of the century, the royal wedding of the local princess. Everyone is hyped for the festival, but our main character, Nanyue, is just here to soak in the vibes and maybe witness some history. A massive announcement confirms that the beautiful elven princess, Asha, is set to marry Prince Linmeng, and the whole city is buzzing with excitement. Nanyue, ever the opportunist, decides to set up a food stall to serve the massive crowd, but first, she needs some ingredients. She stumbles upon a group of adventurers called Iron Head, who are having a total fire sale because they're flat broke and out of work. They're selling random loot from the Lily continent for pennies, including a massive, suspiciously pink-spotted egg. Nanyue decides to go all in and buys their entire inventory, egg and all, thinking she can turn it into a gourmet meal. The tiny mouse adventurer is practically moved to tears by the support, probably because they can finally afford a decent meal themselves. Nanyue hauls her giant prize away on a cart, completely oblivious to the wolf adventurer calling her a dimwit and praying she doesn't get literal food poisoning. As she prepares her makeshift kitchen, she wonders if life as an adventurer is as glamorous as it sounds. She fires up the stove, hoping to cook the ultimate omelette, but things immediately take a turn for the weird. Instead of cooking, the egg starts making some very non-breakfast sounds. Nanyue panics, thinking her heat control is just trash and the shell is cracking from the temperature. But the cracks keep spreading in a way that definitely isn't normal for a grocery store egg. Suddenly, she realizes she's not making dinner. She's accidentally witnessing a birth. A blinding light explodes from the shell, revealing a figure huddled inside. Nanyue shields her eyes as the most beautiful elf girl she's ever seen emerges from the remains. They lock eyes in a moment that would be romantic if one of them wasn't currently a naked stowaway in a cooking pot. Nanyue is absolutely floored, convinced that this is just how elves are made. She confidently declares that elves hatch from eggs, which is a bold move for someone who literally just met one. The elf girl is not having it and immediately shuts down Nanyue's biology lesson with extreme prejudice. It's a total verbal knockout, leaving our MC questioning her entire existence. Nanyue tries to play it cool, acting disappointed that she can't eat her purchase, while the elf girl explains that saying elves hatch from eggs is a one-way ticket to an execution in this city. Nanyue realizes she's accidentally speedrunning a death sentence and collapses in shock. She thanks the girl for not snitching, but then notices a slight problem. The girl is still in her birthday suit. Embarrassment finally hits, and the elf girl dives back into the pot, turning a bright shade of red. Right on cue, the guards show up to investigate the commotion, looking for any signs of trouble. Nanyue puts on her best nothing-to-see-here face, claiming she just dropped a regular egg. The guards, who clearly aren't paid enough to care, tell her to be more careful and move on. Once the coast is clear, Nanyue helps the girl get dressed, though she's still confused about why this noble girl was inside an egg to begin with. The girl doesn't stick around for questions and bolts the second she's decent, leaving Nanyue to assume she's just running from loan sharks. In reality, the girl is Princess Asha, and she's desperately trying to dodge the royal guards. She's caught in a high-stakes game of hide-and-seek, nearly getting spotted at every turn. She knows she needs to escape the capital before she's forced back into her golden cage. Unfortunately, her luck runs out when Prince Linmeng finds her hiding spot and corners her. Meanwhile, Nanyue has moved her stall to the main square, right in front of the massive wedding procession. She watches as the Pope prepares to finalize the marriage contract between the princess and the prince. Nanyue notices the girl from the egg looking absolutely miserable while being forced to sign a document. Thinking it's a debt contract from those loan sharks, Nanyue's hero complex kicks in. She can't believe they're bullying a girl who looks this poor. She decides to intervene in the most chaotic way possible. Before anyone can react, Nanyue lunges forward and grabs the pen. She signs her own name, Nanyue, right next to the princess's, thinking she's just taking on a debt. The princess is absolutely stunned, staring at this random foreigner who just ruined everything or maybe saved it. Nanyue gives a smug thumbs up, proud of her good deed. To make matters worse, the Pope insists on a commemorative photo of the newlyweds to seal the deal. The ceremony concludes under the gaze of the Holy Tower, and the contract is whisked away to the king. But a guard rushes the document to the king's deathbed, announcing that the marriage is finally official. The king is relieved, thinking his daughter is settled so he can finally rest in peace. But as he reads the names, his eyes nearly pop out of his head. The royal family immediately issues an emergency wanted notice for the person who hijacked the wedding. They're offering half the throne to anyone who can capture Nanyue, the accidental royal spouse. And Nanyue sees the notice and finally realizes the girl she helped is the freaking princess. Suddenly, every citizen in the area gets those bounty hunter eyes and starts closing in. And Nanyue realizes she's the most wanted person in the kingdom and books it. The princess watches the chaos, thinking Nanyue is just another victim of her father's insanity. And Nanyue starts to flee but realizes she left her most prized possession behind, her cooking cart. She charges back into the mob, throwing hands with anyone in her way to reclaim her property. Yeah, the princess is baffled that this girl is risking her life for a wooden cart. And Nanyue doesn't just grab the cart. She scoops up the princess and throws her on it too. The princess is rightfully confused about why she's being kidnapped by her own wife. Nanyue begs her to tell the king to cancel the bounty, but the princess reveals the king is a man of his word literally. He's currently trying to saw the royal throne in half, because he promised half the throne to whoever caught Nanyue. With the guards closing in, Nanyue realizes there's no talking her way out of this one. She tries to drop the princess off to save herself, but the royal guards are already on their heels. The princess looks her in the eye and gives a firm no. She's done with the palace life and sees Nanyue as her only ticket out. She begs Nanyue to take her along, looking like a total protagonist in a romance novel. Nanyue, caught up in the heat of the moment, declares that as her wife, she'll give her the world. The princess immediately humbles her by stretching her face into a pancake. She tells Nanyue to watch her mouth and choose her words very carefully. Nanyue gets the message loud and clear. The princess is the boss here. She immediately pivots to servant mode, ready to drive the carriage wherever the princess commands. The princess is satisfied with this new dynamic and prepares to give directions. She tells Nanyue to take a right, acting like a pro navigator. They drift around the corner at high speeds, leaving a cloud of dust behind them. Unfortunately, they smash right into a dead end, proving the princess has zero sense of direction. They pivot and try a left turn, hoping for better luck. Nanyue goes full fast and furious on the wooden cart, pushing it to its absolute limit. But once again, they're met with a wall, and the princess starts threatening the city planner's life. Nanyue has to hold her back as the angry mob of citizens catches up to them. They're completely surrounded by people who really want that half the throne reward. The princess prepares to accept her fate, thinking she's destined to be locked away forever. Nanyue looks at the wall, then at the sky, and gets a very dangerous idea. She flashes a devious grin at the princess, who realizes something crazy is about to happen. The princess asks if she has a plan, but Nanyue's expression says she's about to break the laws of physics. She tells the princess to hold on tight because the carriage is about to go airborne. Yar. The princess points out they have literally nowhere to go, but Nanyue isn't looking at the ground. She lets out a maniacal laugh as she prepares the ultimate escape. They launch off a ramp, soaring high above the city and the shocked guards. They fly past the birds, a cart, and a princess silhouetted against the sun. Their target is the teleportation circle located on the outskirts of the city. Just as the mob reaches them, the circle erupts in a massive blast of energy. They disappear in a flash, successfully escaping to the Lily continent and leaving the elven capital. What do you do when you accidentally marry a princess and become the most wanted fugitive in the realm? You hit the road and pray the royal guards don't have a high-speed teleportation spell. Nanyue and Princess Asha have just landed on the Lily continent in a swirl of magical energy. Asha wakes up in Nanyue's arms, groggily noting how soft her accidental spouse is. Nanyue greets her with a smug smile, letting her know they've finally arrived. The princess is immediately blindsided by the sheer scale of the new world. They are officially in the Lily continent, and the view is absolutely top tier. While Asha is still buffering, Nanyue is already scanning the area like a pro merchant. Asha, being a total palace shut-in, thinks the mountains and rivers look like high-res CGI. Suddenly, a crystal frog monster jumps out and blasts them with a blinding flash of light. It turns out the monster is just a magical camera making a buzzing sound. Nanyue picks up a fresh Polaroid, telling the princess the candid shot is actually pretty vivid. Internally, Nanyue rolled her eyes. It's literally a tourist trap and she fell for it. Asha is completely confused by the concept of a theme park-style greeting. The crystal frog even waves them goodbye as they head deeper into the forest. Nanyue ends up pulling a cart with the princess sitting inside like a spoiled royal. Looking at the girl, Nanyue wonders if she's ever actually touched grass before today. Asha is currently puting, staring at the photo they just took. She's fuming because she looks like a total freak in the blurry shot despite how much they paid. Nanyue tells her to get over it because they need to move before the royal army catches their scent. Asha reluctantly puts the photo away, letting the matter drop for now. As they travel, they spot beautiful pink butterflies fluttering around. Asha warns Nanyue not to touch them because they are butterfly shells that suck the magic out of anyone they clamp onto. Nanyue isn't worried at all since she's a penniless chef with zero magic for them to steal. She plays it up, pretending to be eternally grateful to Asha for saving her life. The cart continues rolling as Nanyue notes that the princess seems surprisingly knowledgeable for someone so young. Asha reveals that in elven years, she's basically a centenarian who spent her life reading every book in the royal library. Nanyue stops the cart and gets way too close for comfort. The tension is palpable as they lock eyes under the cherry blossoms. Nanyue asks what she actually wants to do with her long life now that she's free. Asha looks away, admitting that she never had a choice before. Her life was just studying and she was forced into a political marriage. She never had time to think about the person she wanted to become. Nanyue gives her a soft smile, telling her she's got all the time in the world now. Asha is caught in 4K, looking genuinely touched. She blushes, asking think of what. Nanyue presses her, asking who she wants to spend the rest of her days with. The atmosphere gets incredibly heavy. Suddenly, Asha snaps out of it and pokes Nanyue in the face, calling her a kidnapper. She realizes that since they're in the Lily continent, she's stuck with her accidental spouse anyway. She decides her new goal is to catalog all the monsters in the region to help future adventurers. She pins Nanyue against the cart, demanding her loyal servant take them to the mountains immediately. She also makes it clear that elves take marriage contracts seriously, so she won't be breaking theirs. High above, terrifying flying monsters circle the peaks. They find a massive pit in the ground that looks like a crater. Nanyue jokes that, Sha must be a fortune teller to know a giant monster lived here. She even asks for the winning lottery numbers so they can strike it rich. Sha explains it's just a footprint and that the giant monster has clearly moved on. Nanyue's heart aches in disappointment that she's not traveling with a psychic. Sha lifts a foot, threatening to knock Nanyue out if she doesn't stop complaining and start setting up camp. Nanyue is tired of the constant beatings. She sees the kick coming and realizes it's time to bail. She runs off to find ingredients, leaving the princess behind. Asha sighs, thinking her new partner is a total handful. Nanyue spots some glow-in-the-dark mushrooms in a dark cave. They look like the perfect addition to a stew. She gathers them up, excited for a hot meal. She even managed to snag a rabbit-like monster to roast over the fire. Suddenly, something hits her with a massive bam. She lets out an ouch as she's knocked into the darkness. She has no idea what just hit her. She pulls out a light crystal to see her surroundings. The light flares up, revealing her nightmare. A massive roar echoes through the cavern. It's a literal dragon, and Nanyue is standing right under its chin. The dragon's giant red eye opens, and Nanyue realizes she's about to be a snack. She books it out of there as fast as her legs can carry her. She's huffing and puffing, barely escaping the dragon's territory. She thinks she's dead meat for sure. She checks her magical clock and panics, because it's already 9:30 p.m. Internally, she screamed, "If the dragon doesn't kill me, the princess definitely will for being late with dinner." Meanwhile, back at the footprint, Asha is doing some detective work. She notices the edges of the claw mark are way too tidy to be from a wild beast. It's getting too dark to see, so she prepares a spell. She calls upon the elven kingdom of light. A glowing orb of magic appears in her hand, illuminating the campsite. She calls out for Nanyue to hold the light for her. When there's no answer, she starts getting annoyed, wondering if Nanyue wants another beating. She looks around and realizes she's totally alone. The cart is empty and the woods are silent. She starts to worry that the mortal chef might have actually gotten into real danger. Suddenly, Nanyue's voice rings out as she sprints back to camp. She's carrying a bag full of ingredients and looking like she just ran a marathon. Asha stares her down, and Nanyue instantly goes into survival mode, thinking she's about to get hit. She blocks the princess, telling her the kitchen is for authorized personnel only. She starts frantically chopping the glowing mushrooms. She gets the meat roasting over the fire in record time. Internally, she's short-circuiting, certain that cooking won't save her from the princess's wrath this time. Asha approaches her, saying they need to talk. Nanyue tries to bribe her with a bowl of hot soup. To her absolute shock, Asha apologizes, saying she shouldn't have let Nanyue go out alone in such a dangerous place. Nanyue is relieved she's not getting a beatdown and immediately regains her confidence. She leans in close, getting way too bold. She calls the princess sweetheart and tries to play it smooth. Asha calls her shameless for the flirtatious comment. She delivers a high-speed punch that sends Nanyue flying. Nanyue ends the night on the ground, realizing that even after surviving a dragon, she still couldn't escape a beating from her royal bride. While she's casually sipping her tea, a terrifying shadow with glowing red eyes looms in the grass behind her. The beast pounces, but it's just Nanyue being a total goofball and trying to jump scare her. Asha isn't amused and continues to give him the cold shoulder while he prances around in the background. Internally, Nanyue panicked. She's actually ignoring me for real. I'm getting the silent treatment. So to get back on her good side, he decides to play the provider role and starts building a DIY hay mattress. He goes full survivalist mode, tying branches together with straw to create a cozy, waterproof roof. He presents his masterpiece with a proud grin, calling it a luxurious camping hut. He waits for a round of applause, but Asha just stares at him with a blank expression. But suddenly, a pillar of ice shoots into the sky, nearly giving Nanyue a heart attack. Forget the hay hut. Asha just summoned a literal massive ice palace out of thin air. Nanyue is left standing on the stairs looking like a penniless peasant at a royal gala. He touches the railing, realizing the entire thing is made of solid, summoned ice. He tries to follow her inside, praising her insane mage skills. Instead of an invite, he gets a massive ice door slammed right in his face. He's left outside in the cold, face planting into the frozen entrance. Desperate to get back in her good graces, he starts knocking and shouting for his princess. Inside, Asha finally enjoys some peace and quiet, hoping the chatterbox is gone for good. But then Nanyue starts singing through the door, literally asking if she wants to build a snowman. Asha is stunned by the sheer audacity of this man. And Nanyue doesn't stop there. He switches genres and starts singing a ballad about how delicious supper is going to be. He goes full Broadway, describing a special roast that's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. He even jokes that if he lets her starve, her royal family will probably have his head. He presses his face against the ice, trying to look as pathetic as possible. He continues his supper song, mentioning honey, cumin, and chili to bait her out. Asha has reached her limit, throwing the doors open and screaming at him to go away. Nanyue is left pouting, his food-based persuasion plan failing miserably. Later that night, Asha looks out from her balcony at the two crescent moons. She notices a massive heart-shaped crater in the ground and finds it incredibly odd. She wonders if it's a monster's footprint, but then scoffs, thinking it looks more like someone tried to draw a heart with special effects. Just as she's admiring the masterpiece, she realizes something is watching her. A massive S-grade dragon descends from the sky, its giant eyes locking onto her. The beast is terrifyingly close, its red eyes glowing with hunger. Asha realizes she's in a high-stakes boss fight and immediately calls for her shield. A golden hexagonal barrier erupts around her as she braces for impact. The dragon charges up a beam of pure light, illuminating the entire forest. It spits a massive ball of fire that looks like a falling sun. The fireball slams into her shield, nearly shattering it and sending Asha into a panic as her magic reserves hit zero. The dragon shifts its focus, flying toward the pathetic hay hut where Nanyue is sleeping. Asha realizes she can't let her chef get toasted, deciding she has to distract the monster so he can escape. She commands her shield to merge, pulling the fireball's energy into a concentrated sphere. She creates a vacuum inside the barrier, planning to use the heat to trigger a massive combustion. The energy begins to bloop and vibrate like a ticking time bomb. A boom. A massive explosion of colorful sparks fills the night sky like fireworks. Nanyue, who is apparently a light sleeper, puts on sunglasses and admires the show, thinking his wife is just doing late-night magic experiments. When the smoke clears, he's confused to find that the ice castle has melted, turning the heart-shaped hole into a pond. He's actually thrilled, thinking Asha gave him a private pond for raising fresh seafood. His excitement dies when he sees a pink-haired figure floating face down in the water. He dives in and hauls a soaking wet, unconscious Asha to the shore. He builds a campfire and waits for her to wake up. When she finally opens her eyes, he's leaning over her, joking that he almost had to perform CPR. Asha weakly tells him to run, but she faints again as a massive, winged beast shadows the moon. The next morning, the local birds are chirping while Nanyue is back in his element cooking. He's busy at his makeshift kitchen, chopping ingredients like a pro. He cracks a mysterious, glowing purple egg into a bowl. He whisks the purple yolk and pours it onto a hot pan where it sizzles instantly. He adds strips of monster bacon and fresh lettuce to the mix. He seasons it with pepper, letting the steam carry the aroma through the camp. Using his chopsticks, he expertly rolls the egg wrap into a perfect cylinder. He slices the roll into bite-sized pieces, revealing the colorful layers inside. He takes a bite, praising the springy texture of the egg and the crunch of the bacon. He starts inhaling the food, though he realizes it's still a bit too hot to eat. He starts blowing on the pieces, trying to cool them down. The smell is so good it literally entices Asha out of her deep sleep. She floats toward the scent, wondering what smells so heavenly. Nanyue sees her and offers her a piece with a giant, welcoming smile. She doesn't hesitate, swiping the roll and taking a massive bite. Her eyes light up as she declares it absolutely delicious. She taps Nanyue on the shoulder, officially promoting him to her personal full-time chef. Nanyue looks a bit hesitant, mentioning that he already took a bite of that specific roll. Asha freezes, her face turning bright red. The realization hits her like a truck eating from his chopsticks, means they just shared an indirect kiss. She tries to stay calm, telling herself it's totally normal for a married couple. Internally, she's short-circuiting, shaking her head to clear the intrusive thoughts. Nanyue calls her name softly. As she looks up, wondering what he wants now, he leans in close, grabbing her chin and staring intensely into her eyes. Asha panics, asking why he's suddenly invading her personal space. He tells her not to move as he brings a towel toward her face. He gently wipes a smudge of food off her cheek, looking far too handsome for her comfort. His serious expression makes her heart skip a beat. She quickly snatches the towel, hiding her blushing face and acting like she's just cleaning herself. Trying to change the subject, she praises him for finding a camping site near a water source. Then Nanyue awkwardly explains that the pond is just her melted ice palace from last night. Asha's mood immediately sours as she remembers the danger they're in. She warns him that an S-grade monster is still lurking nearby. Nanyue corrects her, calling it a furry dragon. Asha gets annoyed at his country bumpkin terminology, charging up an air grenade in her hand. Nanyue laughs it off, asking if he got the name right. Asha is ready to blast him for being so clueless. She ends up punching him instead, while he complains that a name mistake didn't deserve physical violence. She summons her staff, ready to show him what a real mage looks like. Light swirls around her as she prepares to challenge the beast. She stands tall, looking like a legendary hero ready for battle. But then she notices the dragon looks different. She realizes the monster is covered in a heart-shaped patch of bare skin. She looks over at the hay hut Nanyue built. Internally, she screamed, "That idiot actually shaved a dragon to make my blanket." She prepares for a fight to the death anyway, her staff glowing with blinding light. The dragon roars, but it looks more confused than angry. Nanyue suddenly jumps in front of the dragon, protecting it. Asha is touched, thinking he's willing to sacrifice himself for her. But Nanyue ruins the moment by pulling the dragon's tail and telling it to act like a dog. The S-grade monster starts barking and acting like a giant, scaly golden retriever. Nanyue literally clings to Asha's leg, begging her to keep the monster. He heams the beast Shaggy and asks the dragon to back him up. Shaggy wags its tail and barks happily, looking completely tamed. Nanyue starts crying, pleading for the dragon's life. Asha sighs, telling him to let go and agreeing to keep the overgrown lizard. Nanyue celebrates, hugging the dragon and telling it that Asha is actually a very nice person. He gives her a dazzling, pure smile that catches her off guard. Asha looks away, her heart softening just a little bit. She decides to let it go this time, even if her life become a chaotic mess. Still, she needs to vent some leftover anger. Nanyue wonders who's about to get blasted. Asha turns toward the camera, demanding a clapperboard. She stands with her staff, looking like she's about to fight the viewers. She summons falling fireballs to clear the screen. She takes the episode clapperboard from the director. With a heart-tipped pen, she crosses out the original title and renames the series. The princess adventure across the world is full of suspicions and problems. Nanyue finds himself in a cave that's darker than a hater's soul. Seriously, the place is pitch black. Instead of worrying about monsters, our boy is wondering if there's anything edible inside. He spots some glow-in-the-dark mushrooms and immediately starts planning a vegetable stew, hoping Princess Asha isn't a picky eater. Suddenly, the resin S-grade dragon decides its nap time is over. It stretches its wings and gets ready to ruin Nanyue's day. The massive beast looms over him, letting out a roar that could shake the entire continent. Takes a deep breath and unleashes a sonic blast straight at his face. The sound waves are so intense they practically liquefy the air. Boulders start flying everywhere as the cave begins to crumble. Debris is raining down like a bad day in a construction zone. Nanyue just stands there looking bored while rocks whiz past his head. The dragon roars again, clearly offended by this human's lack of fear. Nanyue sticks a finger in his ear and yells back, "You're so loud." Internally, he scoffed. Does this overgrown lizard have no respect for public peace? The dragon is officially triggered, its eyes glowing with pure rage. It swings a massive claw to turn Nanyue into a pancake. But Nanyue pulls a pro-gamer move and dodges with zero effort. He leaps into the air and actually grabs onto the dragon's scales. He mocks the beast, calling it a silly dragon that only knows how to shed fur. The dragon tries to clamp down on him, hoping to crush the annoying chef. It slams its body down, creating a crater in the ground. It peeks through its claws, expecting to see a red smear. Instead, Nanyue swinging on a rope like he's in a circus act. He tightens the rope around the dragon's neck with a smirk. He asks his friend if it's ready for a ride. Before the dragon can process its life choices, they are flying through the air. The dragon ends up face-planting into the ground so hard it sees stars. Nanyue starts spinning his kitchen knife like a fidget spinner. He walks toward the dizzy beast, debating whether to make trotter stew or roast thigh. The dragon's dizzy swirls turn into massive, watery puppy dog eyes. Nanyue leans in with a terrifying smile, greeting the dragon as it wakes up. Next thing you know, the S-grade terror is tied up like a holiday roast and sobbing. Nanyue can't help but laugh at the pathetic sight. He decides to spare it, mostly because he's worried Asha might find dragon meat too exotic for her first meal. Still, he keeps the knife handy just to keep the beast in line. Later, Nanyue tries to explain the whole taming story to Asha. She's not buying it, wondering how a mere chef subdued a top-tier monster with his bare hands. Nanyue turns on the charm, getting way too close to her personal space. He grabs her hand and places his other hand on her waist, looking for a romantic moment. He swears his feelings are as sincere as the heavens are high. Asha just stares at him with a look that says, "I've seen better acting in a school play." Nanyue starts fake crying, claiming his poor heart is wounded by her lack of trust. Asha responds with a swift slap to his face to shut him up. He immediately cries domestic violence and threatens to sue her in Elven court. Even the dragon, now acting like a giant dog, shakes its head at the cringe. It's a total circus, and the dragon is just confused by the human drama. Asha realizes that regardless of his personality, Nanyue's power is undeniable. She wonders why someone this at combat is content being just a chef. We take a trip down memory lane to when Asha was just a little mage in training. But back then, she was part of an exploration squad that got jumped by a shadow puppet. Young Asha stepped up and unleashed a massive spell of light. The light was so bright it literally blinded her father, the king, while he was doing paperwork. He storms over to her room and starts pounding on the door. He looks like he's about to have a stroke, flanked by his guards. Little Asha peeks out in her pajamas, wondering what the big deal is. The king is shivering with anger because the palace hotline is blowing up with assassination scares. Asha just blinks and says she'll go to sleep then. The king grabs the door before she can close it. He's done with her practicing magic. Asha tries to argue, saying she can't use fire, frost, or even light now. She just wants to be a great mage and have adventures. But the king drops a truth bomb that kills her dreams. He tells her she isn't meant to be a mage. She's meant to marry the Prince of Thorns and become a queen. Her little Asha is left alone in the dark. Her magic book open, but her future already decided. Back in the present, Nanyue is blushing like a schoolgirl because he thinks Asha is finally making a move. He wonders if they're about to do what's expected, even though the sun is still up. Asha is completely oblivious to his thirst. She starts focusing her energy, looking super serious. Nanyue is disappointed that she isn't reacting to his flirting at all. He gets nervous as she reaches out with both hands. Internally, he panicked. Is she going to be gentle, or am I about to get folded? Nanyue is short-circuiting as his heart thumps against his chest. He's waiting for the spice, but all he gets is a what? From Asha. She's actually just transfer her magic power into his body. She asks him if he feels anything yet. Nanyue responds with a deadpan nothing. Asha looks offended that her pure power isn't doing anything to him. She tells him she's going to try harder and asks again. Still nothing. Her hands fall away as she realizes her concentrated power is having zero effect. She's baffled because she's giving him the high-grade stuff without any interruptions. Nanyue just stares at her with a blank expression, because suddenly his face lights up and he claims he finally feels something. Asha's eyes sparkle, hoping he's finally awakening his mana. Instead, Nanyue rubs his stomach and says he just feels bloated. Asha is physically hurt by this. She tries to figure out how magic power could possibly end up in a human's stomach. Nanyue gives her a cheeky smile, looking totally fine. But then he suddenly clamps his hands over his mouth. Asha starts panicking, thinking she's actually poisoned him with magic. She begs him to let her see what's wrong. Nanyue lets out a massive, soul-shaking burp that echoes through the forest. He sheepishly admits he just ate too much for breakfast and his stomach was acting up. Asha's expression turns colder than a winter in the north. She's furious, telling him he'll never pass an adventurer test if he can't handle magic. Nanyue just shrugs it off, asking what the big deal is. He reaches out and pats her on the head like she's a kid, promising to make her a nice lunch. That was the final straw. Asha slaps his hand away, tears of frustration in her eyes as she calls him the worst. Nanyue is left standing there like a confused puppy. Asha steps into a glowing teleportation circle, done with his nonsense. As she vanishes, she calls him an unambitious little turnip, leaving him alone with his dragon. The world's most dangerous S-grade dragon finally takes flight, leaving the forest in a cloud of dust. Hiding in the bushes, a ragtag team of low-level adventurers, the Iron Heads finally shaking once the coast is clear. Yet the Wolfman, the Mage, and the Knight collapse in a heap, absolutely drained from playing hide-and-seek with death. They're starving, penniless, and seriously questioning why they ever thought being adventurers was a good career path. Suddenly, the Wolfman's ears twitch as he catches a scent that smells like a five-star buffet. He follows his nose through the wreckage of the forest, determined to find the source. The squad stumbles upon a small cart and a wok filled what looks like the most glorious egg-fried rice in existence. They don't wait for an invitation and dive in face first, treating this mysterious meal like it's their last supper. The Wolfman is so impressed he starts licking the bowl clean, claiming that leaving a single grain would be an insult to the chef's god-tier skills. One by one, they let out massive burps of satisfaction, finally feeling like human beings again. That's when they notice a body lying nearby and let out a collective scream. It's Nanyue, looking like a total mess and muttering something about being a useless, unambitious turnip. Though, the mage notes that she doesn't look like she was attacked by monsters, but her mental state is definitely in the gutter. Internally, she groaned, "Just let the dirt consume me already." They recognize her as their previous benefactor and try to shake some life back into her. When she finally snaps out of it, she realizes she's looking at the Iron Head squad. Nanyue stands up, introduces herself as a girl from Nan Village, and asks to join their squad as an adventurer. The guys are confused because they're barely level trash-tier adventurers themselves, and the registration office is just down the street. Nanyue starts crying again, sobbing about how she has no power and her wife is going to leave her if she doesn't get her act together. So the squad, being a bunch of single losers, immediately starts crying with her in a massive display of maidenless solidarity. They try to comfort her, saying that with her cooking skills, no woman would ever stay mad for long. Nanyue blinks and asks them if they like the egg-fried rice. The squad nods enthusiastically, only for Nanyue to drop a massive bombshell. That wasn't egg-fried rice, it was stir-fried monster glands and moth eggs. The Wolfman freezes, his brain short-circuiting as he processes the fact that he just ate bug secretions. Nanyue explains the ingredients with the casual vibe of a Food Network host. Within seconds, the entire squad is behind the trees, throwing up a literal rainbow of regret. The mouse man desperately asks if the rice was at least real. Nope. Those were tiny moth eggs that just happened to look like grains. The knight tries to find one last shred of hope by asking about the soy sauce. Nanyue looks at him like he's crazy and confirms that the soy sauce was actually normal. She scoffs at their weak stomachs, noting that since she's only been on this continent for a day, she hasn't figured out how to make soy sauce from monsters yet. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, a massive mana circle begins to glow. Princess Asha has teleported away, her pink hair fluttering in the magical wind. She looks at her hands, still feeling the burn of the magic she used to ditch Nanyue. Frustrated and angry, she clenches her fist, unleashing a pillar of flame. As she screams into the void, calling Nanyue stupid for having no drive, Asha goes full nuclear, firing off magical beams that slice through the terrain like butter. The massive explosions rock the area as she takes out her anger on the landscape. She's furious that Nanyue won't even try it for her dreams or become a noble hero. The tears stream down her face as she grinds her teeth, feeling betrayed by the chef's simple lifestyle. She looks down on the idea of just being a merchant, thinking it's beneath someone with Nanyue's potential. As she blasts a massive rock formation, screaming about how arrogant and ignorant Nanyue is being. The entire cliffside crumbles under her magical tantrum. Finally, she lets out one last shout of selfish. Before the dust settles, exhausted, Asha encases herself in a protective crystal sphere to hide from the world. She starts to realize that she's the one being toxic, forcing her own failed royal dreams onto Nanyue. Internally, she admitted, "I'm the villain in this rom-com, aren't I?" She realizes Nanyue never wanted to be a hero. She just wanted to be a chef. To flashback show Nanyue's bright eyes whenever she talked about cooking. Back in the forest, Nanyue is back on the hunt, searching high and low for the princess. The Ironhead squad is still reeling from the moth egg trauma, wishing they could help but too busy dying of food poisoning. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently, catching them off guard. A B-grade monster, a massive sparkling diamond snail, slides into view. The squad panics as their gear and magic staffs are knocked away in the chaos. The snail opens its massive mouth, ready to turn the adventurers into a snack. The knight tries to distract it with a literal frying pan, hoping to buy the others time to dig a hole and hide. He stands his ground, but he's clearly outmatched by the giant gastropod. Nanyue spots the snail and her eyes light up when she sees the giant diamond on its shell. If she figures if she gives something that's shiny to Asha, the princess might actually come back. She's currently stuck dragging her cart through the brush, thinking about survival. Nanyue finds Asha's crystal hiding spot and tries to convince her to come back to the village. Asha, acting high and mighty, asks why a princess would ever follow a peasant back to a dusty village. Nanyue isn't having it, and calls her out for teleporting them to this monster-infested death trap without a plan. She asks Asha if the monsters here are even edible, since they're running low on supplies. Asha quotes a mage's diary about how gross monster meat is, but admits the mage never actually died from it. In fact, the mage was only hospitalized because he ate too much of it. Nanyue's eyes sparkle as she realizes the entire continent is basically a giant, untapped grocery store. She grabs Asha's hands and proposes a new plan. Asha will be the researcher, and Nanyue will be the chef. Asha asks why she's so obsessed with being a chef anyway. Nanyue smiles and says there's no deep secret. She just thinks good food makes everyone feel great. Internally, she thought, plus, it's better than being eaten by a dragon. Asha is blindsided by how wholesome Nanyue's dream actually is. She feels like a total jerk for trying to ruin something so pure just because her own dreams were crushed. Nanyue finds the crystal sphere again, but this time it's glowing too bright to see inside. She starts cleaning the surface like a window, while her pet dragon Shaggy watches with a dog-brained expression. Nanyue decides to take a direct approach and leaps into the air. She winds up a massive punch, shouting for the princess to come out. With a massive kaboom, the crystal sphere shatters into a million pieces. Nanyue lands and finds Asha sitting in the middle of the rubble, looking small and vulnerable. She smiles gently and apologizes for being late to the rescue. Asha can't hold it back anymore and lunges forward, tackling Nanyue into a massive hug. She starts wailing like a baby, asking if Nanyue is really willing to come back for a toxic partner like her. Nanyue just holds her close, completely lost for words as the princess sobs into her shoulder. It's a beautiful, emotional moment right up until Shaggy ruins the vibe with a massive sneeze. Nan pulls back and tells Asha she has a special present for her. She points to the massive shell of the B-grade snail she just took down. Asha is confused, wondering what she's supposed to do with a giant slimy shell. Nanyue hands her a piece of paper of full-blown business plan for a restaurant on the Lily continent. Asha starts to apologize again, thinking Nanyue is forcing herself to do this just to make her happy. She feels guilty for her earlier outburst, but Nanyue cuts her off. She explains that they'll turn the giant shell into the restaurant's storefront, with Asha as the lady boss and herself as the chef. Asha finally cracks a smile, realizing that Nanyue has thought of everything. Overwhelmed with love, Asha leans in and catches Nanyue in 4K with a kiss on the cheek. Nanyue stands there, her brain completely short-circuiting from this sudden affection. Internally, she screamed, "Mission accomplished." as she blushes harder than a ripe tomato. The journey to start a mobile restaurant business is officially underway as the squad takes to the skies. Riding on Shaggy's back, Nanyue is absolutely loving the vibe, soaking in the high-altitude views and the fresh air. She looks back to check on her royal companion, asking if she's enjoying the flight. Nanyue realizes that without Shaggy's S-grade speed, finding the princess would have been a total nightmare. She can't help but tease Asha, joking that the elf would probably be crying from hunger if she were left alone. To prove she's the ultimate monster chef, Nanyue snatches a weird, fluffy creature out of the air. Asha, unimpressed, explains it's just a parasite that pretends to be a baby monster for protection, so Nanyue casually tosses it into Shaggy's mouth for a quick snack. Nanyue tries to act tough, but Asha just tells her to check the crystal board if she wants to identify monsters instead of asking like a newbie. Feeling a bit salty that a tablet is replacing her role as the expert, Nanyue decides to have some fun. She whips out her own crystal board and manages to snap a candid photo. It turns out to be a total disaster of a motion-blurred shot of the princess. Asha sees the monstrosity and is immediately offended by the lack of photography skills. She demands a beating for the insult, chasing Nanyue around the dragon's back like they're in a high-stakes game of tag. In her rush to catch the chef, Asha loses her footing and starts to slip. Nanyue drops the act and catches her instantly, pulling the princess into a protective embrace. The sudden proximity sends Asha's heart into overdrive, her face turning a bright shade of pink. Nanyue gives her a smug smile, promising that she'll never let the princess hit the ground as long as she's around. Asha tries to maintain her dignity by pouting, but she eventually agrees to postpone the beating until they actually reach their destination. As they fly over lush, green floating islands, the mood shifts to something more peaceful. The scenery is straight out of a fantasy travel vlog with massive plant life stretching toward the sun. Nanyue shouts into the open air just to hear the echo bounce back at them. She's having the time of her life, her hair blowing in the wind as she laughs. Asha watches her, clearly mesmerized by the chef's chaotic but infectious energy. The princess suddenly gets serious, asking Nanyue a question that stops the banter dead in its tracks. Nanyue blinks, wondering what's up with the sudden change in atmosphere. Asha brings up the marriage contract they signed, looking a bit shy. She looks down, asking Nanyue what she actually sees her as. Nanyue gives a wide, nervous grin, trying to find the right words. Internally, she's short-circuiting, thinking, if I confess too casually, she's definitely going to beat me up again. But before the chef can even stammer out an answer, Asha leans in close. Nanyue is completely blindsided, her brain failing to process the situation. Standing there in a daze, she can't believe the princess is the one making the first move. Asha holds onto the marriage registry, making her feelings crystal clear. Internally, Nanyue starts hyping herself up, realizing that since they're both girls, things like hugging and kissing are basically a cheat code to get closer. She stares at Asha, who has finally admitted she likes the chef. The question is thrown back at Nanyue, putting her on the spot. Nanyue is stunned. She never expected the haughty princess to actually catch feelings first. She realizes this makes them a real couple, and her imagination starts running wild. She gets flustered thinking about this and that, her fingers twitching with nervous energy. She lets out a weird, suppressed laugh, her face turning beet red. Asha notices the reaction and a mischievous smirk plays on her lips. She leans in even closer, repeating her confession just to watch Nanyue squirm. Then Nanyue tries to respond, but she's so down bad she can barely finish a sentence. Asha gives her a patronizing pat on the head, laughing because she successfully flustered the usually confident chef. Nanyue ends up flat on her back, wondering when the princess learned how to play with her feelings like this. Asha admits she learned it all from Nanyue and realizes that flirting is actually pretty fun. Nanyue remains sprawled out on the dragon's back, looking like she just lost a boss fight. She jokingly tells the princess she's finally unlocked the adult world, earning her a look of pure indignation. Asha is annoyed that a younger girl is making fun of her, so she grabs Nanyue's arm to pull her up. This turns into a full-blown wrestling match on the dragon's back, with Nanyue trying to take control and tickling the princess until she screams. After the chaos dies down, they both lie on the soft dragon fur, looking up at the sky. Nanyue stares at the ceiling of clouds, the playful vibe settling into something deeper. Asha compares Nanyue to a bright bird that flies freely, untouched by the world's restrictions. She admits she's envious because Nanyue can go anywhere, whether it's back to the capital or roaming the continent. The princess looks at her hand against the sun, realizing that without the chef, she'd still be stuck in her own shell. Without Nanyue, she might have forgotten the dream she used to have. Asha starts to spiral, thinking that without the chef she's basically nothing. Nanyue immediately cuts her off, telling her not to talk about herself like that. She points out that Asha would have escaped her fate one way or another, even if they hadn't met. She tells the princess that they are both the same brave, strong, and capable of anything. The emotional weight of the words is too much, and Asha starts crying for real. Nanyue is panicked, wondering why her pep talk had the opposite effect. She explains that while she might have been an unplanned addition to Asha's story, she's glad it happened. She reaches out a hand, telling the princess that they are now part of each other's journey. They hold hands, the sunset painting the sky in shades of pink as they reconcile. They stand together in the wind, a perfect romantic moment between a chef and her princess. Asha smiles, promising she won't put herself down anymore because Nanyue is the best. However, the mood is suddenly ruined when Nanyue spots something falling from the sky. She screams for should be careful as a projectile comes flying toward them. A knife slams into the dragon's back, pinning a small, blue, cracked crystal monster to the fur. The duo stares in shock, wondering what kind of new threat just crashed their romantic flight. Deep in the Elven Kingdom, a high-stakes meeting is going down at the royal tower. The council is debating the monthly budget and serious political affairs, but the Elven King is totally checked out, hiding behind a massive document while his ministers drone on. The officials are talking about the influx of adventurers, completely oblivious to their ruler's antics. Internally, the king is vibrating with excitement, barely holding back his fanboy energy. The ministers notice something is up, but the king doesn't even bother to hide his emotional state anymore. Turns out, he's watching a live feed of his daughter on a crystal tablet, sobbing like a baby at her romantic confession. Nanyue's smooth lines about being part of each other's stories have him absolutely floored. He's officially the president of their fan club, wailing about how moving the whole scene is. Suddenly, the screen goes dark, leaving the king in total despair. He starts tapping the tablet like a boomer trying to fix the Wi-Fi, screaming about why it went black. He demands the Lily Scout department report in immediately while his staff just stares in silence. He slams the table in a total royal tantrum, needing his daily dose of daughter drama. Up in the air, Nanyue is freaking out over the monster they just took down. Asha picks up the debris and realizes it's not a beast at all. It's actually a high-tech recording chicken, basically a magical drone used for surveillance. Nanyue is impressed by the elven tech, thinking it's just like the camera frogs they saw earlier. But then she gets suspicious about why a spy bird was following them into the clouds. Both of them stand there in awkward silence as the realization sinks in. Asha drops the bombshell that only her father has access to this expensive equipment. They both realize they've been caught in 4K by the king himself. Nanyue enters full panic mode, realizing her entire private life just became a reality show for her father-in-law. She immediately suggests they elope and go off the grid. She tries to hype up Shaggy for a long-distance escape, but Asha isn't buying it. Asha explains that eloping is pointless because the king is currently rewriting the marriage laws. The king finally gets his signal back, much to the annoyance of his advisors. Nanyue's shocked face pops back up on the screen. The ministers are tired of his obsession, but the king just shrugs it off. He puts on some magical earbuds, telling everyone to ignore him while he gets back to his show. The officials try to get back to the marriage law edits, but the king is too busy giggling. He's literally sipping juice and watching his daughter like it's a Netflix premiere. Nanyue is fuming, thinking the king is a total tyrant trying to ban same-sex marriage just to spite them. She starts preaching about overturning the monarchy with the power of the masses, ready to start a revolution. The king hears this and his expression goes cold. He pulls out a literal grudge diary and notes down that Nanyue is officially a threat to his throne. Asha tries to calm her down, explaining that the current laws are just vague, not explicitly forbidden. Nanyue is blindsided, worried their marriage might be totally invalid. Asha clarifies that while it's not explicitly legal, it's also not explicitly illegal. Nanyue points out that if different races can marry, same-sex couples should be fine too. Asha suspects her stubborn old man is specifically editing the law to separate them before they get too close. Hearing his daughter call him a stubborn old fogey sends the king into a spiral of sadness. He writes in his diary about how his heart aches from being misunderstood by his own child. Nanyue realizes Asha was genuinely worried about their future together. She gets incredibly smooth, promising to follow Asha to the ends of the earth. She looks her dead in the eye, claiming they are bound by things much stronger than a contract. Asha gets flustered, wondering what other bindings Nanyue is talking about. Nanyue leans in close, making the elven princess completely short-circuit. She whispers directly into her ear, sending Asha's heart rate into overdrive. Internally, she's feeling like a total boss, telling Asha that she's the chef and Asha is the lady boss. Meanwhile, the poor Lily Scouts are exhausted from holding the recording equipment in mid-air. Back in the throne room, the minister asks why the king is suddenly changing ancient laws. The king claims he's just being a progressive ruler for a new era. He threatens the minister with execution for questioning him, but the talk shifts to the Prince of Thorns. It turns out this mysterious prince was last seen on the Lily continent, and he might be a problem. Back on the dragon, Nanyue is giving Shaggy some directions. Asha casually asks what happened to that massive diamond from the conch shell. Nanyue nonchalantly mentions she just gave it away like it was a piece of candy. Asha's face goes dark, entering full Yander mode as she demands to know exactly who received it. Nanyue is absolutely terrified, realizing she might have stepped on a landmine. Asha is fuming, thinking Nanyue gave a literal engagement stone to some random person. Nanyue is totally confused by the sudden change in atmosphere. Asha gives her the coldest side-eye in history, completely done with Nanyue's density. Nanyue starts scratching her head, wondering why her wife is so heated. Asha sighs, realizing Nanyue has no idea about elven traditions. She explains that in her culture, giving someone a diamond has a very specific meaning. It's a literal token of love, essentially a marriage proposal. Nanyue's jaw drops as she realizes she's been accidentally proposing to strangers. Internally, Nanyue feels like a total idiot for giving away something so important. Asha looks at her with pity, thinking Nanyue is suffering from unspeakable sadness because her gift wasn't appreciated. She decides to be the bigger person and offers Nanyue a shoulder to lean on. They share a tender, close-up moment as the tension melts away. Asha pulls her into a warm hug, treating Nanyue like a confused child. She tells her to be more careful with her tokens of love in the future. Nanyue leans into the hug, feeling relieved that she's not in trouble anymore. But Asha still wants to know who the lucky recipient was so she can deal with them. Nanyue admits she gave it to the Iron Heads. Asha freezes, repeating the name as her brain tries to process this. We see a flashback through the recording egg's POV. The egg shows some buff dudes finding the treasure outside the city. It looks like a bunch of mismatched adventurers who don't match Nanyue's taste at all. One of them is a tiny cat person thanking Nanyue for the support. Asha realizes Nanyue's logic was probably just to fund their adventuring careers. She pushes Nanyue away, demanding the truth about why she funded these guys. Nanyue insists it wasn't about charity. She explains it was a 200 IQ marketing move to make the Iron Heads famous. She thinks if they come top-tier adventurers, they can promote the restaurant for free. Nanyue is feeling herself, thinking she's a marketing genius with incredible foresight. But the sound of Asha's heart shattering into pieces fills the air. Asha loses it, realizing her romantic moment was killed by a business strategy. While the Prince of Thorns officially enters the fray, the morning sun hits the camp, but there's no peaceful wake-up call today. Princess Asha is busy catching some much-needed zayas, looking like she hasn't a care in the world. Suddenly, a series of obnoxious creaking sounds start echoing through the clearing. Internally, she's ready to throw hands as she snaps her eyes open, absolutely fuming that someone dared to ruin her beauty sleep. She storms out of her tent to find Nanyue, looking like she just crawled out of a chimney. Nanyue, totally oblivious to the death glare she's receiving, just gives a bright smile and asks if she's hungry. Asha's anger softens slightly when she notices the soot and dirt smeared across Nanyue's face. Still, she can't help but wonder what kind of suspicious business the chef is up to behind her back. Nanyue isn't just messing around, though. She's in full Gordon Ramsay mode, slicing tomatoes with the speed of a professional assassin. She's flipping eggs like a pro, completely locked in. Shaggy the dragon is standing by with his tongue out, basically drooling over the 5-star service. Nanyue finishes things off with a perfect seasoning sprinkle, assembling a sandwich that belongs on a food blog. The cross-section is absolute perfection, dripping with sauce and fresh ingredients. Nanyue presents the masterpiece, announcing it's a popular elven capital breakfast made specifically for her favorite princess. When Shaggy tries to sneak a bite, he gets hit with a quick reality check. This meal is strictly for Asha. While Nanyue is busy playing chef, Asha decides to pivot into a DIY side quest at her workbench. She's tired of the noise and decides she's going to build a proper bed since Nanyue is taking too long with the carpentry. She sighs, realizing that not being a magic prodigy is a total inconvenience for home improvement. She decides to skip the hammer and nails, opting for a bit of equivalent exchange magic to just assemble the logs instantly. She claps her hands together, hoping her separation and assembly spell actually works this time. Nanyue comes back looking for her, wondering where the princess disappeared to. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light erupts from the trees, catching Nanyue completely off guard. She immediately panics, thinking Asha is teleporting away because the breakfast wasn't fast enough. In her rush, Nanyue trips over a rock and watches in slow motion as the breakfast plate goes airborne. Luckily, Asha is more skilled than she lets on, using her magic to catch the floating sandwiches mid-air. She explains that she's just trying to whip up some furniture so they don't have to sleep on the ground. Nanyue watches with sparkles in her eyes as the magic circle reveals a bed. Nanyue is initially impressed by the speed, thinking Asha is a literal god of construction. But the hype dies instantly when a single leaf falls on the bed and the whole thing collapses like a house of cards. Nanyue realizes the bed is basically two-dimensional, which is a major skill issue for a royal. Asha, sweating and embarrassed, tries to fix the blueprints on the fly. She admits that back in magic school, she was too busy practicing fireballs to pay attention to the boring construction classes. She goes for round 2, summoning another massive whoosh of magical energy. The result: a wooden dog statue that looks absolutely nothing like a place to sleep. Nanyue awkwardly asks if she's switched to making ornaments now. Asha refuses to take the L and keeps trying, but she just keeps spawning weird wooden cats in boxes while Shaggy chews on the leftover wood. Finally, Nanyue has to physically restrain her because they are literally running out of timber. The chaos is interrupted when 3 hooded figures on a flying broom zoom overhead, carrying a suspicious crystal. They get caught in the backwash of Asha's failing magic circles and start losing control. With a series of loud thuds, the 3 spies crash land right into the middle of the camp. The hoods fall back to reveal a trio of elven girls who try to play it cool despite the embarrassing entrance. The one in pink, Baisha, tries to act merciful while the taller one, Shadow, strikes a dramatic pose. Shadow tries to act like a main character, claiming they are there to guard the peace. Asha isn't buying the act for a second, identifying them as the hunting dogs of the royal capital sent to spy on them. She exposes their side jig-running protection rackets on adventurers while the girls try to act like they're being bullied. Baisha tries to play the innocent girl card with a nervous wave. Meanwhile, the third member of the group is nowhere to be seen. Except she's actually just standing there, hoping her invisible vibes are working. The third girl, Hazy, is caught in 4K crawling on the ground wearing goggles, thinking she's a stealth master. Nanyue looks at her with pure confusion while Asha orders her to tie the invisible one up. Internally, Nanyue thinks, this is way too easy, as she looms over the trembling spy with a rope. Hazy realizes the jig is up and looks like she's about to have a total meltdown. She immediately surrenders, waving a white flag and crying about how their numbers are dwindling. The spies stand in a tense standoff against Nanyue and Asha. Baisha looks to Shadow for a plan, but Shadow has clearly spent too much time reading theater scripts. She starts reciting Shakespearean lines, claiming their idol theme is nothing but a dream. Nanyue is genuinely offended, yelling that she tried her best at acting and doesn't appreciate the critique. Shadow tries to use the distraction to unleash an enchantment and teleport her team away. But Asha is a certified hater of escape artists and smashes the magic circle into pieces. Shadow is left crying on the ground, complaining that Asha is being way too mean. Aisha decides it's her turn to be the hero, summoning a glowing chrysanthemum spell. She starts chanting poetry about autumn flowers, trying to look intimidating. She fires off a barrage of golden petals that look more like a light show than a lethal attack. Asha isn't impressed and summons a massive meteor fireball that dwarfs Baisha's entire existence. Seeing the literal sun flying toward her, Baisha drops to her knees and begs for mercy. The three spies are quickly demoted from royal hunters to unpaid interns. They are forced into manual labor, sawing through the wood Asha wasted earlier. Hazy laments that if they hadn't surrendered, they might have escaped, but Shadow points out that the chef with the knife is the real threat. They realize they completely underestimated Asha, who apparently learned high-level meteor magic just from watching a dragon. They conclude that the princess is scary as hell and it's best not to test her. Asha stands over them, flexing her magical knowledge and looking quite proud of herself. She ignites a whip with meteoric fire, proving she's the one in charge of this work camp. She swings the flaming whip around, demanding they get back to work immediately. She sets a strict quota, 100 pieces of wood by the end of the day or no dinner for the spies. Nanyue watches the scene while stirring a pot, thinking that while Asha is terrifying to others, she's glad the princess's scary side is on her side. Nanyue gets a notification for her first delivery order and is ready to secure the bag. Asha looks on, wondering what her partner is up to now. The chef explains she's doing deliveries for some free marketing before the grand opening. Asha notices the menu is strictly vegetarian and worries about the safety of the Lily continent. Nanyue tells her to relax, claiming no big boss should be doing grunt work anyway. While she's busy prepping, Asha can't help but feel a bit protective. Soon, Nanyue is packed up with 11 lunch boxes and ready to move out. She gives a cheerful goodbye, but Asha is still hovering like a concerned parent. Internally, Asha is stressing out, so she offers to tag along for backup. The captured spies start teasing them, saying a couple can handle anything together, which only makes things more awkward. Nanyue just gives Asha a head pat, telling her to be a good girl and stay put until dinner. This leaves the princess completely flustered and short-circuiting. Nanyue waves goodbye as she heads off on her solo side quest. The spies are absolutely stunned to see the terrifying princess acting so soft, but the fluff doesn't last long, as Asha immediately snaps back into boss mode and threatens them with a fireball to get back to work. And meanwhile, Nanyue arrives at the delivery coordinates, but all she finds is a massive, sleeping blue worm. She's confused because her GPS says she's right on top of the customer. As she looks at the monster's gaping mouth and wonders if she's missing something. Without a second thought, she steps right inside and shouts to see if anyone is home. It turns out she's literally walked into the belly of the beast to deliver some takeout. Her tracking device confirms the rider has arrived at the destination. Deep inside the monster's throat, she hears a howl and sees dozens of glowing eyes. It's a squad of elven soldiers who look like they haven't eaten since the last era. Their leader, a green-haired elf, is struggling just to keep his dignity while his stomach growls. He finally gets his turn as Nanyue starts handing out the boxes in the dark. He's moved to tears that someone actually delivered food to this literal hellhole. Nanyue gives him a professional customer service smile and asks for a 5-star review. The mood shifts instantly when the leader recognizes her face. He demands to know where Asha is and why the princess didn't come herself. Nanyue is just baffled, thinking this customer is being way too demanding for a DoorDash order. The elf leader gets aggressive, accusing her of kidnapping the princess and challenging her to a duel. He draws his sword, ready to catch a body. Nanyue just stares at his blade and points out she only brought a kitchen knife. Internally, she's so dense she thinks he's asking for fresh sashimi because he saw her knife. as she smiles and tells him she'll go catch some meat for him since he's clearly a carnivore. As she turns to leave, the leader tells her not to even think about escaping. He stalks behind her, sword ready, but the ground starts to shake violently. He looks up in terror as the cave walls begin to warp. Suddenly, his sword is knocked out of his hand by a massive mechanical shift. He stands there looking like a deer in headlights as the monster's internal defense system activates. Clanging sounds echo everywhere as the stomach begins to transform. Nanyue looks back, wondering what all the noise is about. Outside, the giant worm is having a total meltdown because it's being poked from the inside. The elves realize they are literally inside a living blender. The leader is shaking, finally connecting the dots that they're in a stomach. He screams for his squad to retreat toward the way Nanyue came in. They all start sprinting for their lives while Nanyue just watches the chaos. Suddenly, massive steel blades grow out from the walls. The one blade narrowly misses the leader's face, cutting through the air. The entire digestive tract turns into a spinning vortex of death. The soldiers are losing their minds as they realize they're trapped. It turns out this is a steel intestine species, and it's about to turn them into elven mince. Panic reaches a fever pitch as the soldiers scramble to avoid the blades. The leader grabs a heavy axe, determined to stop the mechanism with brute force. He channels his Strength of Thorns magic for a final stand. He slams the axe into the rotating gear with a massive clang. But the monster's blades are built different, and his axe is sliced in half like it's made of paper. He watches in despair as the steel wall closes in to crush them. One soldier suggests running toward the, back exit, hoping for a miracle. Just as they're about to meet their maker, Nanyue casually steps up. She jams her simple kitchen knife into the center of the spinning blades. Against all logic, the entire mechanical stomach comes to a grinding halt. The leader is stunned, but instead of saying thank you, he doubles down on his saltiness. Nanyue apologizes for the inconvenience and asks if he wants to reorder. The soldiers return from their scouting mission with bad news. This monster doesn't even have a back door. Back at the camp, the sun is beginning to set. Asha is checking the time, getting more anxious by the second. Suddenly, her crystal device pings with a new notification. She sees the delivery is marked as completed, which should be good news. Her face drops when she sees the actual rating. The screen shows a miserable 0.5-star review. Deep inside the worm, Nanyue is furiously typing a rebuttal. The customer, Lemon Notsor, left a scathing review complaining the food was cold and the location was unusual. Nanyue is triggered because she prides herself on her ingredients. She recalls picking what she thought were fresh eggplants earlier that morning. Internally, she's fuming. Where is the problem? I washed them myself. She looks at the leader and tells him she's going to explain her cooking philosophy in person. The leader holds up his lunchbox, complaining that the fish-flavored eggplant has 0 fish in it. He's also mad the egg whites have no crab and the potatoes have no meat. Nanyue facepalms, realizing she's dealing with a literal Karen who doesn't understand dish names. She stares him down, her eyes turning cold, as she prepares to defend her culinary honor. The leader isn't backing down and tells his squad to take out their crystals. He orders them to mass report the restaurant and spam it with 1-star reviews. Nanyue's shadow looms over him as she repeats his words back to him. The elf leader flinches, sensing a sudden drop in temperature. Nanyue gives him a terrifying, toothy grin and says he's absolutely right. She grips her crystal so hard it starts to crack, quoting the elven saying that the customer is God. She leans in, her aura becoming suffocatingly dark. If he wants fish in his eggplant, she'll give him exactly what he asked for, as she starts carving a fish out of the monster's own internal organs. Nanyue is currently in her final boss era, staring down the elven soldiers while casually holding a massive, jagged piece of the worm's internal blade. She's got that terrifying customer service smile that says she's 1 second away from choosing violence. As she stalks forward, the metal clangs against the floor, sounding like a death knell for anyone who dared to leave a bad review. Internally, she's thinking, you wanted a show. Here's the director's cut, sweetie. The soldiers are absolutely bricking it, realizing they might have picked a fight with a literal psycho. She continues to flex her insane strength, cracking the heavy metal like it's a dry cracker. She asks if they want stinky salted fish, and honestly, the vibe is more horror movie than cooking show at this point. The structural integrity of the mechanical worm is basically non-existent now. Then Nanyue drops the ultimate grown-up logic. Only kids choose, but adults take everything. She stands there, framed by floating shards of metal, looking like a high-tier raid boss. Prince Xuan and his men are completely blindsided by her aura, wondering how a simple cook can break steel with her bare hands. Xuan tries to keep it together, powering up his own magic because he's tired of being clowned on. He's determined to see if this girl is actually worthy of being the elven princess's partner or if she's just all bark. But before he can throw hands, the entire place starts quaking like a 9.0 earthquake. Something massive is hitting the worm from the outside, and it isn't a friendly knock. A blinding light floods the area, signaling that the party is about to get crashed. Do fireballs start raining down, turning the interior into a literal oven? Swan is losing his mind, wondering what kind of overkill spell is being used on them. To the outside, the mechanical worm is getting absolutely cooked by a barrage of explosions. The soldiers are crying for help, realizing their rescue might actually be a targeted assassination. Suddenly, a massive shadow sweeps across the sky, moving with terrifying speed. The Xuan senses a magic wave so powerful it's basically short-circuiting his brain. It's an S-class monster, a pitch-black dragon-like creature with glowing red eyes. The beast dives sharply, aiming straight for the wreckage. It lands with a heavy thud, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Nanyue doesn't even flinch, standing her ground while everyone else is looking for a place to hide. She casually tosses her makeshift weapons aside, the metal clanging against the ground. The Swan screams at her to run, convinced she's got a death wish. She just stands there in the wind, completely unbothered by the S-class threat in front of her. The Swan is actually impressed, thinking she's the bravest person he's ever met. He feels like a total fraud compared to her warrior spirit. But the bravery was actually just Nanyue seeing her ride home, as she immediately tackles the monster who is actually Asha in disguise and starts fake sobbing. As she goes full damsel in distress, clinging to Asha and crying about how the soldiers bullied her. Internally, she's laughing her head off. Time to let the big guns handle this. Swan is caught in 4K, staring in shock as his intimidating opponent turns into a crying toddler. He finally recognizes the princess, and the realization hits him like a freight train. Asha looks at him with zero emotion, clearly not buying whatever excuse he's about to make. She's here to defend her restaurant's honor and make sure everyone knows there is no fish in the eggplant. Flashback time. It turns out Asha's childhood was a total villain origin story because she was constantly bullied for being motherless. Kids can be absolute demons, and they didn't hold back on the princess. They mocked her for not being girly enough and having a bad temper. They'd run away laughing after making her cry, which is a major death flag for their future. And a young Swan was always lurking in the background, watching her get ostracized. Little Asha would just stand there alone, absorbing all that negativity. Back in the present, Swan tries to appeal to her royal status, but Asha is over the palace politics. She shuts him down instantly, making it clear she's done with his prince nonsense. She's setting a hard boundary. The menu is final, and his opinion is irrelevant. Swan tries to argue that this is about more than just food, but he's losing the battle. But Nanyue is in the back, whispering more complaints into Asha's ear like a tiny devil on her shoulder. Swan finally snaps and tells the little cook to shut up, which is a massive mistake. Asha's eyes glow with murderous intent as she reminds him that there are no princes or princesses here. Swan is stunned into silence, realizing he's totally overstepped. Nanyue hits him with a peace sign, knowing she's already won. Asha calls him out for being a vandal instead of a customer. She's ready to ban him from the premises for his toxic reviews. Swan looks like his entire world is crumbling. Today, he tries one last time to bring up her duty to the country and the god of fire. He calls her restaurant a game of make-believe, which is the ultimate trigger word. Asha's face goes cold as she asks if he even knows what he's talking about. She calls him by his full name, Xuan Linming, and you know it's over when the middle name comes out. Another flashback reveals that Xuan was also a victim of the royal expectations. He was a sensitive kid who actually enjoyed girly hobbies like sewing. He was sitting in the bushes, working on a blue dinosaur plushie. A bully's hand reaches out and snatches it. The other kids mock him for playing with girly stuff, instead of training. They threaten to tell his father, which is basically a death sentence in a warrior culture. Swan begs for his doll back, looking completely pathetic. The lead bully pretends to be nice for a second, but then he brutally rips the doll's head off. He tells Swan that people like him are a waste of resources. Swan is left crying in the dirt, his hobby ruined and his pride shattered. That's when young Asha appeared, sensing the bullying from a mile away. She didn't come to talk, she came to blast. She dropped a fireball right on the bullies, making them scatter like roaches. The lead bully is outraged, accusing her of trying to murder him. Asha just smiles and says she's helping them get used to the exciting life of an adventurer. The bully is fuming, but he's too scared to do anything. She hits them with a brutal roast about them ending up in welfare houses if they don't toughen up. They call her a crazy woman and swear nobody will ever marry her. Asha ignores them and looks at Xuan, who is still processing the fireball. She powers up one more time, just to make sure the bullies stay gone. Xuan is left speechless by her power. She walks over and picks up the mangled dinosaur. Instead of mocking him, she tells him he sues well and asks him to make her one. Back to reality, the memory hits Xuan like a ton of bricks. He realizes he's become the very thing he hated, a bully who criticizes other people's dreams. He breaks down in tears, finally apologizing to Asha. Nanyue and Asha just stand there, watching the prince have a midlife crisis at age 20. Swan finally gives up the spy life, looking defeated but at peace. He tells his men they're going home to become farmers, which is a hell of a career pivot. He gives Asha one last smile, wishing her luck in her new world. The elven squad begins their long march back home, but Asha stops them before they can get too far. Tishuan's around, wondering if he's getting arrested. Instead, she tells them they're having a grand opening and offers a 20% discount. Nanyue pipes up, begging them to leave a 5-star review on their way out. Tishuan actually smiles, deciding that a hot meal is exactly what they need before the long walk back. How did a top-tier chef and an elven princess end up as popsicles in the middle of a frozen wasteland? Just a few moments ago, Nanyue was having a full-blown existential crisis while staring into the snowy abyss. Internally, she lamented that she should be experiencing peak happiness with her new friend, but instead, she's just shivering. Asha, the princess with zero chill, tells her to stop yapping and actually help their mount, Shaggy, who is struggling to haul their gear through the blizzard. To understand how they got into this mess, we have to rewind a few days to when things were actually going well. Renovations on their bug-shaped restaurant were finally finished, looking like a high-end glamping pod in the middle of the woods. Asha took over the business side of things, checking the crystal board for new delivery orders like a pro manager. But while the orders were flooding in, Nanyue was stuck in the kitchen looking like she just lost her last brain cell. She wasn't exactly vibing with the new workflow, even though business was supposedly booming. Asha noticed the bad mood immediately, wondering why the girl who used to live for new orders was now acting like she was headed to a funeral. It turns out, Nanyue has been packing more than just lunch lately. She's been lugging her entire kitchen set on deliveries. Why? Because apparently the customers in this world are absolute savages who ask her to kill the ingredients on site. Internally, she groaned, "I'm a chef, not a freelance assassin." She trudged out for another delivery, leaving a confused Asha behind. Asha watched her go, missing the days when Nanyue was full of energy instead of just being a depressed delivery driver. Meanwhile, out in the field, Nanyue was absolutely styling on the local monsters. With a few flashes of her blade, she turned a massive beast into perfectly sliced cutlets in seconds. She stood over a mountain of meat, looking more like a top-tier raid boss than a cook. A group of rookie adventurers, a bunny girl, a dog man, and an elf were clapping like they just watched a world-class performance. Nanyue tried to pivot back to her true passion, offering to roast the marbled meat for them since the fat content was perfect. The adventurers immediately hit her with a hard no thanks. They didn't want her cooking. They just wanted the loot and the XP from the kill. They thanked her for the carry and scurried off, leaving her alone with a pile of wasted potential. Nanyue couldn't believe it. She was literally throwing away A5-grade monster meat because no one cared about the flavor. She sat on the pile of meat, scrolling through her reviews like a depressed influencer. The reviews were a total disaster for her ego. One person gave 5 stars because the service was fast and she didn't ask for rare materials. Another one featured a literal rainbow poop emoji, praising the booster effect of her food, but completely ignoring the taste. So one guy even said she should stop being a cook and just go pro as a monster hunter. Nanyue started weeping right there in the woods, feeling like her culinary career was a total sham. But the grind doesn't stop for tears. She jumped off her meat mountain to take another order, to coming face to face with a terrifying tentacle monster that would make most adventurers quit the game. She didn't even blink, diving in with her knife and sizzling through the beast. She chopped the tentacles into bits, like she was prepping a stir-fry. As she left, she reminded the customer to leave a 5-star review, but she already knew what was coming. The customer shouted after her, asking why a delivery guy with those skills only does the killing and not the cooking. That was the final straw. When she got back, Asha was waiting with her arms crossed, looking ready to fire someone. She threatened to dock Nanyue's wages for the attitude, but then she saw Nanyue's tear-streaked face and softened up. Asha suggested a celebration BBQ for Shaggy, who had miraculously grown his chest hair back. The Nanyue's mood flipped instantly, her eyes sparkling as she realized someone actually wanted her to cook. That night under the twin moons, they feasted on skewers by the fire. The Asha, feeling adventurous, suggested they stop hanging around the same old spots and explore the deep valleys and rainforests. As she wanted to go where no adventurers had gone before, seeking out unknown magic creatures and endless possibilities. She looked at Nanyue with pure excitement, asking what she thought of the plan. Nanyue, completely whipped, just smiled and agreed that it sounded like a dream. Tirai, flash forward back to the present, and that dream has turned into a literal frozen nightmare. They are hopelessly lost in an endless snowy wilderness with no map and even less warmth. The narrator notes that they definitely took a wrong turn somewhere. They set up a tiny camp in the middle of a crater, trying to stay alive. Asha desperately held up her crystal boards, trying to find a single bar of reception. Nothing. Even at this height, there was zero service. Asha looked around at the boundless white void, realizing they were truly in the middle of nowhere. She sighed, taking the blame for their predicament. Nanyue, ever the optimist, tried to hype her up, calling her the great boss lady, and the first explorer of this snowy plain. Asha wasn't buying the pep talk and curled into a ball, feeling defeated. She accidentally lost her footing and started sliding down the side of the snowy mound. Nanyue caught her with a hey-ho and pulled her close. The atmosphere suddenly got super tense as they locked eyes in the snow. And Nanyue pulled Asha into a warm hug, whispering that she'd be by her side no matter what. She gave her a classic shonen protagonist smile, telling her never to make that sad face again. But Asha just stared at her, completely unamused by the sudden rom-com energy. She pushed Nanyue away, telling her to spare the motivational speech because she was freezing and needed a shower. Then Nanyue stood there looking like a kicked puppy as Asha headed into their portable home. Internally, Nanyue panicked, wondering if her Riz had finally lost its power. She slumped into the snow, imagining a future where she's evicted and left homeless with only Shaggy for company. As she decided she couldn't let this slide, she had to take drastic action to secure her spot as the spouse. She needed a plan to maintain her status before she got the boot. 10. Inside, Asha was trying to relax in the bath when Nanyue suddenly burst in, clapping her hands. She offered Asha a rub-down while holding a pink scrub mitt. Asha's response was a literal kick that sent Nanyue flying out the door. Nanyue landed on her butt, realizing that maybe rub-downs aren't a thing in the Elf Kingdom. She pulled out a notebook and added Asha doesn't like rub-downs to her list of observations. Back in the tub, Asha was steaming and not just from the water. The shot Nanyue was going way too far, getting physical after finally getting used to her lewd language. As she hid under the bubbles, her face bright red from embarrassment. Suddenly, she saw a dark shape moving the water and paused. She looked up and saw a creepy black silhouette watching her through the window. Assuming it was Nanyue trying to be bold again, Asha got ready to throw hands. But as she shouted, the shadow outside got spooked and bolted into the snow. Just then, the real Nanyue appeared behind her, asking if she was catching a cold. Asha froze. If Nanyue was standing right there, then who or what was that thing outside? Just when Nanyue thinks she's finally getting some romance, she manages to catch a monster peeping on Asha in the shower. But instead of being a hero, she gets smacked because Asha thinks Nanyue was just looking for an excuse to get handsy. Internally, she cried, "I'm literally just trying to help." Nanyue tries to explain, but Asha is officially done with her nonsense. Suddenly, something starts swishing through the air with insane speed. Before they can react, a rope trap snaps shut, binding the two of them together in a very awkward embrace. They get tripped up by the snare and go tumbling into the snow. The landing is rough, leaving both of them seeing stars as they lay tied up in the middle of nowhere. Nanyue tries to wiggle free, but the rope is cinched tight. Asha is blushing hard, realizing they are way too clear comfort. Things get even worse when Nanyue's hands end up in some very cancelable positions. Internally, Nanyue panicked. If I move, I'm dead. But if I don't move, I'm still dead. Asha threatens to clobber her if she doesn't stop squirming immediately. Meanwhile, the actual culprit, a small blue furball, makes a run for it across the tundra. Asha realizes the little thief is getting away while they're stuck as a human burrito. She vows to turn the monster into a hot pot the moment they get free. They try to hop after the thief, but they lose their balance and go flying off a ledge. They scream as they plummet down the mountainside. They hit the slope with a massive bam. As they roll, they pick up more and more snow, turning into a giant snowball that almost flattens Shaggy. The snowball finally grinds to a halt, leaving a massive trench in its wake. They're stuck half-buried, staring at each other in total silence. Asha warns Nanyue not to even think about turning over. They realize that whatever set this trap is actually high-key smart. Shaggy looks at them with the ultimate judgmental stare, clearly thinking he's the only one with brain cells left. He turns around, looking completely unimpressed by their struggles. He huffs out some steam, finally deciding to do something useful. Suddenly, Shaggy sprouts massive wings like he's a legendary mount. He transforms into a majestic flying beast, looming over the snowball. The girls can't believe Shaggy actually had main character energy hidden this whole time. He glares down with glowing red eyes, looking straight up menacing. Then, he takes off into the sky, circling above them like a boss. Asha blamed you for hurting the beast's feelings earlier. A heavy silence hangs over the frozen wasteland. Nanyue decides to stop talking and starts reaching for her knife to cut them loose. Shaggy swoops back down, his wings creating a massive gust of wind. He lands gracefully, looking like a total unit. With one powerful stomp, he smashes the snowball into pieces. He uses his claws to snap the ropes, finally setting them free. They stand up, shaking off the snow and the awkwardness. It turns out Shaggy didn't just come back to help. He caught the little thief too. He presents the tiny furball to them like a proud hunter. Nanyue pulls her knife, ready to cook some monster fillets. The monster starts shaking and making high-pitched noises. Asha tells Nanyue to chill for a second. The little creature suddenly bites Nanyue's hand to save itself. Nanyue is absolutely blindsided by the tiny thing's aggression. Upon closer inspection, it's not a monster at all, but a tiny red-skinned girl. Nanyue pinches its cheeks, realizing it looks surprisingly human. Asha summons a magic butterfly to act as a universal translator. The butterfly flutters through the air toward the creature. It lands right on the little girl's nose. But as soon as the girl speaks, everything is just bleeped out. Nanyue asks if the magic is broken. Asha explains the magic is fine. The girl is just uttering pure profanities. The little girl is shocked that they can actually understand her now. She asks how this is even possible. Asha takes all the credit, praising her own wonderful magic. Nanyue starts dancing with Asha to show off, much to her annoyance. The little girl is genuinely impressed the great mage Asha. Asha smacks Nanyue again for taking liberties. The little dwarf looks on, totally confused. She asks if the two of them are courting. They both deny it instantly, though the blush says otherwise. Asha identifies her as a red-horned dwarf, a tribe thought to be extinct. They're known for being aggressive and living in harsh climates. They supposedly died out ages ago during a massive catastrophe. The little dwarf tries to jump away, but fails miserably. She faceplants into the snow, looking completely defeated. Shaggy just giggles at her, which only makes her angrier. She growls, her pride taking a massive hit. She tries to bite Shaggy's tail while he just chills. Asha is worried Shaggy might actually hurt the poor thing. She tells Nanyue to step in and save her. Nanyue takes Asha's hand, acting like her loyal knight. Asha tells her to stop being weird and just go. Shaggy is running in circles with the dwarf still attached to his tail. Nanyue finally catches up and grabs the dwarf by the scruff. She pulls her off Shaggy, who looks like he's about to cry. The dwarf is still acting tough despite being caught. Nanyue stares down the tiny menace. She holds her up, and the dwarf finally breaks down in tears. Shaggy accidentally sits on the dwarf's head, which doesn't help. The girl, named Yaya, wails that she's hurt. Nanyue tries to quiet her down. Sheps in with some gentle vibes. She shows Yaya a glowing magic flower to distract her. Yaya is instantly mesmerized by the flower. Asha uses a pain-go-away spell to heal her. Yaya's eyes sparkle with pure joy. She takes a deep breath, feeling much better. She thinks Asha is the coolest person ever. Shaggy just watches, thinking they're all way too loud. Yaya starts adoring Asha, calling her amazing. Asha offers to teach her some magic later. Yaya gives her a kiss on the cheek to show her gratitude. Nanyue notices a likability +10 notification pop up. Asha tries to stay humble, saying she's only an apprentice. Yaya thinks being an apprentice of an apprentice is actually cooler. Asha laughs, totally won over by the kid. Nanyue decides she needs to try this likability hack for herself. She leans in and plants a surprise kiss on Asha's cheek. Asha is caught in 4K, completely blindsided. Her rage meter hits the ceiling, and Nanyue's likability points vanish instantly. She sends Nanyue flying into orbit with a massive punch. Shaggy remains completely unimpressed by the drama. Asha tells Yaya she'll teach her that punching technique first. Yaya is absolutely down for it. It turns out Nanyue was just following a book called Moonstruck, 56 Ways to Increase Your Likability. Asha picks up the book and realizes Nanyue was just a terrible student, deciding she might actually give the techniques a try herself later. The story kicks off with a reminder of the chaotic life Nanyue leads ever since signing that marriage contract with the Elven Princess. The sun rises over the frozen wasteland, and Nanyue wakes up to a surprisingly peaceful morning. However, peace is a luxury she can't afford because Yaya is already up and busy catching breakfast. Nanyue catches the little red dwarf trying to sneak back into their shelter, warning her not to wake up the princess. Yet Yaya is currently busy chewing on a raw monster fish, making some weird killikaloo noises. Internally Nanyue sighed, does this kid ever stop being weird? And demanded she speak clearly. It turns out Yaya was trying to be good subordinate by bringing raw sushi to her master, but Nanyue isn't having it. She explains that raw monster meat is a one-way ticket to Parasite City and an upset stomach for Asha. Yaya instantly goes into defensive mode, accusing Nanyue of being a liar who just wants to steal her hard-earned catch. Before a full-blown tantrum can start, Shaggy's massive tail scoops the brat up. Nanyue decides to show off some 5-star chef skills and starts a fire right there in the snow. She prepares the fish with the kind of confidence only a protagonist has. The monster fish gets skewered and starts to look actually edible. As the meat begins to sizzle, the smell is enough to make anyone forget they're in a frozen hellscape. Nanyue starts glazing the fish, trying to bargain with Yaya for a better title than thief. She uses a special sauce that literally sparkles, proving her cooking is basically magic. Yaya, who was just screaming a second ago, is now a total puddle of drool. Nanyue catches her looking and gives a smug little whoa at the reaction. She teases the kid, asking if the grilled monster smells nice, and Yaya is forced to agree. Nanyue offers a deal, call her mistress, and she might just share the loot. But Yaya is a creature of pure impulse and snatches the fish, devouring it in a single crunch. Nanyue is left standing there holding a bare stick, completely blindsided by the kid's speed. Yaya realizes it's tasty and immediately demands more. However, the realization hits her like a truck. She starts wailing at the top of her lungs, causing a scene. Nanyue is frantic, wondering if the kid burned her tongue or choked on a bone. It turns out Yaya is crying because she ate the princess's breakfast and now her master will starve. To stop the ear-splitting noise, Nanyue promises to go catch more and cook a proper feast. The duo heads toward a massive, jagged ice cliff to find more ingredients. Looking at the height, Nanyue starts questioning her life choices and how she's supposed to climb that thing. Yaya tells her to hold her beer and says, "Leave it to me." The little dwarf runs forward and starts puffing out her chest. as she lets out a sonic-level scream that echoes across the entire mountain range. The sound waves are so intense they actually start vibrating the ice. Nanyue stands there confused, wondering if this is some weird Into the Unknown cover. But then the ground starts to rumble. A massive boom echoes as the peak of the mountain literally explodes. Nanyue realizes in horror that the kid just triggered a massive avalanche. They are immediately caught in a run-for-your-life scenario as tons of snow come crashing down. Nanyue grabs the brat and starts sprinting like she's in a track meet. She looks ahead only to see a massive ice wall blocking their path. Internally, she panicked. Great, we're about to be frozen popsicles. The snow hits the wall with a deafening crash. After the dust settles, a hand pops out from the snowbank, and Nanyue managed to use her knife to anchor herself high up on the ice wall, barely escaping being buried alive. Yaya, dangling from her, points down excitedly. The avalanche actually worked like a giant net, unearthing hundreds of frozen fish for them to collect. Back at the camp, Asha finally wakes up and asks if Nanyue has a minute. She sees the mountain of fish and the cooking fire already going. Nanyue tells Yaya to take over the grilling while she talks to the boss. Asha suggests that after breakfast they should head to Yaya's village. Nanyue is shocked to learn there's a whole village of these high-energy dwarves. Asha explains they need to study how the red-horned dwarves survived on this continent when everyone thought they were extinct. Nanyue sighs, realizing her vacation is just more work. As she turns to leave, Asha calls out to her. Nanyue looks back, wondering what the princess wants now. Asha gets surprisingly close and the atmosphere gets a bit heavy. As she reaches out, looking like she's about to make a move, the scene shifts as they finally arrive at the village, which is built inside the massive ribcage of some ancient beast. The dwarf guards are on high alert, shouting Kilikulu and looking ready for war. One of them uses a telescope made of a giant eyeball to scout the invaders. They see Shaggy and the shell house approaching across the snowy plains. The guards immediately sound the alarm, blowing into massive horns. The entire dwarf army assembles, looking fierce and ready to defend their home. But when the trio actually enters the village, they find it completely deserted, and only the wind blows through the ribcage. All the little igloo houses are silent. Nanyue is weirded out, noting that there's absolutely nobody around. Yaya looks around, her bottom lip starting to quiver. She jumps down and starts running through the snow. She screams for the chief and Broken Horn, announcing she's back. She's wailing so hard, it's almost impressive. The village looks like a total ghost town. Asha kneels down to comfort the crying kid, promising they'll find the others together. Suddenly, Shaggy's foot lands near a suspicious-looking barrel. A pair of angry eyes peeks out from the snow, looking terrified. Something scurries away with a swoosh, leaving a trail in the snow. It's clear the dwarves aren't gone. They're just world-class hiders. Sha spots one and points it out, as she orders Nanyue to give chase. They find a dwarf who has literally buried his head in the snow like an ostrich. Nanyue and Asha look at the display, completely baffled. The dwarf is still shaking, thinking he's perfectly hidden. Nanyue looks around and realizes the entire village is doing the same thing. There are dwarf butts sticking out of the snow everywhere. Since they can't talk to people who refuse to look at them, Nanyue sets up her mobile restaurant inside the giant shell. Asha is losing it, wondering why a supposedly ferocious race is behaving like terrified ostriches. She realizes that if they're this shy, getting information is going to be a nightmare. Nanyue decides the best way to lure them out is through their stomachs and starts preparing a special drink. She presents 2 glasses of a dark, bubbly liquid. Yaya is the first to grab one, while Asha looks skeptical. Nanyue proudly reveals the name, Coca-Tadpole, named after creatures she saw sipping tree sap. Asha thinks the name is nasty, but she doesn't stop drinking. Yaya lets out a massive burp, proving the carbonation is on point. She immediately demands a refill, looking like she's found a new religion. Nanyue tells her they're out because she used the rest of the ingredients for the main course. In the kitchen, the fish wings are simmering in a thick, savory sauce. Yaya gets salty about the lack of refills and claims Nanyue isn't her mistress anymore. Nanyue just smirks and tells her that strangers probably shouldn't eat the delicious fish wings she's cooking. This sends Yaya back into a crying fit, thinking she's been banned from the menu. Nanyue reveals a tray of perfectly glazed steaming fish wings. The smell is so good it even gets the hidden dwarf's attention. Asha scolds Nanyue for picking on the kid while she's clearly suffering. Yaya stuffs her face, still calling Nanyue a bad mistress between bites. Nanyue just laughs, saying she can't help teasing such an easy target. Suddenly, Asha grabs a pair of chopsticks and holds them to Nanyue's throat. She gives a cold, playful smirk, daring Nanyue to try teasing her instead. Nanyue's brain completely short-circuits at the proximity. She starts stuttering, her entire face turning bright red. Asha leans in, asking, "Oh, what can you do?" To escape the romantic tension, Nanyue pivots back to the kitchen, shouting that she can make more fish wings. Asha just giggles at how easy it is to fluster her hunter. They settle in for a nice meal under the clear blue sky. But as Nanyue smiles at the group, she notices something terrifying. The sky has suddenly gone pitch black, and Asha looks up in pure shock, realizing something massive is about to happen. After the sky goes pitch black, the group finds themselves surrounded by a literal mountain of fluffy blue dwarves who look like they haven't seen a meal in a century. These little fluff balls are piled high, making some seriously questionable noises while drooling all over the place. It's a total chaotic mess of ha's and hawus that would make anyone skip a beat. Asha is losing her mind because her translation spell is basically returning a 404 error, unable to make sense of the gibberish. Internally, Nanyue sighed. Maybe they're just too hangry to function, and realizes they need food fast. Nanyue locks in and starts a legendary cooking montage, plonking fresh fish onto the cutting board. She's moving at max speed, chopping that fish into a fine paste. After a quick egg swish and some expert squeezing, she's got perfect little spheres ready for the pot. The fish balls go plop plop into the water, looking absolutely gourmet. She throws in some noodles and a sprinkle of greens for the aesthetic, announcing that the feast is served. The result is a spread of fish ball noodles so glistening they probably have their own light source. The dwarves are staring at the bowls with literal stars in their eyes, their hunger reaching a breaking point. One dwarf dives in for the ultimate slurp, and suddenly the entire village is in a food-induced trance. As the group watches the feeding frenzy, Asha is confused about how these aggressive red-horned dwarves became so timid and blue. Suddenly, a tiny bearded Gramps approaches Nanyue, holding up an empty bowl like he's asking for a refill on life. Asha drops a knowledge bomb, explaining that the dwarves are calling Nanyue Hagda, which is their word for deity. Nanyue is blindsided, wondering if her cooking is actually divine or if these guys just really like noodles. Gramps gets a glimmer in his eyes that screams main character energy and rallies the troops. He raises his staff, declaring that the tribe will follow their new noodle goddess unto death. The entire village immediately hits the deck in a massive show of respect. Nanyue tries to wave them off, internally screaming, "I'm just a chef, not a messiah." But Asha tells her to just roll with it for now so they can actually communicate. Nanyue reluctantly agrees, and the dwarves celebrate by blowing giant horns. The next thing they know, they're being paraded through the village on a fancy cart. Gramps commands everyone to take their hats off and bow to the goddess of light and fire. Nanyue decides to lean into the role, sitting on her makeshift throne with maximum boss vibes. The dwarves are absolutely simping for their new deity, trembling as they bow. With a smirk, Nanyue tells them all to rise, looking way too comfortable in power. The little guys are hyped beyond belief, chanting her name. Asha catches Nanyue enjoying the attention and calls her out for it. Nanyue tries to deflect the teasing with some smooth talk. She looks Asha in the eyes and claims that the Elf Princess is the only true goddess in her heart. This hits Asha with a massive ba-dump moment, leaving her completely flustered. To hide her blushing, Asha makes a quick excuse to go explore the culture and bolts. She wanders through the village, trying to cool down from the romantic tension. Internally, she tried to convince herself, "I'm just not used to her new look yet. That's all." As she walks along a massive ice wall, she notices something sus. There's a giant heart-shaped mark carved into the ice, similar to the one they saw earlier. This confirms her fears that the giant monster wasn't responsible for the graffiti. She realizes a powerful stranger must be lurking nearby, someone even the holy mages haven't encountered. Suddenly, Nanyue appears behind her, asking what she's doing. Asha is startled. Nanyue starts acting way too smooth, talking about how the dwarves are boring and she only wants to be with her goddess. Nanyue grabs her hand and leans in close, dropping lines that are way too flirtatious even for her. Asha's internal alarm bells start ringing when this Nanyue gets too touchy. She realizes this isn't her friend and pulls back, demanding to know who this imposter is. The fake Nanyue just smirks and tells her to guess for a prize. Asha isn't playing games and whips out her staff, ready to smoke the faker. The imposter mocks her, saying she was close to a kiss reward. And then Yaya shows up with another dwarf. The fake Nanyue decides the fun is over and announces it's time for punishment. A massive teleportation circle glows under their feet, catching Asha off guard. Before they can react, the imposter snaps her fingers and the whole group vanishes. Asha, Yaya, and a dwarf named Broken Horn wake up in a pitch-black void. Asha quickly conjures a light spell to see what's going on. She finds Yaya crying because she landed on Broken Horn and hurt her hand. Asha gently heals the little girl's injury, showing off her top-tier support skills. Broken Horn is mesmerized by the glowing light, thinking it's the coolest thing ever. The little dwarf is still shaking from fear, so Asha gives him the light spell to hold. She tells him to look after the spell of light since it's so dark. Broken Horn takes the job seriously, his eyes reflecting the magic as he nods. He holds the light ball tight, finally feeling a bit braver. Asha then tries to use her staff to teleport them back to the village. But the circle fizzes out and fails, meaning they are completely trapped. Yaya starts throwing shade, blaming Mistress Nanyue for sending them here. Asha has to set the record straight, explaining that the person they saw was a total fraud. Yaya's brain short circuits, thinking this means a divorce is happening. Asha turns beet red, screaming that they aren't even married yet. Internally, she groaned. Can we focus on the kidnapping and not my love life? She tries to explain that the imposter had massive magic power, unlike the real Nanyue, who is basically a magic-less chef. The little dwarves finally get it, realizing that Nanyue doesn't have those weird energy waves. Asha gets serious, realizing that if someone can pose as Nanyue, they can also pose as her. She worries that the real Nanyue is in grave danger, completely unaware of the snake in the grass. Meanwhile, back at the village, the imposter Asha approaches the real Nanyue. She puts on a sweet act, telling you the ritual is about to start. She grabs Nanyue's hand, leading her toward the ceremony with a suspiciously friendly smile. The imposter mentions that Nanyue owes her a ceremony, hinting at something dark. As they walk away, the fake Asha flashes a devious, villainous smirk. Nanyue, totally oblivious to the death flags, just smiles back and follows her straight into the trap. The imposter's plan is working perfectly as they head toward the ritual site. The dwarf villagers are still cheering, unaware their deity is being led away by a wolf in sheep's clothing. Asha's absence goes unnoticed by the partying crowd. The tension is at an all-time high as the fake princess secures her grip on the hunter. Hit it with the real Asha trapped in a void, Nanyue is officially on her own. The imposter looks ready to claim her prize at the upcoming ceremony. Nanyue's life is hanging by a thread, and she doesn't even know it. The group in the dark void is desperately trying to find a way out before it's too late. Asha pushes her magic to the limit, hoping to break the barrier. Back in the light, the imposter's smile grows wider and more sinister. She's got Nanyue right where she wants her, and the ceremony is about to take a dark turn. Every step they take brings Nanyue closer to a disaster she can't cook her way out of. The fake Asha is already celebrating her victory in her head. The little dwarves in the void are rooting for their mistress to save them. But with the teleportation blocked, things are looking grim. The real Asha realizes she was played like a fiddle. She needs to get back before the imposter does something irreversible. The Hagda title might not be enough to save Nanyue this time. The imposter prepares for the final move of her grand scheme. Nanyue looks at the fake Asha with total trust, which is the biggest death flag of all. The village ritual is finally beginning, but it's not the celebration they expected. The two leads walk hand in hand toward the center of the village. The imposter's eyes are glowing with a hidden malice as the crowd roars. This ceremony is going to be one for the history books for all the wrong reasons. Nanyue smiles, saying sure as she walks into the lion's den. The chief starts yapping about his tribe's history, claiming they've survived these frozen wastes for generations. They've lived on these icy plains for ages, waiting for the rare blue moon to trigger a massive monster migration. They use a totem left behind by the legendary creator Hagda to nuke the monsters, which provides them with a whole year's worth of snacks. The chief looks like he's about to cry just thinking about the importance of this harvest. Nanyue is just vibing, pretending she understands the deep lore while nodding along. Meanwhile, the fake Asha is being way too clingy, staring at Nanyue with eyes that are definitely suspicious. The imposter asks Nanyue if she wants a closer look at the ritual, but the chef decides to stay put for a better view. The fake elf is laying the best friend act on thick, holding hands like they're in a mid-tier rom-com. They start doing this cutesy name-calling thing that is honestly hard to watch. Even the local wildlife is cringing at the sheer amount of secondhand embarrassment radiating from the pair. But the mood shifts instantly when the chief spots something massive on the horizon. The girls lock in because the main event is finally starting. The blue moon rises, and a massive wave of migratory prey starts charging across the snow like a literal avalanche of meat. It's a total zoo of weird creatures stampeding toward them in a frantic blur. A giant ribcage structure sits right in the path of the incoming horde, waiting to be activated. The chief needs to time this perfectly to guide the monsters toward the hidden trap. He calls on the power of the totem to finish the job and save the tribe from starvation. The monsters are getting closer, and the ground is shaking like an earthquake. The other dwarves are panicking, worried they're about to get flattened before they can even eat. It's a chaotic mess of eyes and fur charging straight at the village. The chief realizes the totem's battery is basically at 1% and he has to make this one shot count. He launches his staff with a desperate shout, praying for a miracle harvest. The magic activates, sending out heart-shaped pulses of energy that look surprisingly cute for a weapon of mass destruction. But instead of a massive explosion, the magic just drifts away like a sad, lonely balloon. The monsters just part ways and walk right past the trap without a scratch. A single confused bird is the only thing left behind, looking just as disappointed as the dwarves. Boom. The ritual is a total flop, leaving the tribe with absolutely nothing to show for their effort. The chief is heartbroken, wondering if their god has finally blocked them on social media. One dwarf tries to look on the bright side, at least they manage to catch a single bobo bird. Since Nanyue fed them noodles earlier, they decide to offer this pathetic catch to her as a divine gift. The whole squad starts chanting "Long live Hagda Nanyue" over a bird that wouldn't even fill a sandwich. Watching from above, Nanyue is definitely not impressed by the harvest. As she looks at the fake her, this is suspicious, meter reaching max capacity. And internally, she's realized that this gentle version of her friend is a massive red flag. She decides to take matters into her own hands and jump down to help the starving dwarves. She's ready to go full monster hunter to fix this mess herself. And Nanyue is locked in, determined to save the tribe. But before she can move, she sees a vision of a tiny, floating elf that catches her off guard. It completely blindsides her, making her lose her footing at the worst possible moment. She takes a massive tumble, crashing straight into the snow with a loud bang. The fake Asha catches up, trying to play the voice of reason while looking down at her. She tells Nanyue that helping the dwarves now is fine, but it's not a permanent fix. She questions if Nanyue can really babysit them forever, her tone getting surprisingly cold. Nanyue tries to protest, but the imposter keeps patting her head like she's a misbehaving pet. The fake elf argues that the dwarves chose this lifestyle and should just deal with the consequences. She's basically telling Nanyue to let them starve, because it's their choice, which is a total villain move. And Nanyue goes quiet, seemingly buying into the gaslighting for a moment. Meanwhile, the real Asha is exploring a dark void and finds some ancient cave paintings. The art depicts the old ox horn tents used by the red-horned dwarves. Asha notices a specific detail on the wall that catches her eye. It's an ancient record of their daily hunts from a long-forgotten era. She asks Broken Horn why his skin is blue if his ancestors were supposed to be red. The kids are climbing all over the place, completely ignoring the gravity of being trapped in a void. Broken Horn tells Yaya to get down before she falls and hurts herself. He explains that they used to be red, but they evolved to be blue to blend in with the snow and avoid predators. Asha realizes these blue dwarves are actually the lost descendants of a legendary warrior tribe. The Broken Horn stares at the ancient drawings, feeling a deep connection to his long-lost roots. He asks Asha if she can teach him the ways of magic so he can protect his people. Asha is totally down for a new apprentice and gives him a friendly head pat. She tells him he has to call her master from now on if he wants the secrets of the elves. The kid is absolutely stoked to finally have a magic teacher. He asks if she was checking out the weird heart-shaped mark on the ice wall. Asha thinks the mark is strange because it doesn't follow any known elven magic rules. Broken Horn is worried that the low power levels mean the tribe won't catch anything tonight. Asha is relieved it's just a hunting ritual and not some bizarre cult sacrifice. She tells the kid not to worry because Nanyue is a master at finding food in any situation. So suddenly, they hear Yaya screaming for help in the distance. Asha charges toward the voice, her eyes narrowing as she preps a light spell. She flexes her royal status, commanding the light to gather at her call. As she unleashes a massive flash to illuminate the dark void. The spell of brilliance turns the whole place into a blinding white room. Broken Horn is stunned by the sheer power of an actual elf princess. They find Yaya hiding near a giant, decorated pillar in the corner. Asha rushes over to make sure the little dwarf isn't hurt. Yaya is crying, saying that the bad things on the wall scared her. The bad things turn out to be a bunch of creepy, demonic-looking masks carved into the stone. Asha realizes they are standing in front of a massive totem pole. This is the legendary totem of the red-horned dwarves, and it's ancient. Looking at the landscape, Asha realizes they've been teleported all the way to the Scarlet Continent. Back on the snowy plains, Nanyue is having a full-blown existential crisis. She's out here digging holes, convinced that Asha is acting way too lovely to be the real deal. She sticks her shovel in the snow, her mind racing with paranoid conspiracy theories. Internally, she's panicking because the real Asha would have hit her at least 10 times by now. As she stares at the snow, realizing you can't even grow basic crops in this frozen wasteland, she rests her head on her hands, trying to make sense of the new Asha. To Nanyue, a nice Asha is a broken Asha. She starts thinking of the worst-case scenario, and it's not looking good. She has a literal mental breakdown, crying that her friend doesn't love her anymore. She starts rolling around in the snow, quoting dramatic poetry about being kicked by love. She's a sobbing mess, missing the days when her elf friend was actually mean to her. In her frenzy, she accidentally trips over a hidden structure buried in the drifts. She face plants into the snow with a loud, pathetic thud. She jumps up immediately, looking around for whoever sneak attacked her. Underground, a massive, glowing magic circle begins to hum with terrifying power. Back in the Scarlet Continent, the real Asha finds a matching circle. She explains that this massive array is why they couldn't teleport out earlier. If she can figure out what the nodes are for, they might finally be able to escape this void. She gives the kids a confident look, ready to hack the system. But when she stomps her foot to activate it, nothing happens besides some pretty lights. She laughs it off, sweating internally as she realizes she needs way more mana. She goes full mode, trying to force the teleportation to trigger with sheer willpower. At above ground, Nanyue hears the buzzing and looks down a hole. She wonders if there's a hidden treasure, or maybe just a secret basement. Suddenly, a giant ice pillar shoots up and smacks her right in the face with a loud bam. In the temple, Asha is struggling and the kids decide to step up and help. They suggest taking turns to pump magic into the circle to getting. Asha agrees, and the temple begins to glow with an intense, pulsing red light. The poor Nanyue is getting bullied by the terrain, begging the hole to stop attacking her. She starts praying to the dwarf god, promising to never dig another hole again if she survives. She tries to make a quick exit, but the ground has other plans for her. A giant stone hand whacks her into the air like a baseball. As she's left flying through the sky, wondering why the snowy plains suddenly have a personal vendetta against her. The fake Asha is definitely playing mind games, trying to act all sweet to keep Nanyue off her trail. As she leans into the act, flashing a smirk while relaxing in a steaming tub of water. As she even has the audacity to demand Nanyue bring her a towel, fully leaning into the fan service bait. Nanyue tries to stay professional while dying inside, reaching out with the fabric while looking anywhere but at her friend. Internally, she groaned, "Can this get any more awkward?" The imposter keeps pushing, pulling Nanyue in close to see if she can make the chef short-circuit. Seeing Nanyue's face turn into a bright red tomato is clearly the highlight of her day. Nanyue is completely blindsided by the sudden proximity. The imposter just laughs it off, mocking her for being so worried about a little peek. Later that night, the tension doesn't let up as Nanyue tries to process everything. The fake Asha sits on the edge of the bed, dropping the ultimate thirst trap question by asking if Nanyue is coming to sleep with her. Nanyue is visibly sweating, her brain currently a scrambled mess. She manages to stutter out that it's been a long day and they both need rest, desperately trying to keep some distance. Internally, she knew something was off. This wasn't the friend she remembered. They end up in separate beds, but sleep is the last thing on Nanyue's mind. As she stares at the ceiling, she starts connecting the dots about the blue moon hunting ritual. Her eyes go wide when she realizes blue moon is pronounced almost exactly like her own name. This ritual isn't just some random event. It's literally named after her. While the imposter is busy snoring, Nanyue decides she's seen enough. She pulls a pro-gamer move and jumps straight out of the window to investigate on her own. She disappears into the night with a flap of her cloak. When the imposter eventually wakes up to find an empty bed, she finds the whole situation incredibly boring. She stares into the distance with glowing red eyes, clearly plotting something sinister. Being left alone makes her feel strangely empty, as if her prey escaped too early. Meanwhile, in the Scarlet Continent, the real Asha and her dwarf squad are absolutely drained. They've been pouring every ounce of mana into the magic circle, and even the kids are ready to pass out. A broken horn looks like he's about to see the light. But the little guy is determined. Asha realizes they can't stop now even if they exhaust themselves to the point of no return. They decide to give it one last go, putting everything on the line. With a collective shout, they unleash a massive surge of power. The area begins to buzz with terrifying intensity. Suddenly, the ground starts to crack under the pressure of the spell. Asha gets a major death flag feeling as the vibration reaches a breaking point. A massive explosion rocks the entire area, signaling that the teleportation array has finally peaked. Back on the snowy plains, Nanyue is busy playing Minecraft, digging a massive hole to find solid ground. She's determined to prove there's something beneath all this white powder. She finally hits pay dirt, scooping up a handful of rare, glowing red soil. Just as she's celebrating her big win, the ground begins to vibrate violently. She panics, thinking her hard-earned pit is about to be filled back in by an earthquake. A massive rumble shakes the horizon as something huge begins to rise. A giant, ancient tower erupts from the snow, towering over the landscape. Nanyue is forced to use her shovel as a makeshift climbing axe just to stay attached to the rising structure. She's getting swept upward as the terrain completely reshapes itself around her. Clinging to the side of the tower, she screams into the void, wondering what kind of mess she stumbled into this time. The chaos of the teleportation leaves everyone in a daze. Asha and the kids emerge from a cloud of smoke, coughing and spluttering from the magical backlash. We then get a look back at a younger Banshee, who was always a bit of an outcast. He spent his night stargazing, ignored by the rest of the tribe. The other kids, like Horse Tooth, didn't make it easy, constantly mocking him for being weak. The future leaders of the tribe told him to stop dreaming and get ready for the hunt. They walked away with their kills, leaving him behind to contemplate his place in the world. A Banshee could only watch them go, feeling the weight of their expectations. He sat alone on a high cliff, staring at the stars and hoping for something more. Suddenly, his feet slip on the icy edge. He nearly falls, realizing Horsetooth might have been right about him being clumsy. He decides to just stay put for the night and ask for help when the sun comes up. But as he closes his eyes, a blinding light fills his vision. He looks up to see the sky literally tearing apart. A massive magical surge erupts, and he sees the silhouette of someone casting a world-changing spell. Before he can even react, he's caught in the middle of a magical vortex. He finds himself floating in a cosmic sea of runes and stardust. The world around him is being rewritten in real time. He realizes the Scarlet Continent is being moved and used as the foundation for a completely new world. He shuts his eyes tight as the transition hits its peak. When he finally opens them, he's greeted by something he's never seen before, falling snow. He looks down and sees a massive skeleton of a creature long dead, buried deep in the ice. Suddenly, explosions of snow go off all around him. A group of blue, fluffy warriors charges forward with spears raised. Banshee is terrified, realizing these creatures are definitely not friendly neighbors. A flash of light blinds him, and he's sent reeling back into the darkness. He finds himself spiraling through the galaxy again, runes flying past his head. He gasps for air, his heart hammering against his ribs. When the world stops spinning, he realizes he's still on the same rock he started on. He clutches his staff, wondering if the whole thing was just a vivid nightmare. But when he looks up, the moon is different. The stars he used to navigate by are completely gone. He panics, realizing the sky itself has been swapped out for a void. He rushes back to the camp, screaming for Horsetooth and Horserace to wake up. The tribe is annoyed at being woken up before dawn, but Banshee insists the sun isn't coming back. They realize he's right. The Scarlet Continent has been moved to a place of eternal darkness and snow. Despite the danger, the tribe has no choice but to head out into the frozen wasteland to survive. Banshee struggles to keep his footing on the slick ice. Horsetooth is still acting like a tough guy, claiming they don't even need their ox anymore because the ice is so smooth. Horserace tells him to shut up and show some respect to their animal companion. Of course, the universe immediately punishes Horsetooth's arrogance as the ice gives way. Banshee falls straight into the freezing water, desperately trying to use his magic to stay afloat. Horserace watches in horror as the ice continues to crack. She realizes the situation is critical and that they might lose Banshee to the depths. She quickly draws her bow, aiming a rope-tethered arrow toward her brother. Horsetooth catches the arrow with lightning reflexes. He ties the rope around himself, preparing to dive in. He plunges into the icy water, swimming down to grab the sinking Banshee. It's a struggle against the numbing cold, but he manages to get a grip on him. Back on the surface, Horserace realizes the ice is too thin to support all of them. She calls out to Tatanka the ox to get the leather mat ready. Under the water, the two brothers share a desperate moment of connection. They grab onto the mat as it's slid over the hole. Horserace commands Tatanka to pull with everything he's got. The ox heaves, dragging the soaking wet dewback onto the solid ice. Banshee collapses, coughing up freezing water and shivering violently. Horserace scolds them, reminding Banshee that trying to solve problems alone in this new world is a death sentence. She makes it clear that teamwork is the only way they're making it out alive. Banshee apologizes, feeling like he's nothing but a burden. Horsetooth tries to lighten the mood, reminding him that everyone messes up on their first hunt. They give Tatanka a well-deserved pat for saving their skins. As they look out over the frozen horizon, they realize that every step in this new world could be their last. The story kicks off with a look back at a simpler time, documented in a scrapbook commemorating the first catch of a bobo bird. In a snowy flashback, a young Horserace and Benji are scouting the frozen wasteland. Horserace tries to play the role of the encouraging big brother, telling his sister to have more confidence. They're looking for a legendary spot where blue dwarves once lived and hunted. He pats her head, promising that once the tribe moves here, they'll finally have a real home. He's hyping up the area as a natural shelter from the storms, pointing out some interesting graffiti on the walls. But his brave face slips when he starts coughing uncontrollably. The sisters rush to his side, terrified as he literally hacks up blood. Internally, Benji panicked. This isn't just a cold, his lungs are giving out. She desperately pulls out their limited medicine. The Horserace pushes it away, insisting they can't waste precious supplies on him when the rest of the tribe needs to be moved. A heavy silence falls over the group as the reality of their situation sinks in. Benji isn't taking no for an answer and grabs him by the collar. She demands to know what he's actually thinking. The Horserace admits the cold and weakness are the real killers here, and with the homeland falling into darkness, they have no other choice. He tells her that as a warrior with pulmonary edema, he's useless, but she's an archer and their future chief who must lead the others. That night, they camp under the eerie glow of two blue moons. A Horserace sings a song about their old home, where the red mountains swell. The lyrics are a painful reminder of everything they've lost. Benji approaches him with some bread, looking like she's about to cry. He takes the food with a weak smile. She stares at him, her heart breaking for her brother. Just as they're about to eat, she reaches out. Suddenly, the ground begins to vibrate violently. The Horserace realizes it's an enemy attack and tells everyone to get ready. They grab their gear, but the scale of the threat is beyond anything they expected, and a massive cloud of monsters is stampeding toward them. It's a chaotic horde of every creature imaginable, all roaring in unison. Benji remembers her vision. The blue moonlight makes different species migrate together in a mindless frenzy. She fires a light-tipped arrow into the sky. The arrow streaks through the dark. She watches it fly, wondering if she even hit anything. But the plan works as the monsters are drawn to the reflected light. Internally, she cheered. I've actually got a shot at saving us. The horse race isn't done, though. He puts on a shimmering cape and prepares for a suicide mission. He commands his mount Tatanka to charge. He rides straight toward the horde, drawing them away from the shelter. Benji screams after him, but he's already gone. He leads the sea of monsters into the distance. His voice echoes through the storm, still singing about the Red Mountains. He lures them further and further away. The song fades into the wind as he disappears. Left alone, Benji calls him a fool, her voice cracking. She hugs her knees, sobbing in the middle of the wasteland. The blue moons watch over her grief. But there's no time to mourn because the ground starts shaking again. She looks up, her eyes wide with terror. A colossal frost beast, looking like a giant wolf, emerges from the mist. It's so big it dwarfs the landscape. Benji and her companion are like specks of dust next to it. The monster is headed straight for the ice wall that protects their new home. If that wall falls, the snowstorm will kill everyone. Benji realizes her brother's sacrifice will be for nothing if she doesn't act. She decides she has to blind the beast to stop its advance. She draws her bow with everything she's got. Her vision is blurry from tears and the freezing wind. She releases the arrow, which has a rope attached. The arrow hits the monster's face but misses the eye. She realizes she's messed up big time. The rope goes taut as the arrow lodges in the beast, and Benji gets snagged by the line. She's launched into the air and dragged behind the massive creature. Looking into the monster's cold eyes, something inside her snaps. She goes into a full-blown berserker rage, screaming for her brother. She lunges at the beast with her staff, swearing to kill it. On the nearby wall, a heart-shaped sigil begins to glow with blue fire. The monster roars as Benji unleashes a relentless assault. She batters the creature until it finally collapses. She stands over the fallen beast, panting and covered in snow. She managed to save the shelter, but the cost was high. The flashback concludes with the tribe finally settling at the ice wall. Benji spent her life studying the magic runes she saw during her ordeal. She grew into the old shaman we know, dedicating herself to finding a way back home. She worked until her final days, hoping to reverse the world swap. As she neared death, she finished the magic circle. Her final wish was for someone to hear her story and finish the job. The crystal she left behind glows with the hope of 1,000 years. Back in the present, Nanyue is busy herding bobo birds. He's using Shaggy to round up the birds like a pro. Shaggy is doing his best, though he looks a bit overwhelmed. They manage to trap the entire flock inside a giant dragon skull. Nanyue is proud, thinking he's fixed the tribe's food crisis. Asha is watching him from a distance, looking suspiciously calm. As she starts talking about the potential of the land, sounding a bit too poetic, she claims they don't need to rely on some non-existent Hagda. As she sits down, looking remarkably relaxed given they just escaped a tower. Nanyue gives her a side-eye, sensing something is off. As she approaches him, surrounded by glowing blue butterflies, she tells him he deserves a reward for his hard work. She leans in close, her eyes half closed. As she's going in for a kiss. Nanyue's eyes widen as she gets closer. Suddenly, he pulls a kitchen knife and holds it to her throat. He's caught her in 4K, this isn't the real Asha. He points out that the real Asha would have mentioned the two missing dwarves. The imposter's facade drops, and she starts smirking. She casually admits that she already ate the two dwarves. Nanyue is horrified, his grip tightening on the knife. He demands to know where the real Asha is. The faked him to take a guess. Just then, the real Asha arrives with the two dwarves in tow. Nanyue is relieved to see his friend is safe. The imposter just laughs, finding the whole situation hilarious. Asha doesn't waste time and casts a bending spell. Lightning pillars trap the imposter in a cage of electricity. Nanyue immediately ditches the knife and gives the real Asha a massive hug. He admits he actually missed her. They share a genuine, wholesome moment amidst the chaos. The imposter ruins the mood by touching the lightning cage completely unbothered. She mocks them, saying nothing beats an old friend. Asha looks worried, realizing her magic isn't enough to hold this freak. She whispers to Nanyue that the imposter is way more powerful than her. Nanyue gets the message and prepares for a physical fight. He points his knife back at the imposter, demanding to know what she wants. The imposter drops a tactical nuke of a comment, reminding Nanyue he wasn't this fierce when he saw her naked last night. Asha's jealousy meter immediately redlines. Internally, Nanyue screamed, "I am so dead." He starts sweating bullets as Asha stares him down. He tries to explain the whole towel incident while Asha's anger literally boils over. He swears on his life that he saw absolutely nothing. Asha decides to believe him for now, but her mood is officially ruined. The imposter keeps taunting him, suggesting he didn't see anything because she was too small for him. Asha has had enough and launches a massive air grenade. The wind pressure is insane. Nanyue gets caught in the blast and goes flying like a rag doll. The imposter is doubling over with laughter at the slapstick comedy. She says she can't get enough of their relationship. She's literally crying from laughing so hard. Asha looks stone cold, done with the games. She releases the binding spell on purpose. The imposter is confused for a split second. Nanyue uses the momentum to come flying back in with his knife. He's diving straight for the imposter, ready to end this once and for all. Nanyue isn't waiting for an invitation and lunges at the villain with her knife. But the creator blocks the strike with zero effort, looking like she's just swatting a fly. Internally, Nanyue fumed. Is this lady made of cheat codes or what? The sparks fly as the blade grinds against the barrier, but Nanyue refuses to back down. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a cleaver. With a casual flick, the creator sends Nanyue flying backward through the air. Asha isn't about to let her girl get bodied, so she summons a massive meteor fireball to even the odds. The creator just sighs, mocking the power couple for their work together, stay together energy. She finds the whole situation completely annoying. The fireball hits her shield with a massive bam, but doesn't even leave a scratch. Nanyue sticks the landing and immediately looks for another opening. She jumps back into the fray with high-speed movement. Internally, she locked in. I can't let Asha's opening go to waste. She lunges again, aiming straight for the creator's blind spot. It's a total whiff as the creator moves like a blur. The villain stares her down with those cold, blue eyes. With a simple palm strike, she hits Nanyue with a shockwave. Nanyue is blasted back, barely keeping her footing. Asha is sweating bullets, realizing they might be outclassed. The creator looks at the giant fireball and decides to get creative. She gives the heroes a smug look, says, "Watch this." With a flick of her wrist, she splits the massive meteor into dozens of smaller projectiles. It's a literal rain of fire coming down on the battlefield. The fireballs aren't even aimed at the heroes. They're heading straight for the innocent dwarves. The little guys are screaming for help as the apocalypse rains down. Huge explosions rock the area, turning the snowy landscape into a fire hazard. Luckily, Asha managed to throw up a massive hexagonal shield to tank the hits for the village. The dwarves are huddled together, shaking in their boots. The creator floats down, mockingly calling out to her, "Little Shasha." She scolds the elf, telling her that protecting others during a fight is a death flag. Asha is huffing and puffing, her mana reserves hitting the red zone. The creator just smiles, looking like a total final boss as lightning crackles around her. Nanyue realizes the civilians are just sitting ducks, so she tells Shaggy to get the dwarves and Bobo birds to safety. She's taking full charge of the situation. Shaggy barks in agreement, ready to carry the team. The massive creature takes flight, casting a giant shadow over the snow. The dwarves and Bobo birds start retreating toward the ancient tower, crying about their lost houses. They're all terrified and confused by the chaos. The little chief realizes the person they're fighting is the actual creator Hagda. The whole tribe is staring in absolute disbelief. Back at the shield, the pressure is reaching a breaking point. Asha demands to know why the creator is trying to delete the red-horned dwarves. The creator plays dumb, acting like she's being defamed. She casually explains that she only moved their continent here to build a snowy playground. To her, this entire world is just a base for her hobbies. Asha is fuming that this lady almost drove a species to extinction just for fun. She unleashes a massive spiral of flames from her staff. The fire wraps around the creator in a massive vortex. But the villain just reaches out and grabs the fire with her bare hand. She treats the flames like they're harmless ribbons. She lets the fire coil around her arm, completely unbothered. She looks Asha in the eye and basically asks, "So what?" She literally blows the fire out like she's extinguishing a candle. Asha is short-circuiting at the power gap. The creator, decides it's to end the warm-up and charges up a massive lightning spell. A giant magic circle fills the sky. But wait, she gets blindsided by her own forgotten meteor fireball. A beam of light cuts through the sky like a razor. The fireball is sliced clean in half. Nanyue is back for round 3, cleaver in hand. She goes straight for the throat. The creator catches the blade with her bare hand, but Nanyue actually managed to break through her defense. The creator is genuinely surprised for a split second. She looks at Nanyue with a mix of shock and intrigue. Then she blasts Nanyue away with a point-blank energy burst. Asha screams out in terror. The creator is finally starting to find this human interesting. She stares down at the falling chef. She catches Nanyue by the throat mid-air. Then, she dunks her through the clouds with a massive boom. Asha tells Shaggy to chase after him immediately. The dragon dives straight into the storm clouds. They land near the ancient red tower. The dwarves are ready to follow Nanyue into the jaws of death. The lightning rumbles in the dark sky above. Here, the tribe watches the battle from the ground, paralyzed with fear. Nanyue is falling like a meteor. She crashes into the side of the tower with a sickening crash. The creator floats down, looking for her plaything in the snow. She asks if Nanyue is going to keep up this hopeless struggle. The dust and debris fill the crater. The Bobo birds surround Nanyue in a protective circle. Nanyue stands up, blood on her face, refusing to give up the ghost. The creator is loving every second of this drama. She laughs like a maniac, enjoying the show. as she fires a barrage of energy needles that pierce through everything. The tower is being systematically dismantled by the explosions. A massive boom-esque echo through the canyon. Everything is covered in a thick layer of smoke. Asha arrives on Shaggy's back, desperately searching for Nanyue. Shaggy dives into the deep crater. He lands hard, kicking up more dust. They find themselves in an ancient ritual site deep underground. The dwarves are all huddled together, nursing their wounds. The little chief Broken Horn is holding a glowing orb. He calls out to his master. Asha is relieved to see them, but her priority is finding Nanyue. The elder points toward the ongoing explosion. The beams of light are still flying everywhere. Another explosion hits the rocky walls. Asha tells the dwarves to hide somewhere safe. The Broken Horn warns her that the creator is way too powerful for them. Asha comforts the kid, giving him a gentle pat. She realizes the creator isn't necessarily evil. She's just playing a game where the stakes are their lives. Another bam echoes through the site. Asha knows they have to move now before things get too wild. She flies off to rejoin the fight. The dwarves feel like complete dead weight. But Broken Horn realizes they've one last card to play. Up above, the creator is cackling. She asks Nanyue if she's ready for another round. Nanyue is lying at the bottom of a massive hole, looking like she's seen better days. She's beat up and coughing. She grips her knife, her hand shaking and covered in blood. Internally, she groaned, "Not again. I'm really starting to hate this lady." The creator is impressed by her tenacity. She prepares for another light-speed assault. More energy beams rain down with a swoosh. The ground is being pulverized by the constant bombardment. Nanyue is taking a massive beating. The creator asks if she's finally had enough. Nanyue struggles to even sit up, her body trembling. Her eyes start to close as she hits her limit. She's fading out fast. Suddenly, she hears Asha calling her name through the darkness. Asha is screaming for her to wake up. She casts a massive healing spell, glowing butterflies filling the crater. The light surrounds Nanyue, mending her wounds. Nanyue looks up, seeing her partner coming to the rescue. She opens her eyes wide as the mana flows into her. Asha grabs her in a tight hug, refusing to let go. They're surrounded by ice and magic. It's a rare moment of peace in the middle of a literal war zone. The creator is annoyed that her toy is being repaired. Shaggy flies in to provide some much-needed backup. The dragon opens its mouth, glowing with a golden light. The creator is just insulted by the interruption. She fires a beam that hits Shaggy right in the face. The dragon is sent spinning like a top. It crashes into the canyon wall. The impact reveals a hidden mural on the ancient wall. The dwarves are watching the chaos, absolutely terrified. The elder tries to keep the tribe from panicking. Broken Horn and his friend look at each other with newfound resolve. They realize their ancestors left a magic circle here for this exact reason. They decide to activate it, even if it means they can never return to the blue planet. The whole tribe agrees to stay and fight. They join hands, ready to sacrifice their future for their master. The elder looks determined, holding his staff high. They declare this place their permanent home. They activate the ancient mechanism with their combined power. A pillar of light shoots into the sky, shaking the earth. The creator looks down at the glowing crater, confused. Nanyue and Asha are back on their feet and ready for more. The creator just smiles, lightning dancing on her fingertips. She notices the dwarves using a high-level light spell. The Broken Horn and his friend are funneling every ounce of their power into the ritual. They shout for the red mountains to swell. The entire tribe starts chanting in unison. A massive, intricate magic circle forms under the entire tower. Nanyue and Asha are blindsided by the sudden power surge. The magic starts, drifting through time and space. The creator is actually impressed by their guts. She realizes the dwarves are giving up their only chance to return home, just to teleport her away. The light consumes everything as the world begins to shift. Nanyue and Asha are still reeling from the space-time shift, trying to figure out their next move in this frozen wasteland. And meanwhile, the goddess Hagda is vibing in the clouds, totally convinced she's successfully navigated her way to the blue planet. She's already planning a dramatic re-entry, imagining herself popping up behind the heroes to give them the ultimate jump scare. But after one big yawn, she realizes that actually sounds like way too much work for a Monday. She decides to treat this whole situation like a paid vacation, planning to hit the local shops and eat her weight in elven food before using a portal to head home. Back on the ground, Nanyue is making sure Asha is holding up okay after the crash. Suddenly, the air fills with drifting snowflakes that look suspiciously like wedding decorations. Before they can react, they're blindsided by a full-blown parade of puffy white tribesmen. It's a whole mood with music and instruments, making the two of them look like they're walking down the aisle in a winter wonderland. Asha is completely short-circuiting, wondering why this hero's welcome looks exactly like a matrimony ceremony. The little fluff balls are just happy to be there, but Asha is blushing harder than a tomato caught in 4K. Nanyue catches a glimpse of the princess and feels a sudden bad dump in her own chest. Internally, she's screaming because Asha looks exceptionally cute right now. Asha tells her to stop staring, while the tribesmen argue over whether they were supposed to be celebrating a victory or a wedding. The demon kids are already over the drama, sighing at the confusion. Even the village chief is questioning his own traditions as the heroes stand there looking confused in their veils. The fluffballs decide to just pivot and turn the whole thing into a general celebration anyway. They start circling the pair, ready to party like there's no tomorrow. But the chief kills the vibe real quick, reminding everyone that they're currently penniless and out of food. The Nanyue, ever the practical chef, points out that the soil is right under the snow. If they can clear it, they can start farming. The tribesmen are hyped at the thought of filling their tummies and are ready to start digging. Asha has a more big brain idea, using magic circles to solve the problem. The little mage Broken Horn drops a reality check, noting that rebuilding a massive magic circle would take decades. Asha just smirks, claiming she's not talking about some high-level ancient tech. She flips a coin into the air to demonstrate her plan. All they need is a simple magic circle that flips things around. By flipping the continent, they can adapt to the climate and lure in monsters to hunt. Little Yaya is terrified that the evil Hagda will return to wreck them, but Asha insists Hagda isn't all bad since she didn't kill them. Miles away, Hagda is already sneezing from the bad vibes being sent her way. Hagda is currently rocking sunglasses at a cafe, annoyed that someone has the nerve to talk smack about her. Back at the base, the squad is grinding on the magic blueprints to get the ritual ready. Nanyue is caught staring at Asha again, looking like a total simp. Asha calls her out for following her around and snickering while she works. Nanyue gets flustered, accidentally pinning Asha's hand to the table as she tries to explain herself. She goes on a full rant about how smart, kind, and amazing Asha is. Most importantly, she thanks the princess for coming to her rescue when things looked bleak. Asha is speechless, her face heating up as she tries to process the compliment. Nanyue seals the deal with a soft forehead kiss, making the elven princess completely melt. The tribesmen are putting in that manual labor, hauling rocks like they're training for the Olympics. Even the kids are helping with the heavy lifting to get the site ready. Broken Horn is still in his feels, sulking in the corner despite the progress. Asha notices the little mage looks like he's about to cry. She asks why he's moping when the magic circle is almost finished. He's worried that flipping the continent will piss off Hagda and bring down divine wrath. Asha sits him down for a history lesson to calm his nerves. She tells him about the Tower of Babel, where humans tried to reach the heavens and got their languages scrambled by God. Nanyue chimes in with a story from her world about an old man who tried to move a mountain by hand. The old man believed that even if he died, his descendants would keep digging until the path was clear. That eventually, the gods were so moved by his spirit that they moved the mountain for him. The kids think Hagda might actually help them, just so they'll stop making so much noise and let her sleep. Asha points out the similarity between the two legends. When people work together, they can achieve literally anything. Nanyue is fired up, claiming that if Hagda flips the world over, they'll just flip it right back. They're doing this to survive, while Hagda is just playing a game. Eventually, she'll get bored, and that will be their victory. Broken Horn finally feels the hype and stops sulking. Suddenly, a beam of energy shoots from a distant signal tower, signaling the start of the event. A group of elven technicians are hiding out under the tower's frame. They're terrified of a giant moth they saw flying around earlier. They've been hiding since they arrived at the base station, hoping to stay off the radar. One of them notes that the creature's magic power is literally off the charts. They watch as the mysterious threat flies straight toward Princess Asha's location. The trio can only watch in horror as the inevitable encounter approaches. Hagda is indeed zooming toward where she left the princess. She descends onto the snowy wasteland, laughing like a classic anime villain. She announces her grand return, expecting everyone to be trembling in fear. But the place is a total ghost town, completely deserted. As she looks around, wondering if they were so scared they just migrated to another continent. She finds the whole situation incredibly dull and boring. But then, she spots something interesting on the horizon. She realizes they've actually prepared another teleportation circle to escape her. She wonders if she should just send them right back to where they started as soon as they succeed. She's already imagining the look of despair on their faces when they realize they're stuck. She laughs to herself, finding the idea of trolling them absolutely hilarious. Back at the altar, the mages are going all out with the ritual. They're chanting for the future of the tribe and to break the chains of fate once and for all. Even the little ones are shouting for good food and new teeth. The dragon mount, Shaggy, is channeling massive amounts of energy through the portal. The signal tower begins to shake violently as the power peaks. The elven technicians are caught in the middle of a literal avalanche caused by the ritual. They watch in awe as the entire continent begins to tilt at a crazy angle. Hagda watches the chaos unfold from above, looking completely unimpressed by their struggle. On the ground, the tribesmen are hitting their limit, exhausted from the magic drain. Nanyue refuses to let them give up now. She reminds them that together, they can move mountains and reach the heavens. She puts her hands on the circle, pouring every last drop of her energy. And everyone joins in, screaming for the world to flip over. The intensity reaches a breaking point as the magic flares. The entire magic circle erupts in a blinding flash of red light and crackling energy. Huge pillars of light shoot into the sky as the ritual hits full power. The Hagda watches from a distance, yawning at their weak but endless attempts. She decides to be gracious and give them a little nudge. She points a finger and shoots a massive beam of light at the ritual site. The beam collides with the ritual, causing a massive explosion of power that rocks the world. Yet a coin spins in the air, mirroring the fate of the entire continent. Suddenly, the world stops, shaking, and everything stabilizes. Asha realizes they actually did it. The continent flipped over. Nanyue smiles, exhausted but triumphant as they celebrate their survival. The tribesmen are losing their minds with joy, hugging each other in the snow. But the threat isn't over yet, as Hagda's presence still looms over them. The elven trio can only watch from a distance, terrified of what happens next. After literally flipping a continent, it's time for some much-needed downtime. But in this world, even a snack break can turn into a tactical fire hazard. Nanyue is out with a local dwarf squad, realizing they won't be able to catch all the flying fish in a single go. But the Red Horn kids have a secret weapon, the Bobo Bird Air Force, ready for an aerial assault. Back at the settlement, the once frozen wasteland has transformed into a thriving garden paradise. Asha is putting her elven magic to good use, acting as high-tier fertilizer to promote the growth of some massive pumpkins. She's totally in her element until she hears a familiar voice calling her name. Nanyue rolls up with a massive haul of winged fish, looking like the ultimate provider for the tribe. Asha greets her with a smile, showing off the weird seeds they found left behind by the continent's predecessors. Internally, she wondered if these plants were as exotic and unpredictable as her new life. One of those plants turns out to be a bunch of glowing red chilies that definitely pack a punch. The dwarf kid, Yaya, thinks the spicy peppers look exactly like her own tiny horns. Before anyone can drop a warning, Yaya decides to do a taste test, convinced that anything this cute must be delicious. She starts chewing with a peaceful expression, completely unaware of the spice bomb about to go off. Then the heat hits like a freight train, and she realizes she messed up big time. Suddenly, the kid turns into a literal flamethrower, blasting fire from her mouth in a massive arc. This is a total disaster for the local artist, whose precious sculptures are right in the line of fire. The fire whooshes past, and everyone is left staring in shock at the accidental arson. Instead of being scared, the other kids think this fire-breathing perk is a total win and want to try it too. They all start snacking on the horn peppers, like they're candy, ignoring the danger. In seconds, their faces are glowing red as they struggle to handle the insane Scoville levels. Nanyue watches in horror as her students turn into a pack of mini-dragons with unstable traits. The whole village becomes a chaotic fire-breathing marathon as the kids run around losing their minds. Yaya, now a spice veteran, just sighs at how childish the others are being while she stares at the remaining peppers. Nanyue decides to turn these spicy hazards into a gourmet meal, fish wings and papillote. The kids are hyped, chanting the name of the dish like it's a high-level magic spell. Asha offers to help in the kitchen, leading to a moment of domestic bliss between the two. Nanyue gives her a look that's way too soft for someone just prepping fish. Internally, she thought, is it getting hot in here? Or is it just the spice? Asha catches her staring and tries to keep her composure despite the tension. She warns Nanyue to focus on the knife work before she accidentally loses a finger. Nanyue agrees to focus, but immediately makes a rookie mistake. Asha notices something is wrong and panics when Nanyue lets out a cry. It turns out Nanyue touched her eyes right after handling the chilies, leading to a teary, spicy mess. Asha steps in, using a damp cloth to gently clean the pepper juice off her face. It's a total romantic moment as they stand inches apart in the kitchen. Nanyue leans in, but Asha keeps her grounded literally. Meanwhile, the kids find a pumpkin that looks way too intense for a vegetable. It turns out to be a giant mimic that tries to take a bite out of them, ending the garden tour early. Eventually, it's time for the duo to hit the road and continue their journey. The dwarves gather to say goodbye, begging them to come back and visit. Asha and Nanyue wave from the distance, officially ending their stay with the tribe. They leave the village behind, heading toward the horizon for their next adventure. As they walk through the brush, the kids watch them go with mixed emotions. Yaya is absolutely sobbing, and the others think she's just being emotional about the parting. But Yaya lets out a massive burp and reveals her true motive. She's not sad about the people. She's devastated that she won't get any more of Nanyue's top-tier cooking now that her teeth finally grew back. The pair continues across the vast, red rock plains under a clear sky. Nanyue asks what the plan is now that they've stabilized the world. Asha looks out over the golden fields, her hair blowing in the wind as she thinks. She decides she wants to explore the Lily continent properly and see its secrets. She turns the question back on Nanyue, curious about her goals. Nanyue gets close, dropping a smooth line about wanting to explore her heart. She gives a dazzling smile, thinking she's a total Riz master. Internally, she was patting herself on the back for that textbook flirtation. Asha isn't impressed and calls her annoying, though she's clearly blushing. They start bickering like a married couple, with Nanyue teasing her playfully. She dodges a kick, laughing that Asha missed her target. Nanyue sticks her tongue out, being a total menace to her partner. But Asha has the ultimate trump card. She found Nanyue's book of flirting quotes and hidden it. Nanyue's soul practically leaves her body when she realizes she's been caught in 4K. Asha just laughs, enjoying the absolute victory over the smooth chef. She gives a smug, beautiful smile that makes Nanyue's heart skip a beat. Internally, Nanyue panicked. She's actually becoming way too cute for my own good. Asha gets serious, mentioning that there are too many questions on this continent worth studying. Nanyue is too busy blushing and sighing to pay full attention to the history lesson. She tries to snap out of it, realizing she's finding Asha more likable every second. They discuss the name Lely Continent and where it actually came from. Asha notes that according to history books, the place was discovered by Holy Mage Ian ages ago. However, there are no records of anyone surviving the snowy plains, yet the dwarves were supposedly extinct. She suspects someone fabricated the story to mislead future generations and hide the truth. Internally, she fumed. Lying about history is a total villain move. Their deep talk is cut short when Nan yuts someone lying face down in the dirt. It's an old elven mage who looks like he's about to pass out from the heat. Asha thinks he's having a stroke and calls for water immediately. They bring him back to their mobile restaurant, which is currently parked under a tree. The old man wakes up and sees a blurry vision as he regains consciousness. Shaggy the dragon is using a leaf to fan him like a high-end butler. The mage realizes he's staring at an S-grade monster and completely loses his mind. Asha tries to calm him down, explaining they're just running a mobile diner. The Hey Restaurant sign is out, making the whole situation look very official. She introduces Shaggy as their pet, which doesn't help the old man's anxiety at all. Internally, the mage was screaming about getting out of this shady establishment. He tries to make a run for it, claiming he has urgent business elsewhere. He's sweating bullets as he tries to back away from the monster and the girls. Nanyue isn't letting him leave on an empty stomach and grabs his robe. She insists the meal is on the house, being her usual pushy but generous self. The old man tries to decline, but his stomach betrays him with a loud growl. Nanyue serves up a plate of perfectly cooked, glistening meat. As he eats, they discuss the shape of the continent, which supposedly looks like a lily. The old man is impressed by the food as he takes a cautious bite. He explains that they are likely in the center of the continent, far from known regions. Asha listens intently, realizing someone has gone through much trouble to hide this area. Nanyue asks how the food is, hoping for a rave review for her latest creation. The mage admits it's the best thing he's ever tasted in his long life, but then Nanyue drops the name, Le Yucky Foul Gras. The old man immediately starts gagging and sprints away into the distance in a panic. He leaves a cloud of dust behind as he flees the shady shop. Nanyue is genuinely hurt, wondering if her naming sense is really that offensive. Asha enjoys the dish, noting it's actually delicious and not nasty at all. She remembers that the legendary holy mage Ian also hated that specific dish name. It's a weird coincidence that doesn't go unnoticed by the elven princess. In the distance, the old man is revealed to be the holy mage himself, terrified that his cover was almost blown by a plate of liver. While the rest of the world is stressing over hidden histories, our main duo is out here living their best cottagecore life by harvesting some fresh snacks. They start pulling these vibrant, striped melons straight from the ground like they're raiding a premium grocery store. With their dragon Mountchi acting as the ultimate picnic basket, Nanyue and Asha settle down by the sparkling water to enjoy the view. The vibes are immaculate as they soak their feet and dig into the sweet fruit, with Asha noting that Lily Continent melons are top tier. Nanyue, ever the pampered chef, decides the snack isn't quite cold enough and asks for more ice. Asha doesn't even hesitate, snapping her fingers to sprinkle some magical frost over the bowl like she's a 5-star waitress. Cozy atmosphere takes a turn when gets curious about how Nanyue saw through the creator Hagda's disguise without having any magic power. Nanyue plays it cool, claiming the fake was just totally different from the real deal. They share a long, intense look that would make any shipper's heart skip a beat. Asha, oblivious as ever, demands to know the specific details. But internally, Nanyue panicked. Should I tell her she's just way more attractive, or is that too much? Instead, she explains that Hagda was way too chill and didn't react to her physical advances at all. Apparently, the real Asha is much more likely to throw hands when Nanyue gets too close. The two lock eyes again, the tension thick enough to cut with a chef's knife. Asha finally realizes that her reputation for being a bit of a hitter is what gave the imposter away. She laughs it off, figuring Hagda must have seen their marriage announcement and gotten the wrong idea about their relationship. And Nanyue's face falls as she realizes she's been friend-zoned by a literal marriage contract. Asha decides the picnic is over and starts heading back, leaving the chef trailing behind. Watching her walk away, Nanyue looks like she's about to risk it all. As she finally works up the courage to shout her name, Asha stops and turns, wondering what's up. Nanyue stands there looking like a nervous middle schooler, clearly about to drop a bombshell. She finally asks the big question. What does? Sha actually think about the two of them. Sha gets all analytical, admitting that being engaged to a stranger who talks nonsense 24/7 was definitely a weird start. Nanyue listens, probably expecting a rejection letter in verbal form. But then Sha softens up, admitting that without Nanyue, she would have never chased her dream of becoming a dragon-fighting adventurer. Even Shaggy is so shocked by this rare moment of sincerity that he drops his melon in disbelief. Shasha gives her a dazzling smile, crediting Nanyue for everything they've achieved so far. Internally, Nanyue's brain short-circuited. Wait, is this really happening? Is the Ice Queen melting? Nanyue turns into a blushing mess, trying to play off the compliment with a goofy laugh. Asha notices her face is still beet red and wonders if the sun was too much. She leans in close, checking for a fever by pressing her forehead against Nanyue's. It's a total ba-dump moment as Nanyue's heart rate hits terminal velocity. Thinking this is her green light, Nanyue slides her hand around Asha's waist. She pulls her into a full-on hug, finally shooting her shot. Asha is completely blindsided by the sudden skinship. Nanyue freezes. Realizing she might have just signed her own death warrant, she immediately pulls back and starts laughing like a maniac, trying to act like it was all a prank. Internally, she screamed, "Abort mission. I repeat, abort mission before I get launched into orbit." Asha just stares at her, totally confused by the sudden mood swing. To save face, Nanyue claims she was just testing her to see if she'd get hit, since the real Asha hasn't been violent lately. She even has the audacity to lean back in and keep teasing her. That's the final straw for the elf, whose patience has officially left the building. She declares that Nanyue basically begged for what's coming next. Sha storms off in a huff, leaving the chef alone in the water. Nanyue just stands there, realizing she's back to square one. Later that night, things get spooky as the sound of sobbing echoes through their room. They're both tucked in, but the crying is loud enough to wake the dead. Asha tries to ignore it at first, hoping it's just the wind, but the sob continues, making it impossible to sleep. She finally hits her limit and mutters in annoyance. She sits up and asks Nanyue what her problem is, assuming the chef is crying over the earlier rejection. But Nanyue is out cold, snoring away like nothing is wrong. Asha realizes she's hearing things and tries to go back to sleep. Suddenly, a loud rustle comes from outside the window. Asha huffs, determined to ignore the forest's drama and get some rest. But the sobbing starts up again, more pathetic than before. Her eyes snap open, her curiosity officially piqued. It's happening again, and it's definitely not coming from inside the house. She realizes someone is genuinely having a breakdown right outside their door. She slides into her slippers, ready to investigate. Looking out into the dark woods, the atmosphere is straight out of a horror movie. She steps out onto the balcony, looking for the source of the noise. Gripping the railing, she scans the darkness. She spots something moving in the shadows. Her expression turns serious as she focuses on the mysterious figure. She wonders what kind of creature or person would be out this late. Suddenly, Nanyue creeps up behind her, whispering in her ear and giving her the jump scare of a lifetime. Asha reacts the reflex elbow to the gut, sending the chef flying with a satisfying wham. Asha sighs, her annoyance levels reaching a new peak. Nanyue sits there with tears in her eyes, pouting about being a victim of domestic violence. Ever the opportunist, the chef asks for a rub to make the pain go away. Asha's fist starts glowing with an angry aura, clearly ready for round two. She delivers another punch that lights up the night sky. After the chaos settles, they find Shaggy and a strange man hiding in the bushes. Nanyue is still nursing a massive bump on her head, complaining that Asha is impossible to read. They spot a man huddled over a strange lantern, sobbing his eyes out. They approach him cautiously, asking if he's okay. The man wails that his wife is in premature labor, which is a pretty heavy vibe killer. Nanyue is shocked and tells him he should be with her instead of crying in the woods. The man insists he has to carry on with his work, wiping his tears while tending to a high-tech magic collector. Asha looks a device, realizing he's just a blue-collar worker trying to make ends meet. Being the helpful elf she is, she offers to use her magic to speed up his work. But instead of being grateful, the man freaks out, pulling his machine away and calling them noseless phantom thieves. He starts screaming for the police like they're about to mug him. He doesn't stop, making a scene that echoes through the trees. Suddenly, these tiny, mustache-wearing robot pods fly in, claiming to be the little police on dispatch. They surround the girls in a cloud of smoke, telling them they're under arrest. The robots even have little sirens and declare that resistance is futile. Before they can even process the absurdity, Nanyue and Asha find themselves cuffed together. They look up in total confusion as the real mystery is revealed. Looming over the horizon is a massive, glowing geometric city that looks like it was built by ancient aliens. Nanyue is currently catching sums in a cold prison cell while the clock on the wall mocks her existence. She's out like a light, completely unbothered by the fact that she's a literal fugitive in a high-tech city. Suddenly, a massive thud echoes through the room, jolting her awake with enough force to rattle her teeth. Internally, she wondered if she'd finally been scheduled for her execution, or if the building was just collapsing. She's seeing stars and tiny birds as she tries to figure out which way is up. Asha is already at the bars, telling her to stop napping and come check out the view. The duo peers through the gate, looking like two kids staring at a candy shop window they can't afford. Outside, the citizens of Ideal Town are walking in perfect, creepy synchronization, which Nanyue finds weirdly inspiring. However, Asha notices something is seriously off about these NPCs, specifically their lack of noses, and those weird beak masks. Internally, she thought, is Voldemort running this place, or did everyone just collectively lose a bet? The clock keeps ticking until the sound of a key turning signals some company. The girls perk up, hoping for a release, or at least some decent food that isn't prison slop. Enter Officer Dog D, a girl wearing a tiny dog snout who looks like she's cosplaying a Victorian detective. She serves up a basic breakfast of bread and milk, wishing them a nice and ordinary day with all the charisma of a wet paper towel. Nanyue immediately starts digging in, thinking the prison life isn't actually that bad if the bread is fresh. Asha quickly stops the officer to explain that they aren't actually part of some noseless phantom thieves group. Officer Dog checks her pocket watch with the precision of a Swiss engineer. Asha lays it all out. She's an apprentice mage, and Nanyue is just a chef from Nan Village who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Though they were just exploring the continent when they ran into Birdwren and things got out of hand. Asha explains that the whole thievery thing was just a big misunderstanding that got blown out of proportion. Nanyue, however, is more offended by the implication that she doesn't have a nose pointing to her own face like she's trying to win a middle school argument. The officer isn't fully convinced and asks what they have to say about the robbery of the magic gatherer. Asha explains she was only trying to help the guy finish his work quickly so he could go home to his wife. She clarifies that the laborer misunderstood her magic-filling attempt as an act of theft. And after checking her watch again, the officer seems to accept that it was all a misunderstanding. Nanyue is hyped, thinking they're about to be set free for their good behavior. But instead of opening the cell, the officer reaches in and snatches their breakfast right back. Internally, Nanyue screamed, "That's a war crime. Give me back my carbs." The officer explains that breakfast time is officially over, and they can't be released until Birdwren himself comes to retract the accusation. To make matters worse, Birdwren works the night shift and only has a 5-minute window to talk. If they miss that window, the mediation gets postponed for days. With a final have a nice and ordinary day, the officer leaves them in the dust. Asha realizes they are going to be stuck in this box for a while. Nanyue's brain short-circuits as she processes the news. But then a light bulb goes off. Suddenly invigorated, she realizes this is basically a forced vacation with her favorite elf. She starts dreaming of a world where it's just the two of them with no outside disturbances, especially no dragons. Asha shuts that down immediately, asking if she's already sick of looking at her face. Meanwhile, in the forest nearby, Shaggy the dragon is waking up and doing some morning stretches. He starts barking like a dog, looking for his owners and probably some snacks. Back at the city, the alarm bells start screaming "Majesti" at the top of their lungs. The girls see red and blue flashes everywhere, wondering if the police are throwing a rave. Asha guesses that the little robot units are being dispatched for some emergency. Nanyue sees this as the perfect opportunity to seize the moment and escape. She grabs Asha's hands, trying to summon some main character energy for a jailbreak. Asha immediately smacks her down, leaving Nanyue crying in the corner. Asha points out that Nanyue is strong enough to break the bars anytime she wants. So why is she acting like a damsel? Nanyue realizes she's being a bit of a clown and scratches her head in embarrassment. Their attention is pulled back to the window as something massive approaches. Outside, the citizens are staring up at the city wall in pure terror. But suddenly, the ground shakes as the wall literally explodes under the weight of something huge. It's a full-on Attack on Titan reference as Shaggy's massive, glowing red eyes loom over the city. Tiny robotic police units try to bark orders at the monster, which is about as effective as a screen door on a submarine. The officer tries to maintain order, but the crowd is caught in 4K panicking. From above, the scale of the chaos is massive as the dragon hovers over the geometric city. Nanyue decides she's seen enough and charges out of the cell like a wrecking ball. Officer Dog tries to intercept her, demanding to know where she thinks she's going. Nanyue gives her a smug grin, claiming she's going to save the people. The clock ticks away as the scene shifts to the aftermath. The case Years and 8 is officially closed, and Shaggy is currently locked in a cage looking very confused. Birdwren is sitting in the office, looking like he hasn't slept since the invention of fire. The officer thanks him for his time and for clearing up the mess. Asha and Nanyue watch as the laborer prepares to head home. Nanyue is back to her cheerful self, glad that everything worked out. She asks about his wife, and Birdwren confirms they are both doing great. The officer frowns, clearly annoyed by the lack of ordinary behavior in her station. The Birdwren tips his hat and leaves, ready to finally get some rest. Nanyue asks if they are free to go have a nice and ordinary day now too. The officer tells Asha she can go, but Nanyue has to stay put. She puts on her monocle and starts reading off a list of crimes that would make a GTA player blush. Nanyue tries to laugh it off, claiming the jailbreak was just a prank. She argues that she was actually trying to be a hero and save everyone from the S-grade monster. Internally, she thought, maybe I can get a medal instead of a sentence. The officer isn't buying it, adding uncivilized behavior to the list, because Shaggy wasn't on a leash. She drops the hammer. Nanyue is sentenced to 1 month in jail for causing economic losses and mental stress to the city. Nanyue's soul literally leaves her body as she slides onto the floor in despair. Asha can't help but giggle at the chef finally getting shut up by the law. Nanyue has a total meltdown, running back to the cell and crying about how nobody loves her. She starts bending the bars of the cage in a fit of dramatic sadness. She ends up hugging Shaggy through the bars, sobbing about her miserable life. Asha looks on, finding the whole scene way too entertaining. The officer starts finalizing the paperwork, completely done with Nanyue's theatrics. Asha stops her, calling out to Officer Dog D one last time. The officer looks up, wondering what else could possibly go wrong today. Asha points out that keeping Nanyue locked up is a waste of resources. The officer asks for a better suggestion, clearly open to anything that stops the crying. Asha suggests that instead of sitting in a cell, Nanyue should be forced to work in the city to pay off her debt. Asha is basically playing lawyer to keep her chef from becoming a permanent resident of the local dungeon. Officer Dog D isn't exactly the forgive and forget type, so she's keeping a close eye on the clock. Asha argues that feeding a prisoner is just a drain on the city's budget, so why not put Nanyue's muscles to good use? The Dog D finally caves, closing her pocket watch with a satisfying click and agreeing to let them join the workforce. Nanyue is already planning her escape behind the bars, looking way too happy for someone in a high-security zone. She's absolutely hyped to be free, waving like she just won the lottery. In her excitement, she accidentally bends the bars like they're made of wet noodles, short-circuiting the poor officer's patience. Realizing she just added more to her bill, she offers to fix it, but Dog D just wants her to register her pet and move on. Nanyue isn't even bothered by the paperwork, giving a thumbs up like a total airhead. Dog D prepares the pet registration forms, probably wondering if the city's insurance covers dragons to accidents. When asked for a name, Nanyue introduces Shaggy, who is just happy to be included. Shaggy gives a big woof, proving he's basically just an oversized, scaly golden retriever. Dog D stares blankly, internally questioning her life choices as the feather pen hovers in the air. She's visibly shaking from the stress, but Asha quickly jumps in to promise they'll pay for every single bit of damage. Asha's basically throwing her wallet at the problem to keep the peace. Meanwhile, Shaggy is busy giving Nanyue a slobbery greeting, completely oblivious to the financial ruin he's causing. They head out for a tour of the city, which is split by a river and looks way more advanced than it has any right to be. While Asha and Dog D walk ahead, Nanyue is trailing behind, probably looking for the nearest snack bar. They arrive at City Hall, a massive building that looks like a clockmaker's fever dream. Dog D stops mid-sentence when she notices something weird happening on the facade. As she narrows her eyes, spotting a damsel in distress hanging off a giant gear. It's admin Cat Ning, who's just chilling on the machinery like it's a park bench. Dog D doesn't skip a beat, calling in backup from 2 small robots named Little Pooh and Little Ice. These little guys look like vintage trash cans with mustaches, but they're about to go full Transformers. They launch into the air, glowing with a pink aura that screams magical girl transformation. The mechanical parts start clicking and shifting, showing off some high-tier engineering. The plates slide into place and gears lock, proving that size doesn't matter when you have magic. In a flash, the 2 small bots combine into a massive, muscle-bound mechanical beast. Nanyue's jaw hits the floor, absolutely blindsided by the tech-magic hybrid. As she's geeking out, wondering how so many parts fit into those tiny bronze bodies. Asha just looks on, completely unbothered by the giant robot flexing in front of them. She explains that it's just magic-assisted limb enlargement. Acting like this is totally normal behavior. Nanyue realizes she's got a point, though she's still processing the physics of it all. Then Nyue's gaze wanders a bit too low, and has to physically redirect her focus. She's literally dragging Nanyue away before things get awkward. The giant robot gently lowers the lady to the ground, where Dog D is waiting with a stern look. This is admin Cat Ning, and she looks like she just stepped out of a Victorian tea party. The Dog D's tail is wagging at max speed, which is a hilarious contrast to her serious officer persona. Cat Ning claims she climbed up there for the view and just got stuck watching the sunset. As she thanks Dog D for the rescue, holding her hands like they're in a shoujo manga. Dog D warns her to stop doing dangerous stunts, acting more like a concerned parent than a cop. Cat Ning just agrees with a cute smile, clearly not taking the warning to heart. Dog D's tail is still going crazy, betraying her cold exterior. She tries to play it off, but even Cat Ning notices the mechanical tail wagging away. Suddenly, Nanyue's brain finally connects the dots, and she points a finger like a detective in a climax scene. She's certain this lady is the phantom thief they saw the night before. The accusation hangs in the air, threatening to turn the rescue mission into a second arrest. Nanyue is sweating, convinced she's just caught a criminal in 4K. The little robots are confused, wondering where this supposed thief is hiding. Nanyue insists that Kat Ning just changed her clothes and hair to hide her identity. She points her finger directly at the admin, not realizing she's playing with fire. Dogdi shuts that down immediately, stating it's impossible for an admin to be a thief. She questions if Nanyue is really going to double down on accusing a high-ranking official. The tension is thick as Dogdi looms over the tiny chef. Nanyue starts to sweat, realizing she might have overstepped. Asha steps in with a fake laugh, trying to play it off as a weird foreigner moment. She gives Nanyue a painful pinch to shut her up, reminding her that defamation carries a 3-month prison sentence. Dogdi is dead serious about the law, her uniform looking sharper than ever. Nanyue immediately retracts everything, her face turning blue from the stress. With the drama settled, Dog denotes it's almost time for Kat Ning to clock off. Asha is just relieved they didn't get thrown back in the dungeon. Kat Ning gives a playful wink as they head inside the administration hall. Inside, the hall is filled with gears and gold, looking like a steampunk palace. Kat Ning sits at her desk, ready to process the re-education through labor paperwork. She watches them walk in, her expression unreadable behind those big blue eyes. She asks Nanyue if she's being too hard on her by making her follow these strict rules. Nanyue is confused, not seeing the big deal about following the local laws. Internally, she wondered why basic morality would ever be considered a burden. She tells Asha not to worry, because picking on the weak is for animals. Asha smiles, remembering that Nanyue has always been the type to run away rather than hurt anyone. Nanyue introduces herself as a chef, hoping for a kitchen job. Kat Ning looks over her file and notes that Nanyue has exceptionally strong arms. Nanyue laughs it off, saying she was just born that way, but she's still gunning for a cooking gig without a second thought. Kat Ning slams a stamp down, assigning her as a magic gatherer. She offers to help with any questions, acting like she didn't just ruin Nanyue's culinary dreams. Nanyue repeats that she's a chef, not a manual laborer. She's getting heated, insisting she doesn't want to go gathering magic. Suddenly, a giant red speech bubble appears, promising to solve all her problems. It's the giant robot again, cracking its knuckles with glowing red eyes, basically saying "Come play or die." Nanyue immediately folds, sweating buckets as she realizes her problems are about to be dealt with permanently. Kat Ning is delighted that there are no more issues. But as she looks at the paperwork one last time, she catches a detail that makes her freeze. After getting caught in a messy legal battle, Nanyue and Asha are stuck trying to navigate the weird rules of Ideal Town. Admin Kat Ning looks absolutely blindsided when the girls start poking holes in the city's logic. She isn't buying the story for a second and stares down the admin, demanding answers. She specifically wants to know why a foreigner like her is being treated like a suspicious element. Internally, she scoffed. Nice try, but you're going to need a better script than that. Asha points out that the outstanding arm strength requirement for magic gatherers is a total scam, considering the other gatherers look like they've never touched a gym in their lives. She leans in close, putting the pressure on Kat Ning to explain the discrepancy. Kat Ning starts sweating bullets, but luckily Officer Dog steps in to save her from the interrogation. The officer explains that the knowledge center in the middle of the city is the literal heart of their civilization. All the magic collected by gatherers is pumped into this core to keep the city's systems running. This is where the light of reason lives, a system that plans every citizen's life from birth to death. Since Nanyue and Asha are outsiders, the system can't predict them, so Kat Ning has to manually assign them jobs to pay off their debts. Asha realizes that the light of reason doesn't actually care about physical stats, which is why weaklings like Bird Wren ended up as gatherers. The dog deconfirms her theory, looking as stiff as a board. This realization makes Asha wonder if the real problem is the city's AI or if Kat Ning is just playing favorites. She gives a smug little smile, knowing she's living rent-free in their heads. The dog tries to play it off, but his explanation is about as solid as wet cardboard. Kat Ning is clearly over the conversation and just wants to get back to her tea. She decides to get serious and explains the grim reality of the job. The citizens here are basically magic penniless and have to rely on conversion technology. Beyond the safe walls of the city, the world is a nightmare fuel landscape filled with monsters. The magic gathering is actually a high-stakes death trap that only happens at night, and gatherers frequently get mauled by the local wildlife. Nanyue, however, is built different. She's strong and has a literal dragon pet for backup. Kat Ning gasses her up, telling her she's the most important addition to the workforce in years. Nanyue falls for the flattery immediately, already imagining herself as the team's personal chef. She's so hyped that she's practically glowing, while Kat Ning is just glad she successfully tricked someone into doing the dirty work. Meanwhile, Asha gets stuck with a maintenance job at the Knowledge Center. Officer Dog hands her a cup of tea while confirming her post. Asha realizes that their different shifts mean she and Nanyue will be totally separated. As Dog turns around, Asha notices something hilarious. He's grown a massive, fluffy tail. She asks him what's up with the new accessory, and he admits it's related to the Phantom Thief case. He explains that life in Ideal City was a boring utopia until this thief started causing chaos. The thief has committed 7 bizarre crimes, including stealing a magic collector from Bird Wren. She notes that all the crimes happen at night when the city's security is busy patrolling the outskirts. Dog D is impressed by her detective skills and thanks her for solving his confusion. She sees a massive opportunity to escape manual labor. She suggests that the police hire a detective with flexible hours to catch the thief, specifically her. She argues that losing one maintenance worker is worth catching a criminal mastermind. While Asha is securing her promotion, Nanyue shows up in her brand new magic gatherer fit, looking like a total pro. Even Cat Ning is impressed by the transformation. They quickly process the paperwork to make everything official. Asha gives a confident look, knowing she just gamed the system. Her new ID is stamped, detective approved. Cat Ning watches them leave, probably wondering what she just unleashed on the city. Out in the wild, Bird Wren shows Nanyue how to spot high-density magic areas. Nanyue puts on her special goggles and is blown away by how much magic is floating around. She grabs the collector and gets ready to start the grind. With a few cranks of the handle, the machine starts vacuuming up the energy like a pro. Nanyue is a natural and Bird Wren is just happy to have the help. He thanks her for being so kind when they were strangers and finishes his tutorial. Nanyue tells him to head home to his wife while she finishes the shift. He tips his hat and heads back to the safety of the walls. Now alone, Nanyue adjusts her goggles to see the hidden magic. She realizes the world looks like a neon wonderland through the lenses. She spots some glowing flowers and starts sucking them dry. Then she finds some glowing mushrooms and clears those out too. Suddenly, she spots something so bright it nearly blinds her. Internally, she cheered, found the jackpot. Across town, Detective Asha is already on the prowl, taking notes like a professional. She tries to interview some locals, but they give her the no-comment treatment. She sighs, realizing that being a detective in a city of rule followers is harder than it looks. As she walks down the empty, lamplit streets, she feels like she's being watched. She checks her list of cases, noticing she's currently on case number 5. A strange shadow suddenly looms over the pavement behind her. A creepy laugh echoes through the alleyway. Asha spins around, ready for a fight. The street looks empty, but the tension is thick. She keeps her guard up, scanning the rooftops. Suddenly, the Phantom Thief drops down from above, hanging upside down like a bat. Asha doesn't hesitate and pulls out her staff, ready to end this career. She launches a massive fireball straight at the thief's face. The thief mocks her, calling her a scary foreigner. She lands gracefully on the cobblestones, wielding a giant wrench as a weapon. She asks Asha why she's attacking an innocent citizen while looking totally sus. Suddenly, the single fireball multiplies into a dozen projectiles. Asha is stunned, wondering how the thief just copied her magic. She quickly deploys a hexagonal shield to block the incoming heat. The thief just smiles as the fireballs explode against the barrier. Instead of an explosion, the fireballs turn into a massive firework display. Asha realizes they were just illusions the whole time. By the time the smoke clears, the thief has vanished into thin air. Asha finds a straw doll left behind with a smug note saying she got duped. There's also a pig's head spell attached that activates by touch. Asha realizes too late that she's walked right into a trap. A massive bam echoes out as the curse takes hold. The next morning, the sun rises over the knowledge center. The other gatherers are absolutely losing it when they see the mountain of magic tanks Nanyue collected. One of the gatherers calls out to her, telling her it's time to clock out. Nanyue is exhausted but proud of her massive haul. She heads back to their shell house to rest. Asha is there waiting, but she looks a bit different. Nanyue looks through her goggles and sees that. Asha absolutely radiating magic energy. She gets a crazy idea and decides to see if the collector works on pets too. She accidentally vacuums up Shaggy, leaving him looking like a deflated balloon. Shaggy pops back into his normal shape, looking completely dazed. Nanyue panics and hugs him, promising to never do it again. After the chaos settles, Nanyue looks at Asha and freezes. Asha is confused, wondering why her friend is staring. Nanyue points out the obvious. Asha didn't have a tail when they started this journey, but she's definitely rocking one now. What's a girl to do when she's accidentally signed a marriage contract with an elven princess? While Nanyue is out here beating the debt collector's high score, the rest of the town is just trying to survive the night shift. A knock at the door reveals Kizzy, who's hyped to celebrate her new job with Professor Dovbaini. If Kizzy isn't taking no for an answer, basically dragging the professor out to touch some grass. It's officially time to celebrate because nothing says we made it, like late-night snacks. The spot of choice is a massive shell-shaped restaurant, where the vibes are immaculate and the local workers come to decompress. The customers are already demanding 10 more skewers, clearly hooked on the menu. Behind the grill, Nanyue is thriving, proving her kitchen skills are just as cracked as her magic gathering. She even makes sure to feed Shaggy, the team's mascot, who's wagging his tail for those top-tier leftovers. Internally, she's feeling like a boss, thinking, who knew being a chef was this much of a flex? While the locals eat, they gossip about how they finally feel safe enough to loiter at night without the phantom thief ruining their lives. They give all the credit to the lady boss of the restaurant, Detective Asha, whose reputation is currently carrying the town's morale. The regulars are even begging Nanyue for more stories about Asha's epic battles. But the hype train hits a speed bump when Nanyue heads to the back. Asha finally shows up, looking like she just went 10 rounds with a blender and lost. Nanyue asks if she got trolled by the phantom thief again, and Asha's sigh says it all. Asha slumps onto a stool, looking absolutely defeated. She explains that while she didn't get turned into a pig head balloon this time, she got trapped in a room filled with nothing but pig dolls. Nanyue stares in disbelief as Asha rants about the absolute disrespect. To the worst part, the thief didn't even show her face, leaving Asha to play hide-and-seek with plushies. Nanyue tries to comfort her with a head pat. But Asha is too busy being a professional hater. Asha starts breaking down her investigation, mentioning how she interviewed the neighbors, Bird Wren and his wife. Apparently they were the turning point for the case, finally opening up after being antisocial for a year. But the deep dive is interrupted when Asha spots a familiar face among the customers admin Cat Ning. Asha immediately grabs Nanyue, demanding to know why the city official is lurking at their spot. Nanyue just shrugs, because a customer is a customer even if they have main villain energy. Cat Ning claims she's just there to rest because handling a side gig is exhausting, but Asha isn't buying the I'm just a girl act. Finally, Ning admits she's there for a settlement, and the scene cuts to the serious business. The squad heads to the massive industrial center of Ideal Town. It's official. Nanyue has cleared her massive debt by collecting 60 tanks of magic power. Nanyue is ready to pack her bags and leave this weird town behind for good. But Dog D, the robotic officer, starts whispering about a new threat. Asha is confused, wondering what could possibly be more important than their resignation papers. The Dog D looks like she's seen a ghost as she prepares to drop some lore. She lets out a heavy sigh, clearly stressed about the upcoming disaster. She reveals a stack of notification letters the Phantom Thief has been spamming since the first case. These aren't just prank notes. They're cryptic warnings with literal paw prints on them. Nanyue reads one that says, I am right, Besediyu, and immediately gets the creeps. Another one just says Angirai, which is basically the fantasy version of being caught in 4K. Nanyue laughs it off, thinking the thief's cryptic messages are actually just mid-tier trolling. But Dog D isn't laughing, she's sweating bullets. She interprets the messages as a direct threat to the Gobi Forest and the town's power source. That according to her, the Phantom Thief is planning to turn the entire town's energy supply into a dessert. Dog D is so desperate she actually grabs Asha, begging the former detective to save the city. Asha looks blindsided while Nanyue watches the drama unfold with a here we go again expression. As they walk through the town square later, the atmosphere has changed. They overhear a duck-faced lecturer talking about how the light of reason changed his career path. Even the fox-faced girl is laughing about the town's weird, rigid structure. Asha is deep in thought, trying to piece together why Dog D is so protective of the city's admin. Nanyue suggests that maybe they should actually help Dog D out. Asha pauses, her detective brain finally starting to click into gear. Nanyue points out that they are so close to discovering the thief's true goal. She mentions how even the weirdest citizens, like Bird Wren, are starting to cooperate. The town is actually becoming a better place because of their presence. Nanyue flexes a bit, noting that their restaurant is famous, and even the uptight police are begging for their help now. She admits that while Cat Ning's methods are sus, her intention to protect the town is actually kind of based. Asha suddenly stops and tells Nanyue to repeat what she just said. Nanyue is confused, wondering if she said something out of pocket. She tries to backtrack, mentioning Dog D's begging. Then she mentions the business flourishing and everyone finally going outside again. That's when the light bulb goes off for Asha. She realizes the Phantom Thief has been after the light of reason this whole time. Asha explains the long game. The thief stole noses to plant seeds of suspicion, making everyone a suspect so they'd be too scared to leave their houses. By forcing everyone to stay inside and follow the city's strict schedule, the thief was actually manipulating the entire social order. Asha is so hyped about solving the puzzle that she grabs Nanyue's face. In a rare moment of affection, she gives Nanyue a reward kiss right on the forehead. Nanyue is left completely short-circuited and blushing like a tomato while Asha celebrates her big brain moment. In a quick inference class, Chibi Nanyue asks why Bird Wren mistook them for the thief if he'd seen her before. Professor Asha explains that in a town where everyone's nose is connected to their mouth, a glowing-nosed magic user stands out like a neon sign. Nanyue finally realizes the Phantom Thief is a high-level magic user. Asha just rolls her eyes and pulls Nanyue's ear, wondering how her partner can be so cracked at cooking but so slow on the uptake. Chaos erupted in the energy chamber as Nanyue and Asha finally closed in on the town's biggest mystery. High above the city floor sat a massive, glowing statue on a throne, radiating enough power to make anyone's skin crawl. Hiding behind the pillars, Asha whispered for Nanyue to keep it down since the thief could be lurking in the shadows. And suddenly, a small figure poked its head out from behind a wall, looking suspicious as heck. A silhouette fumbled in the dark and let out a loud, "Ow!" after tripping over its own feet. Asha smirked, thinking they finally cornered the elusive criminal. She leaned in close to Nanyue's ear, whispering that they finally got her. Nanyue's face turned into a literal tomato from the proximity, completely losing her cool. Internally, she panicked. Is now really the time for a rom-com moment? Asha quickly realized the person who tripped was just a random civilian with zero magic power. Nanyue was shook, giving a thumbs up because Asha could scan power levels without even looking. Asha told her to stop being a fangirl and put on her special glasses to see the real threat. Nanyue slid the goggles on, ready to see what all the hype was about. Her jaw hit the floor when she saw the sheer amount of energy swirling around the room. Through the lenses, the Light of Reason statue was glowing like a supernova, looking like it could explode at any second. Asha looked serious, knowing that if that much magic went off, the town was toast. Nanyue recognized the statue as the creator Hagda and realized why the city felt so cursed. Internally, she groaned, "Great, another ancient god problem to add to my debt." As they discussed the connection, a mysterious shadow loomed over them from the giant's arm. Suddenly, the phantom thief dropped from the ceiling with a stylish whoosh, making a grand entrance. She landed perfectly, asking the beautiful ladies why they were still hanging around. The thief was rocking a monocle and a smug grin, looking like she just walked out of a high-stakes heist movie. Asha played it off, claiming they were just tourists taking a night walk. The thief seemed amused, asking what they thought of her Light of Reason masterpiece. Nanyue pointed out that a humanoid god for a machine-worshipping town was a bit sus. Asha pinched her to shut her up before she spilled too much info. Internally, Nanyue whined, "Violence is never the answer, detective." The thief genuinely surprised when Asha mentioned they'd seen someone like this before. Asha decided to play hardball, asking the thief if she wanted to make a deal. The thief leaned in with a sharp, predator-like grin, clearly interested. Asha's deal was simple. "Turn yourself in and save us the paperwork." The thief just laughed it off, claiming catching her was a literal impossibility. Before she could finish her tee-hee, the sound of metal clicking echoed through the room. Officer Dogdy appeared out of nowhere, declaring Admin Kat Ning was under arrest. The thief was caught in 4K, looking absolutely stunned as the handcuffs locked. She stared into the cold eyes of justice, realizing she might have underestimated the law. Dogdy started reading her the Miranda rights like a total pro. Internally, the thief probably thought, "Man, I didn't see this plot twist coming." The tension was thick enough to cut with a knife as the thief processed her defeat. The background blurred as she prepared her next move. She complimented the officer's speed, still acting like she was the one in control. Suddenly, she grabbed the officer's hand in a bold move. The cuffs clicked again, but the situation was flipping fast. The thief told the officer she deserved a little reward for the effort. She leaned in and planted a kiss right on the officer's mask, leaving everyone short-circuiting. It was a total power move left the officer, completely blindsided. She whispered a thank you for everything as the room filled with sparkles. The officer was left standing there, face turning red under the hat. With a wink and a final smug look, the thief prepared to dip. She waved goodbye, promising they'd meet again in the next round. By the time the officer realized what happened, the thief had vanished into thin air. The only thing left behind was an empty pair of handcuffs dangling from the officer's own wrist. The thief's silhouette was seen making a grand exit through the doorway, leaving them in the dust. Asha and Nanyue could only watch the chaos unfold in total disbelief. Nanyue looked at Asha, wondering if they should start the chase. She reached out to touch Asha's face, maybe caught up in the high-stakes atmosphere. She leaned in, eyes closed, thinking she was about to get a reward of her own. But Asha wasn't having any of it and stuffed her hand over Nanyue's mouth to stop the nonsense. Internally, Asha scoffed. "Focus on the mission, you hopeless chef." Suddenly, the energy pipes around the statue started firing off like crazy. A stray blast sent Nanyue flying, and she hit the floor with a painful thud. She pouted on the ground, complaining that Asha had changed. She cried that Asha never used to hit her twice in a row. Asha looked horrified. But not because of Nanyue's dramatics. She pointed at the massive deity statue, realizing it wasn't her that hit Nanyue, it was the statue. The girls stared up as the giant stone lady began to stir. Metal pipes started snapping off the statue's back like toothpicks. Glowing energy wings erupted from the pipes as the golem fully awakened. Asha realized the phantom thief didn't just steal power. She turned the statue into a giant weapon. The paint on the joints was scraped off, showing it was modified for movement. The ground rumbled as the giant took its first heavy step. The Nanyue panicked, asking what the game plan was against a building-sized robot. Asha knew they had to stop this thing before it leveled the town. She fired off a spell of freeze to lock the giant in place. Ice spread across the statue's feet, temporarily anchoring it to the floor. But the giant just cracked through the ice like it was thin glass. It leaned forward, reaching out with its massive, crushing arms. Asha screamed for Nanyue to do something about those hands before they got squashed. Nanyue gave a thumbs up, finally ready to lock in and do her job. Internally, she thought, time to show this metal scrap who's boss. She launched herself toward the giant's head with a massive whoosh. The statue tried to swat her like a fly, but Nanyue was too fast. She dodged the massive hand and grabbed onto one of the loose energy pipes. She swung around the giant's neck, shouting that they were going to make a string figure out of this golem. She expertly wrapped the pipes around the statue's wrists, binding them tight. Nanyue landed back on the ground, checking to see if her handiwork held up. Asha gave her a good job, noting the statue was now harmlessly tied up. Nanyue sighed in relief, glad the workout was finally over. But then she remembered one tiny detail she saw on the way into the chamber. She told Asha that the town hall was currently on fire, and Asha's soul basically left her body. Things are heating up literally as we dive back into the chaos of the city. While most people are sleeping, Ren is having a cozy morning with his wife and newborn when the peace is shattered by a noise outside. He sticks his head out the door to find out what the deal is. It turns out the local police bots are in full panic mode, ordering everyone to evacuate immediately. Ren looks toward the horizon and sees thick, black smoke rising into the sky. The bots are working overtime to clear the streets, while everyone is still in their pajamas. When Ren asks where Officer Dog D is, the bots reveal she went on a solo mission to find Admin Cat Ning. Over at the town hall, the entire building has become a massive bonfire. Inside, Officer Dog D is struggling to breathe, coughing through the thick smoke as she navigates the burning hallways. She's desperately calling out for Cat Ning, but the only response is the roar of the flames. She stumbles upon a stack of documents that haven't been touched by the fire yet. Internally, she thought, finally some real evidence. These aren't just any papers. They're the files on Cat Ning's mysterious birth and professional history. Dog D's eyes widen as she realizes the truth about the admin's past. But her investigation is cut short when she hears a terrifying crack from above. A massive pillar collapses right on top of her, pinning her to the floor. She's trapped with no way out as the fire closes in. Suddenly, the building is rocked by a massive explosion that sends shockwaves through the entire district. The crowd outside is absolutely losing it as the town hall continues to blow up. Mages are trying to set up a magical mainframe to contain the damage, but they're clearly outmatched. Another blast erupts from the building, lighting up the sky. It's starting to look like a total loss as multiple explosions tear through the structure. The citizens are terrified, wondering if this is the end of their peaceful life. One poor guy is even crying, convinced that the light of reason is actually leading them to their doom. The local fire brigade is using an old-school water wheel to try and douse the flames. People are rushing back and forth with buckets, but it's like trying to put out a forest fire with a water gun. A massive splash hits the side of the building, but the heat is just too intense. Nanyue jumps into the action, running to help the exhausted mages. Ren hands her a bucket, and she doesn't waste a second. She grabs the handle and prepares to throw everything she's got at the fire. Internally, she grumbled, "This is way harder than cooking." She tosses the water, but something strange happens as the droplets begin to hover in midair. Nanyue is blindsided as the water starts pulsating with a weird energy. Everyone stops and stares as the water orbs begin to glow. That's when Asha makes her grand entrance, looking like she's ready to solo a raid boss. She raises her staff and starts channeling an insane amount of mana. With a shout, she directs the magic toward the burning building. A massive tidal wave of water erupts from the nearby river, completely engulfing the town hall. The citizens are stunned, watching as the entire river is sucked dry to fuel the spell. The fire is extinguished in a matter of seconds, leaving behind nothing but steam and soaked ruins. Asha looks at her hand, a bit surprised that the spell actually worked that well. Nanyue is so hyped that she tackles Asha into a massive hug. The crowd starts chanting, declaring her Mage Asha for saving the day. But the celebration is cut short when Ren reminds everyone that Officer Dog D is still buried under the rubble. Deep under debris, Dog D is barely clinging to life. She's coughing and struggling to move the heavy beams pinning her down. Her vision is starting to fade as the smoke fills her lungs. She clutches the secret files to her chest, determined to protect them even at the end. Her eyes slowly drift shut as she loses consciousness. The flames continue to flicker around her, threatening to finish the job. Everything goes white as she slips away. But then, a silhouette appears through the fire. The figure moves gracefully through the heat, seemingly unaffected by the flames. It's a mysterious person who looks suspiciously like Cat Ning. The figure leans over the unconscious officer, looking concerned. Dog D hears a faint voice calling out her name. She opens her eyes just enough to see a smiling face with cat ears looking down at her. The mysterious savior asks if she's hurt, but Dog D can barely respond. The figure gently touches her arm, providing a strange sense of comfort. They promise that everything will be fine and that help is on the way. Dog D's eyes close again as she drifts back into the dark. Suddenly, Dog D bolts upright in bed, screaming Cat Ning's name. She's covered in sweat and gasping for air, realizing it was all a dream, or was it? She checks her chest and finds the files are still tucked securely in her uniform. Outside her window, the sun is rising over the smoldering remains of the town hall. Citizens are already heading to the site to see what's left of Government Center. Back at the plaza, Nanyue is closely inspecting Asha's hands. She's touching them gently, checking for any magical burns or fatigue. Internally, she thought, if she's hurt, I'm never letting her use magic again. Asha gets a bit flustered, asking if Nanyue is taking advantage of her. Nanyue quickly backs off, claiming she was just curious about how such a massive spell was cast. They lock eyes for a moment, the tension between them thicker than the smoke from last night. Asha starts explaining the theory, mentioning how she circulated her internal power. She sighs, realizing that Nanyue probably won't understand a word of it. Nanyue just stares blankly, her brain already short-circuiting from the technical talk. Asha reveals that she didn't learn that spell in any school. She leans in close, explaining that once you have enough talent, you can improvise. Nanyue just nods, looking completely lost. Asha explains that most mages need incantations, but she can skip that step. Nanyue is impressed, though she's mostly just watching Asha's lips move. Asha goes into full nerd mode, sketching out the basic framework of the spell in the air. She explains how she used the 12 laws of non-conservation of heat to reverse a fireball spell. She admits she wasn't even sure if it would work because she had to improvise it so fast. Nanyue starts clapping enthusiastically, acting like she totally followed the math. Asha asks if she actually understood any of that. Nanyue admits with a big smile that she has no clue what happened, but she doesn't care because she thinks Asha is the coolest person alive. The two of them stand close together, the atmosphere getting a bit too romantic for a disaster site. Asha blushes as Nanyue continues to shower her with praise. She thanks Nanyue, her voice soft and shy. Nanyue just keeps clapping, happy to see her friend safe and sound. Suddenly, Officer Dogdy appears in the plaza, looking surprisingly well-rested. Nanyue and Asha are caught off guard, wondering how she's already back on her feet. Dogdy asks them what the current situation is. She claims she wasn't even in the building when it exploded, saying she just changed her work shift. She holds up a shift change application that looks very official. Internally, she thought, good thing I can forge my own paperwork. Ren and the other citizens rush over, relieved to see the officer alive. Ren is nearly in tears, thanking the heavens that she's safe. He explains that they've been looking everywhere for her since the fire started. Dogdy tries to play it cool, but she still has ash stains all over her collar. She asks why everyone is crowded around the town hall. Ren explains that since all the citizen files were burned to cinders, everyone needs new job licenses. He tells her they all have to go to the Light of Reason to get re-registered. Nanyue and Asha freeze as they realize the Light of Reason is the giant golem they currently have tied up in the basement. The town is officially in shambles, and the citizens are lining up like NPCs waiting for a patch update from the giant, glowing golem. Yet everyone is sporting a 1,000-yard stare while clutching their new ID cards, trying to figure out how their lives got flipped upside down so fast. So one guy is already having a midlife crisis, mourning the loss of his old routine. And meanwhile, a girl called Little Fox is actually hyped, thinking she's finally escaped her boring chore of measuring water levels. Her friend, however, isn't feeling the vibe and looks like she's about to start a tragic backstory arc right then and there. The girl stares off into the distance, her eyes welling up as if her entire world just got deleted. Internally, she wondered if she had officially used up every last drop of her good luck. A single tear hits the floor, marking the end of her peaceful life, as she drops to her knees, telling the professor that they can't be together anymore because the new system is basically a homewrecker. Officer Dogdy watches the drama unfold with a blank expression, realizing the town's social fabric is shredding. The sky above is a mix of pastel colors and impending doom. As she looks down at the licenses, her mind racing to keep the peace. Suddenly, another administrator pops up, acting all bubbly and promising to work right beside her from now on. Dogdy is clearly blindsided, wondering why this girl kept her admin status a secret, until the world started burning. So around them, more people start losing their minds, screaming about how great or terrible their new lives are. Nanyue and Asha watch the chaos from the sidelines, looking like they're at a concert they didn't buy tickets for. Asha watches the massive golem, wondering if the Light of Reason is actually just a glorified random number generator. The golem sits there, bound by chains, demanding everyone hands over their old documents for the new ones. Asha steps up, holding a fancy-looking card that's supposed to dictate her entire future. Nanyue leans in, curious to see what kind of wacky job the system has cooked up for the mage. The card begins to rustle and glow, processing the data in real time. According to the first print, Asha is now a professional, supplied bread taster. They both stare at the card, wondering if the golem is just hungry. Asha scoffs, "I don't need this," ready to toss the card into the nearest bin. But before she can, the card starts glitching and updating itself right in front of their eyes. Now, her career has shifted to lamplighter of West Zone Kirk Highway, which is a pretty huge demotion from powerful mage. Asha realizes the light of reason is totally bugged and that Cat Ning probably caused this mess to show everyone the system is a fraud. Suddenly, an old man nicknamed Uncle Weasel starts, causing a scene in the crowd. He's been the manager of the Knowledge Center for 40 years, and he is not about to let a rock tell him he's retired. He grabs Dog D by the shoulders, demanding she recognize his authority and seniority. Dog D just blinks, asking him if he's unhappy with his new assignment, which only fuels his rage. Other citizens try to play peacemaker, telling the old man to look on the bright side. But then someone looks at his card and realizes why he's actually short-circuiting. The light of reason gave him a career plan of known, which is basically the system's way of saying he's useless. The crowd starts whispering, realizing that non basically means the guy is jobless and destined for the streets. The Uncle Weasel snaps, dropping his card and letting it get trampled underfoot. Above him, the golem continues to glow, indifferent to the lives it's ruining. The old man stares into the abyss, convinced that the phantom thief is the one who sabotaged his life. He starts laughing like a true villain, his sanity officially leaving the building. He screams that the light of reason can't be wrong, so it must be Cat Ning's fault. He rallies the crowd, shouting for everyone to catch the phantom thief. That's when things go full feral as Uncle Weasel literally transforms into a giant, red-eyed beast. Dog D watches in horror as the man she knew disappears into a monster. The mob mentality takes over, and everyone starts chanting for the thief's head. The citizens aren't just angry anymore. They're actually morphing into various animals, losing their humanity to the chaos. The ground shakes as the mob begins to move. Glowing red eyes fill the darkness as the townspeople turn into a literal pack of predators. A giant flying squirrel and a massive bear lead the charge, creating a rumble that echoes through the streets. They swarm around Dog D, their only thought being to punish the thief who supposedly broke their world. Dog D stands her ground, but she's clearly outnumbered by the beastly crowd. She tries to call out to them, but her voice is drowned out by the roar of the mob. The animal people are in a total frenzy, their logic replaced by raw instinct. Shash stands frozen in shock, her eyes wide as she watches the town turn into a zoo from hell. Nanyue isn't about to let her get trampled, so she grabs Asha's hand and pulls her out of the line of fire. The stampede of pigs and rabbits rushes past, leaving nothing but dust in their wake. The rumble continues as the mob disappears into the distance, leaving the main characters behind. Nanyue looks at Dog D, asking what the heck is happening to everyone. The Dog D has partially transformed herself, looking like a cat-human hybrid, and explains that the town is basically doomed. Nanyue feels a soft hand touch her chin, pulling her focus away from the carnage. Asha is looking at her with a strangely soft, dazed expression. She seems totally unfazed by the monsters, asking Nanyue if she really wants to know what's going on. Asha looks surprisingly beautiful in the dim light, her red eyes sparkling with a weird intensity. She leans in close, her face just inches from Nanyue's, creating a sudden spike in romantic tension. She whispers that she'll tell her everything, her breath hitching as she closes the gap. But instead of a confession, Asha's strength gives out and she falls forward into Nanyue's arms. The moment is broken as Nanyue catches her, realizing the mage is burning up with a fever. Asha lets out a weak groan, her face flushed red as she struggles to stay conscious. Even while half-conscious, she manages to flirt, calling Nanyue a fine young missy and asking for a kiss. Nanyue can only smile awkwardly, telling her to be a good girl and just sleep it off. She holds Asha close, her heart racing as she realizes how much she cares for this chaotic elf. Nanyue turns back to Dog D, asking for a final plan of action now that the town is a war zone. The Dog D looks solemn, admitting that Ideal Town might be completely destroyed by the time the sun comes up. She tells Nanyue to take Asha and escape the town while she goes to find Cat Ning. Nanyue watches Dog D run off, knowing that their time in this ideal place is officially over. Outside, the town is literally exploding as the animal mob goes on a rampage. The bangs and crashes echo everywhere as the citizens tear down the structures they once lived in. A massive bull man charges through the smoke, still hunting for the phantom thief. And up on the star-picking wheel, a sinister figure watches from the shadows, laughing at the brainless fools. A giant bat with glowing red eyes hangs upside down, planning to trap the phantom thief once she tries to escape. The landscape is a mess of magical swirls and debris, looking like a painting of the apocalypse. Back in a safe room, Nanyue stares out the window, wondering what their next move is. She listens to the rhythmic breathing of the sleeping elf behind her. Asha is tucked in, making cute foo-foo noises as she fights off her fever. She looks peaceful for once, buried under a striped blanket. Nanyue sits by her side, telling her she needs to rest, but Asha pouts, complaining that she doesn't feel well. Nanyue looks down at her goggles, feeling the weight of the situation pressing on her shoulders. She gently places a damp cloth on Asha's forehead, trying to bring her temperature down. Asha suddenly demands a bedtime story, acting like a spoiled princess despite the world ending outside. Nanyue's in with a smile, agreeing to tell her a tale to help her drift off. She sits on the edge of the bed, and Asha leans in, eyes wide with anticipation. Sha keeps interrupting with questions, causing Nanyue to jokingly threaten to stop the story. Nanyue begins the tale of a princess who sneaked out of her palace to find the love of her life. Dead in the story, the princess is a cute chibi character holding a massive heart. Sha is totally into it, thinking it's a beautiful romance, until Nanyue reveals the love of her life was actually stinky tofu. Asha immediately smacks Nanyue with a pillow, offended by the chef's trolling, and Nanyue laughs, insisting she wasn't finished, and that the princess actually fell for a chef who specialized in stinky tofu. Asha huffs, thinking that's a much better version of the story. And Nanyue continues, explaining that the king eventually discovered their smelly relationship. The story takes a dark turn as a magic crisis hits the kingdom, leaving the magicless chef powerless to help. Asha suddenly snaps out of her daze, shouting that the story is wrong. She lunges forward, pinning Nanyue down onto the bed with surprising strength. The air is filled with the scent of flowers as the two girls lock eyes in a heated moment. Asha looks down at her face still flushed, and says the chef she knows isn't like that at all. Nanyue is pinned, her heart hammering against her ribs as she looks up at the determined elf. Asha's eyes are burning with a different kind of fire now, one that isn't caused by a fever. She declares that the chef she knows won't be restricted by anything, not even a kingdom's magic. She admits that while the chef might not be the brightest or the strongest, she's definitely not fearless out of ignorance. Asha leans down, burying her face in Nanyue's neck, her voice trembling. She describes her as someone who would challenge a literal Hagda just to help out some dwarves. Nanyue is speechless, realizing that Asha sees her as a true hero despite her lack of magic. Softly, Nanyue thanks her, finally feeling her confidence return. She knows exactly what to do now, and as they head toward the ideal town gate, Nanyue is packing a massive Gatling gun, ready to blow through anyone standing in their way. While the town is literal nightmare-fueled, Dog D is on a mission to find her missing friend. She's scouting the ruins, desperate to find the one person who probably caused this mess, Cat Ning. She checks every corner of the destroyed architecture, but the thief is nowhere to be found. Seriously, Cat Ning is basically the world champion of hide-and-seek when things get spicy. Dog D's searching empty rooms and abandoned beds, but it's a total ghost town. Her frustration is peaking as she scales the snowy terrain, her wolf-like instincts kicking into overdrive. She's sprinting through the cold, howling for any sign of her partner in crime. The town's clock tower looms in the distance, a reminder that time is running out for everyone trapped here. Standing on the ledge of a balcony, she looks like she's ready to drop a boss fight. Her eyes glow a menacing red as her beastly transformation takes full control of her senses. But let's rewind to when things were actually chill and school was the only problem. Back in the day, Dog D was the straight-A student council president with a perfect record. She had that model student vibe down to a science, always keeping the peace. And internally, she probably wondered why she was the only one actually following the rules. Till one day, she spots a group of students gathered under a canopy of purple flowers. And naturally, there's a confrontation brewing that needs a president's touch. Dog D steps in to stop what looks like a classic bullying session in progress. And who else would be the culprit but a young, mischievous Cat Ning? Cat Ning is just standing there with a smug look, totally unbothered by the authority. The other girls cry to the president, claiming Cat Ning snatched their tassels for no reason. Cat Ning just flexes her loot with a tee-hee, basically saying she's caught in 4K and doesn't care. Later, Cat Ning is vibing on a bench, living her best life without a care in the world. Dog D decides to try the diplomatic approach, which involves a bit of tasty bribery. She offers a tray of fragrant dried fish that's been specifically seasoned. Cat Ning looks interested for a split second because, well, fish. Internally, she's like, nice try, but I'm built different. So Dog D pulls out the big guns, cheesy chicken fingers. That's a total game changer for the resident cat girl. The tension in the air is thick as they stare each other down over the snacks. Cat Ning finally cracks, realizing her stomach has zero loyalty to her pride. She snatches a chicken finger, and the peace treaty is officially on the table. She takes a bite and realizes it's actually fire. Cat Ning admits the food is top tier, even if being bribed is a bit embarrassing. She promises to return the tassels later, proving she's more of a chaotic prankster than a villain. Then she tries to dismiss the president like she's a lowly intern. But Dog D isn't going anywhere and offers up the whole box. They sit together on the bench, a total opposites attract duo in the making. The chicken fingers look absolutely golden and crispy enough to end any war. Cat Ning stares at them like they're the holy grail of school lunches. She accepts the box, finally dropping the cool girl act for some calories. They vibe under the blossoms, just two kids not yet ruined by the town's system. Cat Ning offers to let Dog D speak her mind in exchange for the premium snacks. Dog D is genuinely curious about how Cat Ning pulled off her little magic trick. Cat Ning acts like she's being interrogated by the feds. She claims it's just a magic trick, even though studying magic is a huge no-no in Ideal Town. Dog D isn't buying the excuse, but she stays curious. Suddenly, Cat Ning pulls a flower out of thin air and hands it over. Dog D is genuinely touched, thanking her for the unexpected gift. The Katning looks away, her eyes showing a hint of melancholy about the future. She hands over a tassel, warning Dog that being an officer won't be easy. Katning rants about how the town is obsessed with everyone getting a boring job. She's tossing chickengers into her mouth, dreaming of a life where hobbies actually matter. Internally, she's screaming about how it feels like a sin to not want a 9-to-5 here. She walks away, leaving the president to process her radical ideas. But wait, Dog was following her the whole time like a shadow. Katning jumps, totally blindsided by the stealthy president. The Dog isn't there to snitch, though. She actually found the magic trick pretty interesting. She looks Katning in the eye, sensing that this girl is definitely not like the others. The Dog hits her with the "your special" line, and it's a total bonding moment. Cut back to the present chaos where the marriage contract is the least of their worries. Ebolas are flying through the air like heat-seeking missiles, catching beasts in the street. The beast-ified townsfolk are getting snagged and grounded left and right. A massive beast gets blindsided by the projectiles, looking absolutely confused. It's a total wipeout for the monster mob as they hit the dirt. A whole group of transformed citizens is tied up and ready for processing. And who's behind the heavy artillery? Nanyue, looking like she stepped out of a high-budget action movie, as she blasts the area with a special neutralizing mist from her Gatling gun. Slowly, the beasts start short-circuiting and turning back into their human forms. A Dog watches as the reality of the situation finally sets in. She reaches out, feeling the soft fur of the transformed Katning. The Katning is surprisingly fluffy and can't help but enjoy the tactile sensation. Asha is there too, looking like she's trying to figure out the systemic failure. They discuss the light of reason explosion, realizing the system had a total meltdown. Asha's calculations were off. The system should have lasted a few more days. She looks at Katning, trying to piece together the timeline of this disaster. The plan was to challenge the authority of the job licenses gradually. Then, the realization hits her like a truck. It was Nanyue's legendary work ethic that pushed the magic power over the limit. Dog stares at Katning, her suspicion reaching an all-time high. She asks when Katning actually started planning this entire crime against the town. But Katning looks back, her eyes filled with secrets from her past. She remembers the exact moment her rebel arc truly began. It all goes back to the day they finally graduated. The whole class was celebrating their academic freedom in the courtyard. Everyone was throwing their caps and screaming about knowledge. The Katning was already trying to ghost the party and leave early. Dog catches up to her, not wanting the friendship to end with the school year. Katning tries to brush her off, acting like she's in a massive hurry. Dog wants to know where Katning is going to be working after today. Katning scoffs, asking if she's running a background check before they even start. Dog just wants to grab lunch, which is honestly the most relatable request ever. She worries that the town is too huge and they'll never see each other again. Katning keeps walking, her back to her friend as she heads toward the center. She tells her to just live her own life, sounding cold but practical. But internally, she's already done with the town's forced path. Under the crescent moons, she heads toward the heart of the power structure. She approaches the massive, glowing light of reason golem. Katning is fuming about the piece of scrap metal that gave her a trash job license. She literally starts kicking the ancient machine like it's a broken vending machine. The golem, an ancient entity with a blindfold, finally reacts to the physical assault. Katning stares it down, basically asking if it has a problem with her. The golem's forehead starts to glow with an intense, buzzing light. It generates a new, winged job license that looks like a legendary drop. Katning catches it, realizing her life just got a major, glitched-out upgrade. Back in the rainy flashback, we see the weight of the world on these two. Standing in the downpour, Katning looks absolutely drained from carrying the secret of the system's flaws. She realized early on that the Light of Reason's core rules were basically a rigged lottery, and she originally planned to take that knowledge to the grave. Dog stands there listening as her friend reveals the systemic rot she tried to fix. But as an admin, Katning couldn't just look away anymore. Internally, she sighed. Someone had to do the dirty work. She watched as people were ruined by job assignments they weren't suited for, losing their health and their families to a machine that didn't care. After witnessing countless lives fall apart, she couldn't stop thinking about it, even while watching Dog work at the police station. She wondered if these people could have had a real life if their licenses were different. Katning knows she's a criminal in the eyes of the law, but she's prepared for the consequences. Dog can only stare, realizing the depth of Katning's rebellion. Katning smiles, admitting she couldn't just stand by while everyone walked a path to destruction with their eyes shut. Dog finally gets it, but the reality is grim. She pulls Katning into a tight hug, the rain still lashing down around them. Dog explains that the plan is cooked now that Nanyue and Asha have interfered, and she tells Katning to make a run for it while the town is still a chaotic mess. She grabs Katning's hand, ready to lead her to safety outside the walls. But Katning just stands there, completely unbothered. She asks why they even need to leave, figuring that if the outsiders made it in, the world outside must be a total wasteland anyway. Yeah. When Dog D tries to insist, Cat Ning shuts her down with a hard no. The lightning cracks as Cat Ning stands her ground, and a massive rumble shakes the sky, matching the tension between them. Dog D is stunned by her friend's stubbornness. Cat Ning demands to know why Dog D is so obsessed with her leaving. Under the drizzling sky, Dog D explains that everyone is going to blame Cat Ning once they sober up from the magical intoxication. Cat Ning doesn't care. She's fine being the sacrificial lamb if it helps the town. Dog D warns her that she'll be severely punished for her crimes. Cat Ning casually asks just how bad it could be. She jokes that even a life sentence wouldn't be so bad because at least she'd get to look at Dog D every day from behind bars. But internally, she smirked. Free room and board with a view, sign me up. Being in prison actually puts her closer to her favorite officer than being stuck on some lonely rooftop. Dog D is speechless, but Cat Ning tells her to look on the bright side since they'll be together all the time. She leans in close, framing Dog D's face with her hands. She reminds the officer that she's the chief now and shouldn't be bending the law for friends anymore. Their reflection in the puddles shows just how upside down their world has become. With a final playful there, she makes her choice. Dog D is left flustered by the proximity. Cat Ning holds out her hands, telling the officer it's time to finally make the arrest. Back in the present, Nanyue is finally returning home. She finds Asha fixing her clothes, looking much more like her usual self. Nanyue is still lugging around that massive Gatling gun, looking like she's ready to hit a monthly quota. Asha tells her that if she needs more magic power, she should go suck it out of Shaggy. Speaking of Shaggy, the dragon has grown so huge it's literally breaking the door trying to get inside. Nanyue has to physically kick the overgrown lizard out of the house. The dragon gets booted into the yard, sending Nanyue tumbling in the process. With a loud slam, the door is shut on the poor beast. Nanyue tells Shaggy's too big for indoor privileges now. The dragon starts crying actual buckets, feeling totally rejected. Shaggy's heart is basically shattered into pieces. Asha steps out, surprised the house is even still standing after that struggle. The sun is blindingly bright, signaling that the long night is finally over. Nanyue explains that the townspeople were losing their minds, so she used Asha's idea to handle the situation. She gives Asha a look that says she's totally down bad for some praise. Internally, she squealed, "Notice me, senpai." Asha stares back, processing the chaos Nanyue just described. She leans in, asking for the end of the story. Nanyue looks a bit sheepish. She admits she just kept poking the mob with her neutralizing mist for hours without realizing how much time had passed. Asha walks up and gives Nanyue the ultimate reward, a head pat. She tells her she did a great job and that harvesting magic power from the rioters was a brilliant move. Nanyue is basically ascending to heaven from a single touch. Her eyes are sparkling and her face is beet red as she experiences peak happiness. Asha remains calm, unaware of the internal meltdown she's causing. Nanyue nervously tries to ask if Asha remembers anything she said while she was intoxicated. She's sweating bullets, worried about whatever secrets or confessions might have slipped out. Asha just gives her a blank, confused look. She starts to say leaving Nanyue hanging on every word. But before she can answer, the mighty aura of the dragon outside interrupts the moment. Nanyue quickly changes the subject, mentioning that Dog D went to find Cat Ning. Asha's expression immediately shifts to serious mode. She realizes that if a trial is happening, things are about to get ugly. The scene shifts to a massive outdoor arena filled with the hubbub of a restless crowd. Cat Ning is led out in handcuffs, and the townspeople are losing their minds. They can't believe an admin was actually the legendary phantom thief this whole time. Dog D walks beside her, keeping a stern face despite the chaos. Cat Ning looks at the massive turnout and jokes that everyone showed up for their ceremony. Dog D wonders how she can still be cracking jokes at a time like this. Suddenly, someone in the crowd throws an object at them. Dog D blocks it, taking a splat of food or an egg right to the shoulder. The mob starts chanting that Cat Ning is doubly guilty for knowingly breaking the law. Dog D screams for silence, trying to maintain order. She tells everyone that a proper hearing is needed to determine the sentence, and that they can't act as judge and jury. But the crowd isn't having it, shouting that using magic in the town is an unforgivable crime. The mob gets louder, chanting she used magic, over and over. Dog D looks frustrated as the situation spirals out of control. But then, a massive realization hits everyone. If using magic is a crime, then every single person who was intoxicated and used magic unknowingly is also a criminal. The logic bomb drops, and suddenly the crowd realizes they've all caught a case. In a little side theater, Nanyue asks if Asha remembers what she said about the princess and the chef. Asha's eyes go wide as she thinks back. She happily reveals that all she remembers is that the princess loves stinky tofu, leaving Nanyue completely deflated. Welcome back. Things are getting spicy in Ideal Town as we dive into dark history of this world. Before the town existed, the Fury Alliance was obsessed with magic until a brutal civil war ruined the vibe. The newspapers from back then were basically just one long obituary reporting over 500,000 casualties. It was a total bloodbath that caused civilization to regress by 1,000 years. After the world almost ended, the survivors decided magic was a scam and pivoted to science and reason. They built Ideal Town on the rule that logic is king and magic is just a battery. But a local teacher explains that following these rules is the only reason they haven't gone extinct yet. And Nanyue and Asha listen in, realizing just how much the locals despise anyone who glitches the system. The mob is currently losing their minds, pointing fingers at Cat Ning for bringing destruction to their peaceful life. Internally, Cat Ning scoffs. Oh sure, blame the person who actually tried to fix the rigged game. Even though she's caught, she's not backing down from the angry crowd. Though the town leadership isn't having it, screaming that she's been plotting this rebellion for years. They demand she be severely punished, and the crowd is 100% ready for a witch hunt. They start acting like a bunch of toddlers and hurl their lunchbox leftovers at her. But wait, Dogdy jumps in and takes the hit, getting pelted with eggs and cucumbers like a total champ. But Cat Ning is absolutely blindsided that the person she surrendered to is actually protecting her. Dogdy isn't just doing this for show. She's remembering who Cat Ning really is. She sees past the rebel admin persona. The Cat Ning starts catching feelings, apologizing for getting her friend caught in the crossfire. Dogdy just tells her to hush because she's done nothing wrong. Looking at her, Dogdy sees the same brave girl she's always known. She knows Cat Ning was just trying to save everyone from their own blind faith. The mob decides to stop throwing snacks and starts throwing hands, charging the stage like they're at a mosh pit. Nanyue is freaking out, but Asha pops a high-tech magical barrier to hold them back. The crowd is literally thumping against the shield like a pack of zombies. Dogdy realizes things are getting way too heated and tells Cat Ning they need to bail before the death sentences start flying. But Cat Ning is hesitating. She actually is tearing up right there in the middle of the chaos. She's clutching onto Dogdy's clothes like her life depends on it. Dogdy is totally confused why the tough rebel is suddenly a puddle. Cat Ning pulls out her official job license from when she was born. It's basically a blank sheet of paper because her career plan was listed as absolutely nothing. She realizes that for the first time she can choose her own path. Dogdy tries to be supportive, saying she can finally create a new future. Cat Ning drops the emotional bomb. She doesn't want a future if Dogdy isn't in it. Dogdy just blushes, telling her not to be silly since she was already planning on following her. It's a full-on romantic K-drama moment while a riot is happening 3 feet away. Cat Ning can't believe she's finally being seen for who she is. Dogdy asks if she's really okay with a life on the run. Cat Ning finally smiles through the tears, realizing she's not alone. They share a quick hug while the world burns around them. Nanyue and Asha are struggling to hold the line, internally screaming, "Can you two wrap it up? We're literally dying here." The barrier is cracking under the pressure of the angry mob. Asha is sweating bullets, realizing her shield is about to go poof. Suddenly, a massive boom rocks the entire plaza. The ground starts shaking like a 9-20-year earthquake. The massive Light of Reason statue, the town's literal, mechanical god, starts moving on its own. It slams its fist down, shattering the ground and the crowd's confidence in one go. Nanyue and Asha are caught in 4K looking terrified as the giant stone lady looms over them. The mob that was so tough 2 seconds ago is now running for their lives. Cat Ning just smirks, seeing the ultimate irony of the situation. The giant statue reaches down and scoops up our main squad, like they're limited edition action figures. The townspeople immediately do a 180 and start kneeling in prayer. They figure if the statue is moving, it must be the will of the Light of Reason. They're literally praying to the machine because it chose to pick up the criminals. It's a total sheep moment for the citizens. Uncle Weasel, the town leader, is losing his mind, screaming that the statue is just a machine modeled after the pioneer. Nanyue and Asha are confused about who this pioneer lady actually is. Asha explains that while elves live for ages, the pioneer is on a whole different level. She thinks the woman might have basically become a spirit. Asha tells them they'll understand once they finally meet her in person. The giant statue starts standing up, taking our heroes high into the sky. Cat Ning realizes she's not the one controlling the tech anymore, meaning the statue is sentient. Uncle Weasel decides to be a hero and starts climbing the giant leg to stop the machine. He's raging about the pioneer's legacy and refuses to let people worship a hunk of metal. Dogdy warns him that he's being a complete idiot. He lunges forward, determined to save the town's future. But his old man grip slips on the stone surface. He goes into a free fall, and it's looking like a one-way trip to the pavement. Suddenly, a flash of light streaks across the sky. Cat Ning swoops in midair, showing off her insane agility. She catches him with a giant mechanical clamp, saving his stubborn hide. The old man is stunned and asks why she'd bother saving someone who wanted her executed. Cat Ning just trolls him, asking if she should accidentally let go. He's speechless, probably rethinking his entire life. She tells him it was just a joke and to watch his blood pressure. She then points out that the view from up here is completely different. Looking down at the mob from the statue's height, Katning realized that without their platform, those righteous citizens are just a bunch of tiny, loud voices. Before we dive into the chaos of the present, we're hit with a major feels trip back to when Ideal Town was just a dream. A young, wide-eyed Li Xiang, who we know better as the grumpy Uncle Weasel, rushes home to his grandmother. His granny is looking pretty rough, covered in bandages and confined to a wheelchair, but she's the anchor for his entire world. He tearfully tells her that the town finally has a name, Ideal Town, and it's a tribute to the very ideals she raised him with. The kid is absolutely beaming, thinking he's built a utopia for her. Granny smiles, hoping the town keeps the ideals forever, while young Li Xiang promises her it'll never change. Fast forward to the present, and the Light of Reason statue is literally rumbling the ground as the town's logic-based world falls apart. The Uncle Weasel is having a total meltdown, looking at the crowd and demanding to know why they're just standing there. He's screaming about how they need to get back to work and finish their reports, but the citizens are looking at him like he's lost his mind. Internally, he's probably thinking, I didn't spend decades micromanaging this place for you lot to turn into slackers. He points an accusing finger at Katning and the group, blaming them for burning the career licenses and destroying the town's future. But then, the vibe shift happens. One guy realizes that without the restriction of a license, he can finally try something he actually likes, like machinery. The crowd starts buzzing with new dreams. One girl decides she wants to be a professor, and another is just happy to be free. Uncle Weasel is completely blindsided by the fact that the people don't actually miss his strict rules. Instead of a riot, the citizens start working together for the first time. A young woman steps up to help move the heavy rubble. She's got major main character energy as she lifts a massive chunk of stone with a smile. Even the buff dudes who were causing trouble earlier are feeling the guilt trip, admitting they should help clean up the mess they made while they were intoxicated. The one guy even realizes he needs to go detonate some works of art before someone gets hurt. Uncle Weasel is clutching his chest, wondering how the town is supposed to survive without its rigid legacy. Asha can't help but let out a little PFF at his drama. She tells him that, honestly, the town is finally living up to its name. As she speaks, massive fireworks explode over the Ferris wheel, lighting up the night sky. Uncle Weasel looks up, finally seeing the beauty in the chaos, and whispers a quiet apology to his granny. Down on the balcony, Dog D and Cat Ning are having a moment. The reformed rioters approach Officer Dog D, wanting to negotiate their sentences through labor. Dog D looks at them with a soft smile, ready to build a town that actually fits their ideals. One of the guys even hands Cat Ning and Dog D some sparklers to celebrate. The two girls watch the sparks fly, completely lost in the magic of the moment. Katning looks at Dog D with pure wife energy and asks if she likes it. When Dog D says yes, Katning gets cheeky, asking what kind of sentence the officer is going to give her for her crimes. Dog D leans in close, her gaze locked on Katning. She tells her that her sentence is simple. It's a wife sentence, and she seals the deal with a kiss right under the fireworks. Meanwhile, high above the city, a mysterious goddess-like figure is watching everything. She's looking down at the town like a parent watching kids play in a sandbox. She's a bit annoyed, wondering what they did to her statue while she was taking a nap. This lady has some serious scars and looks like she's seen some things. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the town below. One of the citizens accidentally blew a hole in the ceiling, but they're just laughing it off. Everyone is safe thanks to a magic barrier, but the place is a mess. In the middle of the smoke, the statue is now dabbing, which is peak internet culture invading this fantasy world. The goddess figure is caught in 4K looking absolutely stunned. As she watches as a giant robotic walker stomps through the city, internally she's probably thinking, I leave them alone for 5 minutes and they invent mecha. The giant robot whizzes past the dabbing statue in a scene that is pure fever dream energy. The citizens are waving and cheering, telling each other they'll handle the cleaning. The goddess realizes these people achieved a massive level of civilization in just a few short decades. She looks on, her initial annoyance turning into genuine curiosity. She smiles, admitting that the progress is actually not bad. Back at the city gates, the town is looking like a neon cyberpunk dream. Asha and Nanyue are catching up with Katning and Dog D before they head out. Nanyue is impressed by fast the town changed, but Asha reminds her they all built it together. Katning and Dog D thank them for teaching the town composite magic, which made rebuilding the walls a breeze. Dog D is her usual humble self, even though she basically saved the day. Asha points out that Katning was the real MVP for picking up magic so quickly, and Nanyue is confused, wondering how a bunch of non-magical people became mages overnight. Just then, Bird Wren and his partner show up to see the honored guests off. They're all smiles, holding hands and looking like a total power couple. Nanyue and Asha thank them for the warm goodbye. The Bird Wren's partner explains that during the intoxication, she felt like she understood things she'd never seen before, which is she learned magic. As they talk, Dog looks at the high-tech machinery nearby and sighs. She realizes she might never master magic like the others. Cat Ning notices her feeling down and asks if she's okay. The dog blushes, admitting that when the magic was happening, the only thing she could think about was Cat Ning. Cat Ning is so embarrassed she literally hides her face against Dog D's shoulder in a massive hug. The whole group bursts out laughing at the adorable display of affection. Nanyue waves goodbye as they prepare to leave. They hack to their mobile home, but there's a problem. Shaggy, their giant creature, is still in its tiny, cute form and refuses to change back. Nanyue is stressed, wondering if she's going to have to pull the massive shell herself. She cries out that Sha doesn't love her anymore, which is peak drama. But Sha has a surprise. She reveals that she had Bird Wren and his wife make some high-tech modifications to their shell. She puts on some cool shades and activates a holographic interface. Nanyue's jaw drops as the shell sprouts propellers and takes off into the sky, leaving a rainbow trail behind it as they fly toward their next adventure. Welcome back to the chaotic domestic life of our favorite chef and her elven princess. Nanyue is back in the kitchen, but she's whipping up something that smells like a straight-up biohazard. Asha is literally holding her breath to survive the fumes, but Nanyue is just vibing, completely unfazed by the stench. Asha notices that Nanyue is acting a bit different lately, specifically since she hasn't used the princess title in quite a while. Nanyue just gives her a smug, knowing smile that says she's definitely up to something. She explains that the secret to this stinky dish is the black stock she's been prepping. After a final sizzle, the chef declares that the masterpiece is officially done. Asha stares at the plate of black cubes, looking like she's about to be poisoned. Nanyue adds the finishing touches, joking that this is the exact dish she used to abduct the princess back in the day. She presents the plate with a massive grin, while Asha is still trying to process the whole abduction claim. Despite the smell, Asha takes a bite and is immediately blindsided by how good it actually is. One taste and she's a believer. Turns out the stinky tofu is actually top tier. Nanyue watches her with a soft look, clearly proud of her culinary skills. Since the food is fresh out of the pan, Asha struggles with the heat. Nanyue decides to turn up the charm, offering to cool the food down while getting way too close to Asha's personal space. The atmosphere in the kitchen gets heavy as they lock eyes for a long moment. Asha's brain starts short-circuiting, and she pushes Nanyue away, insisting she can handle her own food. Internally, Nanyue is cackling because the princess is way too easy to tease. She continues blowing on the tofu like she didn't just try to start a rom-com moment. She casually asks if Asha was talking to herself upstairs earlier. Asha reveals she modified a conch into a magic transceiver to send messages to the outside world, specifically to the Elf King. Nanyue's soul practically leaves her body at the mention of the king. She immediately panics, wondering if the smell of her stinky tofu wafted all the way to the palace. She grabs Asha's hands, looking like she's about to have a mental breakdown. In her head, she's already convinced the king found out about their relationship, and they need to elope right now. She's basically living in her own dramatic fanfiction at this point. Asha just gives her a deadpan look, reminding her that the king has known about them for a long time. She stares her down, unimpressed by the sudden flair for the dramatic. Nanyue just laughs it off, realizing she's been caught being a total goofball. She tries to tee-hee her way out of the embarrassment. It quickly turns into a game of tag as she chases her around for being a troll. Once they settle down, the vibe gets a bit more serious. Nanyue admits her elopement talk was just a petty trick to get a reaction, but Asha has a real question that catches Nanyue off guard. She leans in close, making the chef blush like a tomato. Later, Nanyue is back at the counter, looking completely dazed. She holds a bag of ingredients, but her mind is clearly miles away. Outside, Asha is busy inspecting magic crystals, looking as focused as ever. Nanyue lets out a heavy sigh, feeling the weight of her complicated feelings. She tries to categorize their relationship like she's sorting mushrooms, chef and ingredient, marriage partners, lady boss and employee. She wonders if they're really just meant to be friends. The thought clearly bothers her as she stares into space. She slumps onto the table, feeling the full force of the friend zone. Internally, she's screaming that she doesn't want to be just friends anymore. She's tired of living in relationship limbo. She realizes that having a marriage contract without any actual courtship is pretty much indecent. A fire lights up in her eyes as she makes a decision. It's time to get serious and stop playing games. She imagines herself as a suave hero, sweeping Asha off her feet and winning her over for real. She's aiming for third base and won't stop until she gets there. She even lets out a classic villain laugh to pump herself up. But the fantasy is cut short when Asha walks in and catches her mumbling like a lunatic. Nanyue nearly hits the ceiling in fright. Asha is completely unfazed, telling her to just make do with whatever dried veggies they have left. Nanyue is absolutely stunned by the casual response. She faceplants on the floor, her grand plans for romance completely falling apart. She starts spiraling, worried that Asha might actually dislike her because of their past. She looks genuinely depressed, thinking she's blown her chances. Suddenly, she feels a gentle hand on her head. Asha reaches out with a soft touch, showing she's not upset at all. Nanyue looks up, eyes watering, looking like she's about to confess everything. Asha asks what's wrong with a look that's pure sugar. Just as Nanyue is about to spill her guts, a massive explosion rocks the entire ship. They look up to see a literal sailboat falling out of the sky. There's someone on the boat, and they're about to become a pancake. Asha immediately snaps into action, pulling out her staff to cast levitation. Pink magic surges forward, wrapping around the crashing vessel. The spell holds, and the boat begins to hover safely in midair. Nanyue is hyped, cheering for her amazing mage. She looks at Asha with total heart eyes. But Asha is struggling. Holding a whole boat with magic is a massive drain. Nanyue realizes they need more power and lets out a sharp whistle. Their giant feathered dragon mount swoops in and catches the boat with its massive claws. The dragon glides through the air, securing the unexpected guest. Asha finally catches her breath, relieved the disaster was averted. They look at each other, both realizing things are never going to be boring. Nanyue smiles, knowing that while the boat was saved, she's still got a lot of work to do on her own love life. After successfully catching a stray boat falling from the heavens, Nanyue and Asha prepare to meet their mystery guest. The ship settles with a heavy thud, and a figure steps out from the wreckage, looking like they just walked off a high-fashion runway instead of a crash site. Out pops a young boy with icy blue hair and an outfit that screams, "My parents own the kingdom," complete with a rapier at his hip. He sticks the landing perfectly, but the vibe is immediately ruined when Nanyue points at him and calls him a little kid. The boy is absolutely fuming, practically short-circuiting because he can't believe someone had the audacity to call him small. Internally, Nanyue was already done with this conversation, thinking, "Great, we rescued a pint-sized diva with an ego problem." Instead of saying thank you, the brat crosses his arms and lectures them about their lack of manners. Nanyue isn't having it, reminding him that they literally just saved his life, so maybe he should chill with the attitude. The kid just plays with a lock of his hair, looking totally unbothered while he asks if she's really going to hit a child. Nanyue is left speechless, realizing she's been completely outmaneuvered by a middle schooler. Frustrated, she decides to retreat to the kitchen because at least the ingredients don't talk back. While she's busy cooking, Asha tries to play the polite host, serving up some juice to their guests. The boy asks where they're from, and the moment Asha mentions the Elven Kingdom, the kid's expression goes totally blank. He takes a sip of his drink, processing the news with a look that says he's about to drop a massive truth bomb. He casually calls the Elven Kingdom a low-level civilization surrounded by monsters, which is basically the ultimate fantasy world insult. Asha gives him the most tired side-eye in history, just as Nanyue announces that lunch is served. Nanyue arrives with a massive smile, hoping her cooking will finally shut this kid up. She's prepared a masterpiece of steamed rice topped with tender spare ribs and mushrooms. The kid looks at the chopsticks like they're alien technology and asks about the cutlery. To realizing he's basically a toddler in a fancy suit, Nanyue offers him a spoon instead. Even with a mouthful of food, the kid refuses to break character, critiquing the presentation and the service like he's a Michelin star judge. This sends Nanyue into a total spiral, wondering how this brat can question her legendary chef skills. Asha has to physically hold her back, fanning her down before she actually decides to throw hands with a minor. Asha gives her a comforting hug, telling her not to lower herself to his level, while the kid keeps munching away. Suddenly, the boy's eyes light up with pure, unadulterated joy. He finally cracks and admits that the food is actually delicious, leaving Nanyue completely blindsided by the sudden compliment. He starts rambling about the perfect texture of the ribs and the heavenly smell of the mushrooms. He's eating so fast, he's basically inhaling the bowl, which is a total 180 from his refined persona earlier. Nanyue is impressed by his vacuum cleaner-like eating speed, noting that he's quite the fast eater. The kid, now looking soft and fluffy, asks for a second bowl with the cutest expression he's made all day. Internally, Asha was thinking, of course food is the universal language for taming monsters and brats alike. Soon the table is stacked high with empty bowls, and the kid lets out a massive burp of satisfaction. Nanyue, in full big sister mode, tells Asha she should be gentler since he's just a kid. This earns her a terrifying death stare from Asha, who clearly had forgotten how much of a pain he was 5 minutes ago. Sensing the ominous aura, Nanyue quickly grabs the dishes and flees to the safety of the sink. Later, they sit outside among the strange crystals growing from the ground. The kid explains that the climate here is chaotic due to magical turbulence. He describes it as a giant vacuum that sucks random things from the continent toward the epicenter. He mentions that sometimes it even pulls in incomplete individuals, which sounds like a major death flag. According to him, most of the people who get sucked in are unlucky adventurers from the Elven Kingdom. The girls are stunned as he reveals he knows exactly who they are. He even mentions the viral news about the Elven Princess eloping with a chef, which is a total caught in 4K moment for them. Asha and Nanyue can only offer a deadpan stare as their secret identity is casually leaked by a kid. The boy asks if they met anyone else on their journey, and Nanyue mentions their encounter with the red-horned dwarves. The kid is visibly shaken, claiming those dwarves were supposed to be extinct. Asha listens quietly, knowing the truth behind that tragic history. The kid tells a story of a dwarf who tried to leave the snowy plains on foot to save his village. The magical turbulence found him before the blizzard did, transporting him to Sea Cloud Bay. And sadly, he spent his whole life trying to find his way back and died with the regret of failing his tribe. Asha gently pets the boy's head, telling him that the man's dying wish has actually been fulfilled. The boy is confused, but the girls explain how they found the ancient magic circle. They reveal that with the dwarves' help, they brought the ancestral lands back to the surface. The tribe is now living a peaceful life, farming with magic and thriving once again. The boy realizes that these two aren't just random travelers, they're absolute legends. He looks at them with newfound respect, realizing they are super amazing big sisters. He suddenly starts begging for their help, dropping all his pride. While the kid plays with Shaggy the dragon mount, the girls head back inside. As they wash the dishes, they discuss the kid's situation. They suspect he might be running from the blood-kissed sky pirates who attacked his home. Nanyue is confident that with their magic and the dragon, they can easily handle a few pirates. Asha seems a bit pensive, sensing that something is still off. Nanyue, being her usual chaotic self, teases Asha, asking if she's just jealous of the attention the kid is getting. Asha gets flustered, calling Nanyue a total narcissist. The two start a playful chase around the room, with Asha shouting that she's definitely not jealous. Nanyue pretends to be depressed by the rejection, while the kid outside just smiles, happy to have found such a weirdly wholesome crew. After taming the little noble brat with some top-tier cooking, Nanyue and Asha find themselves back on their high-tech magic ship. As they plot their course through the magical turbulence, the duo keeps a close eye on their pint-sized stowaway. But unfortunately, the kid doesn't have the stomach for high-altitude travel and starts looking like he's about to lose his lunch. The ship kicks into high gear, leaving a literal rainbow in its wake as it zooms across the sky. This turns out to be a disaster for the boy, who proceeds to vomit actual rainbows, while Nanyue questions how he even survived a boat ride if he's this weak. Nanyue explains that this fancy ride was built using New Age magic tech from Ideal Town. The boy claims he knows the place because he read their newspapers during the rebuilding process decades ago. And internally, Asha's red flags are screaming, "Decades. You're like 10. So the kid quickly backtracks, claiming it was just a slip of the tongue before announcing they've arrived at Sea Cloud Bay. Looking out the window, all they see is a massive wall of white fluff. Nanyue asks why the local sky police aren't doing anything about the pirate problem in the area. The group stands around discussing the local law enforcement situation. The boy scoffs, calling the police blinkers because they're apparently useless. Asha and Nanyue are completely lost on the slang. He explains the nickname comes from the sparkly, star-shaped epaulets the officers wear. Asha realizes a normal kid wouldn't have such specific insults for the cops, but the boy just smugly claims he's not an ordinary person. Suddenly, the entire ship starts rumbling like it's caught in a blender. Nanyue immediately dives to protect Asha as the vessel takes a hit. The warning sirens start blaring, signaling that they're under attack. The ship's scanners pick up a massive unidentified flying object lurking right below them. And it's the blood-kissed sky pirates, and they aren't here for a friendly chat. Nanyue connects the dots and realizes the kid was a bait-and-switch this whole time. Asha looks on in shock as the betrayal sinks in. The boy gives them a chilling smirk, confirming that the game is up. Yet without a word, he leaps out of the ship's opening. He free falls toward the pirate ship below, like he's got a death wish. He lands perfectly on the enemy deck while the girls watch in horror. Asha tries to cast a levitation spell to save him, thinking he's still in danger. But he's falling too fast for magic to catch up. To their absolute bewilderment, the boy's body dissolves into a shimmering water spirit. Internally, Nanyue is short-circuiting, wondering how a human kid just turned into a puddle. Suddenly, a massive mechanical claw opens up from the pirate ship. Before she can react, the claw snatches Asha right out of the air. Nanyue reaches out, desperate to pull her back in. Asha is dragged toward the pirate vessel, looking completely blindsided. Nanyue launches herself out of the ship after her. She screams Asha's name as she dives into the abyss. In a clutch move, Nanyue catches the princess and pulls her into a tight embrace. They lock eyes mid-air, a moment of pure main character energy amidst the chaos. Nanyue spins them around to stabilize their fall. She gives Asha a reassuring grin, letting her know she's not going anywhere. Asha's face turns bright red, clearly caught off guard by the sudden heroics. Internally, she's blushing hard, though she calls Nanyue stupid for jumping. To save them both, Nanyue manifests a pair of glowing pink magic wings. Asha is floored that her chef just evolved on the fly. They glide toward the massive pirate ship, which looks like a floating fortress of doom. Landing on the deck, Nanyue realizes the brat must be in cahoots with these pirates. Asha is ready for smoke, agreeing that they need to end this now. Nanyue cracks her knuckles, internally thinking, I'm about to cook more than just dinner. That a group of figures emerges from the fog on the deck. It turns out to be a squad of maids who greet the boy as Zai and ask if he's hungry. Nanyue and Asha can only stare in confusion. Realizing this pirate situation is way weirder than they thought. Our duo has officially fumbled the bag and ended up locked in a cage on a pirate ship. Asha is currently giving Nanyue the I told you so look of the century. But apparently, her countdown wasn't a charge signal, but a prompt for a tactical retreat. But instead of running, Nanyue decided to howl like a madman and charge straight into a trap while shouting about justice. Internally, he realized he messed up big time, admitting he didn't expect the pirates to be this crack. She isn't having it, reminding him that he can't even sense the massive magic power inside their captors. These pirates are on a completely different level than the grunts they've faced before. Even the bratty water spirit was casting high-level spells without a staff or a magic circle, which is basically cheating in this world. Nanyue starts crying, realizing his hero moment actually just got them kidnapped and stuck in a room full of monster loot. He offers to sacrifice himself as a distraction so she can run, which is peak simp energy. But Asha shuts that down immediately, grabbing his head to make him look her in the eyes. She makes it clear that she's never going to abandon him, no matter how much of a klutz he is. Nanyue is totally blindsided by the sudden emotional support. Internally, his brain is short-circuiting as he looks at her, feeling a spark he definitely wasn't expecting in a prison cell. Sha gets a bit flustered herself, telling him it's not a big deal and he doesn't need to apologize. They both just hang out behind the bars, trying to process their toxic workplace situation. Suddenly, a creepy shadow with glowing eyes appears in the hallway, accompanied by an ominous sound. Nanyue hides behind Sha like a total coward. He's terrified of whatever is lurking in the dark, wondering if this is the end. This mysterious figure is revealed to be the fifth member of the Blood-Kissed Sky Pirates. A slow clap echoes through the room as a pair of elegant hands come together. It's a talking bird sitting on the lap of a very mysterious lady. The lady is in a wheelchair and looks like she's the true boss of this operation. Sha is suspicious, wondering what these sky pirates actually want with a chef and a mage. The lady just stares back with cold, bandaged eyes, looking completely unbothered. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the upper deck where the sun is finally shining. Zai, the water spirit brat, pops his head over a railing to check on his prisoners. He's checking to see if his chef is awake yet so he can finally get a decent meal. He tells the wheelchair lady that he captured Nanyue specifically to cook for the crew. The lady isn't impressed, thinking Zai completely overestimated the value of a random cook. But Zai insists that Nanyue's cooking is top tier, even with basic ingredients. Suddenly, another pirate appears, and she is absolutely fuming, cracking her knuckles. The bird reveals the truth. Zai didn't go on a mission. He just ran away to avoid doing his chores. The maid snaps her broom in half, ready to catch a body for the disrespect. She launches a phoenix flame punch right at Zai's head, turning the deck into a literal fireball. The other pirates can only watch in horror as their ship becomes a war zone. The wheelchair lady just yawns while a literal forest of verdant pastures grows behind her to block the heat. Zai fights back with a raging waves attack, flooding the entire deck. The ship is being destroyed by its own members while the boss just tries to take a nap. Nanyue realizes this is the perfect time to dip while the pirates are busy killing each other. Sha tells him to stop being a spectator and use his strength to bend the bars so they can slip away. He easily snaps the iron and they escape the cell while the guards are sleeping on the job. They make a run for it across the deck while a mysterious woman in a tub watches them go, finding the whole thing interesting. Later, back on their own ship, the romantic tension is at an all-time high. Nanyue is still thinking about how Sha promised never to leave him. He can't even look her in the eye without his face turning into a tomato. He hides his face in his arms, trying to keep his heart from beating out of his chest. Asha is busy at the holographic controls, wondering why he's acting so weird. He finally works up the courage to call her name, sounding like he's about to confess. She turns around, completely oblivious to his internal crisis. He chokes and says it's nothing, failing the social interaction check. He tells her to just keep piloting so the pirates don't catch up. Asha gives him a confused look, but she's used to his antics by now. He gives her a shaky smile, sweating bullets. She agrees and turns back to the console, focused on the course. He tells her he'll go prepare some tea to hide his embarrassment. Sha watches him leave, still feeling like there was something he left unsaid. Nanyue makes a quick exit before he says something even stupider. A few minutes later, he's back on deck, staring at her from a distance. He notices every little detail, from her boots to the way she carries herself. Asha asks if there's actually something he wants to tell her this time. His heart starts doing that annoying badump thing again. He tries to find the words, but his brain is a literal blank screen. Asha is just waiting patiently for him to speak his mind. He clenches his teeth, struggling to be honest about his feelings. His heart is racing at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and he's about to burst. He finally blurts out a question about how they managed to fly away after the engine was destroyed. But Asha is visibly disappointed that it was just a technical question. She explains they are using the original engine while they run away. She points up at their fluffy transportation method. It turns out Shaggy, the giant flying dragon, is doing all the heavy lifting in the sky. Nanyue relaxes on Shaggy's back, daydreaming about his favorite person. He's totally lost in his own world of romance. He watches the clouds pass by, feeling the peaceful vibe. He thinks about how cute Asha is when she's happy. He pictures her smiling face and gets all mushy inside. He even thinks she's adorable when she's being serious and focused on her notes. But Shaggy just looks back at him with a judgmental stare, tired of the simping. And Nanyue knows he's got it bad and can't hide it from the dragon. He tells Shaggy that he really just wants to get closer to her. But he's paralyzed by fear of ruining what they have. He clenches his fist, feeling the anxiety of unrequited love. He's worried that she might not actually like him back. Or worse, that he can't give her the future she deserves. He buries his face in his knees, feeling like a total loser. Shaggy just lets out a series of woofs, probably telling him to man up. Suddenly, Asha is climbing up the side of dragon with a rope, looking like a pro. Nanyue is shocked to see her doing something so dangerous and tells her to be careful. He notices she's working hard and wants to be the one to protect her for once. He tells her to get down and let him handle the repairs. He starts climbing up the rope ladder with his tools. But because he's Nanyue, his foot slips on the wooden rung. He lets out a scream as he falls backward into the open sky. Asha catches him midair, holding him close in a total role reversal moment. They end up staring into each other's eyes while floating through the clouds. Asha's eyes are wide, and she's definitely blushing now. She blames Shaggy for changing direction and causing the fall. And Nanyue is blushing so hard he might actually pass out. Asha looks at him expectantly, waiting for him to finally say something. He realizes he's still being held and his heart rate spikes. He starts rambling about how she used a levitation spell without a staff earlier. He's huffing and puffing from the adrenaline and the awkward proximity. Asha just stares at him, her expression shifting to realization. She remembers that moment perfectly and nods. He keeps babbling, desperate to fill the silence so he doesn't have to confess. Asha asks him point blank if there's anything else he has to say. He immediately folds and says no like a total coward. He keeps making excuses, talking about magic density, and how it must be easy to cast spells here. Asha just looks at him with a deadpan stare, knowing he's dodging. He asks if she wants to try casting another spell without her staff to prove his point. She finally breaks into a beautiful smile, telling him he's actually back on the pirate ship. Things are a total mess as Chuazai the bird flaps around like a maniac. The crew is looking absolutely cooked, especially the mummy man Shen, who's currently being held up by his teammates. Shen manages to croak out a question about the situation, wondering if they're still in the clear. The boss lady takes a puff of her pipe and notes that they haven't spotted any blinkers. However, she drops the bombshell that they're birds. Nanyue and Asha have officially flown the coop. The news sends the crew into a mini panic, especially since they were supposed to be the only birds on board. The resident parrot decides to add insult to injury, calling Yen a dumb bird. Yen isn't having it and threatens to turn the feathered snitch into a bucket of fried chicken. Shen is absolutely devastated, realizing the chef they kidnapped escaped before even serving a single appetizer. While Shen is literally crying over spilled milk, Zai is pumped that they might finally be rid of the intruders. The boss lady just sighs, calling her crew a bunch of slowpokes while she keeps her cool. But the chase is back on when Suazai spots the target 500 miles away. Zai immediately snaps into commander mode, pulling the ropes to prepare for a pursuit. Yen takes the wheel, executing a sharp left to close the distance. Meanwhile, the mysterious wheelchair lady is just catching some Z's, completely unbothered by the high-speed chase. The pirate ship, with its goofy-looking skull and crossbones, picks up speed as Zai adjusts her captain's hat, looking ready to claim the blood-kiss victory. They go full throttle, closing in on the escaping duo's pod. Inside the pod, Nanyue tries to shoot his shot and talk to Asha, but she's way too locked in on her magic displays. He's got something important to say, but she just leaves him hanging. She hits him with the classic, busy right now line, effectively friend-zoning his attempt at a serious talk. And Nanyue can only stand there and take the L internally, he sighed. Is now really the time for a cold shoulder. He tries to snap himself out of it by patting his cheeks while Asha stays focused on the HUD. He notices a crystal compass acting up and shows it to her. The thing is wearing like it's about to explode. And Nanyue thinks it's broken and tries to fix it with some percussive maintenance. But Asha snatches it away before he destroys it. She realizes the Bloodkiss pirates have basically set a magic trap for them. The crystal isn't broken. They're just being tracked like they've got a GPS tag on their tail. Back on the pirate ship, Zai is questioning if Shen overdid it with the nebula spell. The boss lady thinks the smoke might be the reason they can't see anything. She wonders why everyone is constantly making her life difficult. Suddenly, a massive boom rocks the ship, nearly knocking Zai off her feet. She looks out and spots the pod through the haze. Heh, caught him in 4K. She basically screams as they finally lock onto the target. Zai is thrilled, even though they were looking in the wrong direction the whole time. The boss lady is skeptical, as her senses were telling her the duo was somewhere else entirely. A chain suddenly clink and latch onto the ship. A massive crystal on the wall starts buzzing, signaling a major problem. Everyone looks up in shock as a giant shadow looms over them. Back in the pod, Nanyue is impressed that Asha managed to flip the script on the pirates. Asha explains that she basically hacked their spell. She used the pirates' own mist to create a magnetic interference field. Yeah, it's a big brain move that makes it impossible for the spellcaster to find them. She notes that the more people there are, the easier they are to track. But then she spots something even worse than the pirates. The duo suddenly finds themselves tied up as a new player enters the game. A massive ship with Fenji plastered on the side arrives. It's a giant, star-studded airship that makes the pirate vessel look like a toy. An army of star-headed soldiers, the Sita, demand their total surrender. Zai isn't about to give up to a bunch of blinkers without a fight. She summons a massive wave of water magic, refusing to bow down to the Sita. The water crashes down, but the starheads don't even flinch. Yen tries to steer them away, but the starheads are one step ahead. They launch massive green tentacles from their ship. The tubes pop and latch onto the pirate ship with a sickening sound. The pirate ship is now completely covered in these gross-looking magic leeches. The boss lady is visibly disgusted by the slimy reinforcements. Zai panics as they realize they're trapped and orders everyone to return fire. A massive fireball is traded between the two ships as the sky turns into a war zone. Watching from the sidelines, Nanyue is stunned by the intensity of the brawl. He looks over at Asha and realizes she's doing it again. She's completely still, even though she's tied up. Her eyes are locked onto the battle. Her pupils are literally glowing with magic circles as she analyzes the spells being thrown around. And Nanyue realizes she's basically downloading their moveset in real time. On the pirate ship, Yen and the others are gasping for air, completely drained. Zai is struggling to keep her feet, cursing her luck. She tries one last water blast, but she's running on fumes. The starheads aren't playing around and launch a counterattack. They charge up a massive fire attack through a giant magic circle. The explosion is absolute, completely overwhelming the pirates. Zai finally hits her limit and collapses to the deck. She looks up in despair, realizing they've lost. She starts crying, calling herself a burden to the crew for her obsession with the chef. Soon, the whole crew is bawling their eyes out in a pathetic display. The boss lady is terrified of receiving the punishment of truth. Ian joins in the sobbing, terrified of what's coming. Yet, turns out the punishment is wearing a hideous star-shaped headgear for the rest of their lives. Nanyue is absolutely horrified by the fashion disaster. He gets so worked up that he accidentally flexes and snaps the ropes holding him. Asha just stares at the broken ropes, totally unfazed by his sudden outburst of strength. The pirate ship is currently a total mess as the star-headed Sita soldiers, also known as the Blinkers, swarm the deck like they own the place. They've managed to corner the crew, and the pirate leaders are looking way less intimidating than usual. Hidden among the chaos is a mysterious white-haired girl in a mask, her eyes sharp and ready for a counterattack. She's tired of being pushed around and decides it's finally time to drop the hammer. So the Blinkers are strutting around with zero care, completely unaware that they're about to get absolutely blindsided. Internally, the girl probably thought, hope you guys like surprises, because here comes a big one. She stands her ground as the atmosphere gets heavy with enough killing intent to short-circuit a robot. The Sita soldiers are confused for a second, but their confusion turns to pure terror when a massive bird appears in the sky. This is Zai, her personal summon, and he's definitely not here to play nice. With a sharp glare, she commands the beast to wipe the floor with these intruders. Zai swoops down, and with a flash of magic, he starts draining the Blinkers of every ounce of their mana. The soldiers start dropping like flies, their magic reserves hitting absolute zero in seconds. One soldier barely manages to gasp out that his power has been sucked dry before hitting the deck with a thud. The rest of the squad is left scratching their star heads, wondering how things south so fast. They realize Suize's shadow is the real threat, acting like a vacuum for magic. The other leader grabs a megaphone and screams for everyone to stay out of the shadows if they want to live. The Blinkers huddle together, trying to stay close so they don't get caught in the dark. The masked girl clicks her tongue, annoyed that these star-headed weirdos actually figured out her trick. To make matters worse, the Sita forces launch a massive fire attack, turning the sky into a literal furnace. Suizai gets caught in the blast, his white feathers scorched as he falls from the sky. The girl watches in horror, screaming for a companion as he hits the ground hard. A Sita soldier creeps up behind her, his eyes glowing with a creepy star-shaped light. He snatches the handles of her wheelchair, and before she can react, she's sent tumbling. She hits the deck, completely defenseless without her summon to protect her. Reaching out with a trembling hand, she looks like she's reached the end of the line. The tears stream down her face as she hugs the remains of her fallen bird, crying out his name in despair. It looks like a total wipeout for the crew, but then a blinding light starts to glow from behind her. The girl squinted, thinking, that's way too bright for a sneak attack. The Sita soldiers are forced to shield their eyes as a massive energy signature approaches from the rear. Their commander orders a full retreat to defend the main ship, realizing a new player has entered the chat. They try to set up a defensive formation, but they're clearly shaking in their boots. Massive fireballs start raining down from the heavens, looking like a literal meteor shower. The blinkers try to activate an absolute defense spell, but it's like trying to stop a tsunami with a paper shield. The lead soldier stares in disbelief as their ultimate truth is completely deconstructed by the raw power. Just when they think it can't get any worse, a massive fire spiral rips through the air. The fire burns so hot that the starheads start looking like toasted marshmallows. As the smoke clears, a massive black dragon emerges from the flames, looking absolutely majestic. It lets out a roar that shakes the very foundation of the sky. But wait, the real MVP is Nanyue, who dives into the fray with her kitchen knives out. She activates her rolling blade mincing technique, proving that a chef is the scariest person on a battlefield. She starts slicing through the magic leeches inside a tech like she's prepping for a 5-course meal. After a whirlwind of slashes, she manages to clear the area, but there's one tiny problem. Internally, she panicked. Wait, I forgot the landing part of this plan. Nanyue finds herself falling through the sky and starts screaming for Asha to save her life. Suddenly, Asha appears with beautiful pink wings, looking like a literal angel. She spots Nanyue plummeting and dives down to catch her before she hits the ocean. Take my hand, Asha shouts, reaching out with perfect main character energy. She grabs Nanyue midair, and the two of them share a moment as they hover above the chaos. They latch onto a passing escape craft and blast away from the pirate ship at high speed. The Sita commander can only watch in fury as his prizes slip through his fingers. And meanwhile, back on solid ground, the masked girl is left behind, looking completely lost. The aftermath of the battle is pretty gross, with the pirates literally puking rainbows from the magic overload. The girl looks at the mess and wonders if these blinkers were even worth the trouble. Nanyue, being the practical chef she is, starts harvesting the magic leeches like they're fresh produce. As she holds up a squirming eyeball plant thing, looking totally unfazed by the slime, she tells the pirates not to worry because dinner is going to be served soon. The boss lady is absolutely disgusted, realizing she's way out of her league with this chef. She wonders how Nanyue can even touch those things without losing her lunch. Nanyue just keeps squelching through the basket, picking out the best bits for her recipe. The leeches keep popping out of the walls, but she's on a mission to fill her basket. The pirates watch in horror, their stomachs turning as Nanyue treats a biological nightmare like a salad bar. Later, a crew member is busy scrubbing the deck, complaining that the pirates aren't doing any work. Kiddo Bird with a bandana appears to make a grand announcement to the entire crew. Everyone gathers on the deck to hear the news, looking curious about what's coming next. Zai and Asha stand at the front, ready to change the future of the ship. Nanyue drops her basket of leeches in shock as the tension in the air spikes. She has a bad feeling about this, her eyes wide with realization. Asha steps forward and declares that she is officially taking over as the new captain of the ship. Nanyue breathes a sigh of relief, but the rest of the pirates are absolutely stunned. Zai tries to calm everyone down, telling them that even if she's not the captain, she still loves them. She promises that they'll all live together in peace and harmony from now on. Nanyue looks at Asha, feeling a bit left out of the family dynamic. Internally, she sighed. Great, now she's everyone's captain, not just my princess. To one of the pirates, Yen steps forward and objects to the new leadership. Asha doesn't back down and asks for a valid reason why she can't lead. Yen stammers, arguing that Zai is the oldest and most dependable member of the crew. As she points at Zai, claiming seniority is the only thing that matters on this ship. Zai just laughs it off, looking a bit embarrassed by the sudden praise. She points to her own pointed ears, reminding everyone about the longevity of the elven race. The crew realizes that even though Asha looks young, she's actually been around the block a few times. Zai bows her head, admitting that she was too incompetent to protect everyone during the last raid. She confesses that she felt powerless and that the ship needs a stronger leader. She begs Asha to take the mantle and lead them to a better future. Asha reveals the bombshell that she's actually 99 years old, making her the oldest person there. The boss lady's floored, noting that Asha doesn't look a day over 20. Asha points out that based on Yan's own logic about age, she's the perfect candidate for captain. She takes a moment to think it over, looking every bit the regal leader she was born to be. She starts addressing the crew members by name, starting with Yan. She acknowledges the others too, showing that she's been paying attention this whole time. With a warm smile, she tells them that they are all family now. She reaches out her hand, inviting them to join her on this new— After the absolute chaos of the last battle, things have finally chilled out on the ship, but our favorite little cloud sheep is still busy putting in work at the food bowl. It's minding its own business until a shady-looking bird decides to swoop in and start some drama. The bird lands with a smug look, clearly looking to catch those hands or, in this case, those hooves. That it starts taunting the sheep, acting like it's way too refined to actually care about some basic kibble. Internally, the bird was probably thinking, I'm the main character here, watch me ratio this fluff ball. Tut. But while the sheep is distracted by the bird's trash talk, it gets a literal poke in the side from a mysterious black tail. The sheep is completely blindsided, wondering what kind of gank is happening right now. It lets out a confused woof as the tail snatches its food right out from under its nose. Realizing it just got finessed, the sheep lets out a panicked cry as its meal disappears into thin air. The bird doesn't even hide it, flying off with the bowl while basically telling the sheep to get good and catch it if it can. Meanwhile, on the main deck, the rest of the crew is finally getting a taste of Nanyue's legendary cooking, and they are absolutely stunned. Mealtime on a pirate ship is a total free-for-all where you'd have to fight for your life just to get a scrap of bread. Asha looks down at the gourmet dumplings, wondering how they're supposed to go back to eating trash after this. The crew is already inhaling the food, forgetting all about their pirate reputation, because the flavor is just that unhinged. One of them is literally slurping down a shellfish like their life depends on it. They're eating so fast it's actually a little terrifying to watch. Even the resident elegant lady is losing her mind, screaming at them to stop making so much noise while they eat. Of course, she immediately gets humbled when another crew member lets out a massive burp right in her face. Nanyue just smiles, telling everyone there's plenty more where that came from. She rolls out a massive cart loaded with enough high-tier loot to make a king jealous. The entire crew gathers around, eyes sparkling like they just found a hidden treasure chest. Nanyue is just happy to see people actually appreciating her craft, for once. Watching everyone eat together brings back some pretty dark memories for Asha. She remembers her childhood in the Elven Palace, sitting at a massive, cold table that felt more like a prison than a home. Back then, she couldn't even swing her legs or show any personality without getting shut down. She remembers asking her father when she could finally see her mother again, only to be met with a cold glare and a reminder that proper royals don't speak while eating. It was a lonely, silent life where every meal felt like a funeral. Nanyue notices Asha spacing out and checks in to see if she's okay. Asha snaps out of it, looking at her new friend with a mix of surprise and relief. She gives a genuine smile, admitting that the food is incredible and the vibes are even better. Nanyue beams, her heart melting a little at the compliment. Suddenly, Kao jumps in, acting Nanyue's biggest fangirl and demanding to know the secrets of the kitchen. She can't believe Nanyue made a 5-star feast with basically 0 ingredients in the pantry. Kao is so hyped her eyes are literally turning into tiny dumplings. The elegant lady tells her to calm down because her blinker eyes are starting to look a little too weird. Nanyue just laughs, explaining that it's all about the fish 3 ways technique, a classic move from her homeland. Kakao is hanging on every word, vibrating with excitement, but then the conversation turns to business and things get serious. And Zai asks when their next big raid is, but Asha has a different plan. She declares that from now on, they aren't going to be murdering, plundering, or burning stuff down. The crew is a bit skeptical, explaining that life in the Sea of Clouds is basically a survival horror game. They point out that everything is just endless clouds and floating peaks. These peaks are the only places people can actually live, but there's a major problem. The blinkers, those weird star-headed people, have basically claimed every single piece of land. Asha asks about the resources brought up by the magical turbulence. But it turns out the blinkers have a monopoly on those too. Even the public spaces where everyone used to hang out have been seized. The crew looks pretty defeated, explaining that the blinkers just show up, plant a flag, and call it divine airspace. Anyone who tries to argue gets captured and forced to wear those creepy star helmets until they lose their identity. Nanyue is disgusted, saying they sound exactly like the corrupt sects back home who try to dictate everything. Asha realizes she doesn't know much about Nanyue's past, but Nanyue brushes it off, saying her family wasn't that interesting anyway. Asha isn't quite buying it, but she lets it slide for now. And Nanyue finally admits the real reason she left home. The people in her village actually hated her cooking. Internally, she probably thought those people had 0 taste buds, honestly. The crew is absolutely offended on her behalf, calling the villagers total haters who wouldn't know a good meal if it hit them in the face. Even the little girl is finishing her plate, proving that Nanyue is the real deal. Seeing how much everyone loves the food, Asha gets a big brain idea. She suggests that instead of pirating, they should just open up a restaurant in the sky. Switching perspectives to the town below, a poor kid is waking up in a literal shack, looking like he hasn't had a good meal in weeks. He stumbles outside, scratching his head and looking completely drained. He accidentally trips and nearly falls off the edge of the floating dock, but an old man catches him just in time. The town is basically a cluster of floating houses held together by chains and prayers. The kid is shaking, realizing he almost met his end right there. But just as he catches his breath, a giant shadow looms over the town. The old man realizes what's happening and starts screaming that the sky pirates have arrived. The entire town goes into a full-blown panic as the pirate ship descends. People are scrambling to hide their valuables and themselves. The old man lets go of the kid, telling everyone to run for their lives before they get caught. Back on the ship, Asha is confused because she thought she was here to help. She doesn't understand why everyone is acting like they're the villains when they were friendly in the past. She remembers the townspeople being cool. But now they're all living on the docks and acting like they've seen a ghost. Zai suggests they just ask someone directly, and that's when they find a stowaway hiding in the corner. It turns out the little cloud sheepdog actually brought the kid on board. The sheep looks incredibly proud of itself, even though it just committed a kidnapping. Asha tries to be the nice elf princess and tells the kid they won't hurt him, but the kid is absolutely terrified. Here from his perspective, he's looking at two legendary pirates who probably want his lunch money. Just then, Kao swings in from a rope like a chaotic delivery driver. She's holding a bag of crystals and acting like she just won the lottery. The crew is confused, asking where she went, and she explains that she was just trying out Nanyue's delivery service idea. She says she found a random person and delivered some food to them. And Nanyue is sweating, remembering that she might have mentioned something like that in passing. She asks if the delivery actually went well, and Cao enthusiastically says it did. But apparently, she just rode her bike to a random house, yelled that their order was here, and the guy was so scared he threw a bag of money out the window just to make her leave. Cao thinks she's a marketing genius, while the crew realizes she basically just extorted a citizen. The poor kid on the ship starts crying, saying he can't afford to pay for any deliveries with magic crystals. He's so broke he literally begs them to just kill him now because he can't even pay the blinker taxes. Asha is stunned, wondering why this kid thinks they're collectors. She tries to explain they're just trying to open a restaurant, but the kid isn't buying it, screaming that he won't believe anything a pirate says. And Nanyue tries to tell him they've retired from the pirate life, but he just keeps begging for the sweet release of death. And Asha and Nanyue realize they are failing the communication check big time. Zai decides to take over, asking Nanyue for her kitchen knife. Then Nanyue hands it over, thinking she's going to peel some fruit. Instead, Zai looms over the kid with a terrifying, unhinged face, telling him his bangs are way too long. She starts giving him a haircut, while the kid is literally seeing his life flash before his eyes. Tia, the elegant lady, joins in, blowing smoke and looking like a final boss. She gives him an ultimatum: answer their questions about the town, or things are about to get very, very ugly. So the crew's attempt at becoming peaceful farmers starts off as a total disaster when they realize the soil is basically trash. Yen tries to sample the local produce, but the taste's so offensive it sends her soul into another dimension. Asha realizes that even with magic, you can't turn dirt into a 5-star salad without some serious help. To save the harvest, she decides to dump a magic catalyst into the pot, hoping for a miracle. Suddenly, a bush of vibrant red chilies sprouts up, looking way more appetizing than the last batch. Yen, clearly having learned nothing, thinks these look like sweet treats and prepares to dig in. Despite the warnings, she tosses one back, expecting a sugar rush but getting a death sentence instead. Her eyes nearly pop out of her head as her internal temperature hits sun levels. Internally, she screamed, "Why does everything in this world want to kill me?" She starts breathing literal fire, nearly roasting the crew until Asha steps in with an emergency ice spell. The massive blast of fire is finally neutralized, though the farm is definitely toast. Shen shows up to roast them even harder, asking why they're failing at a simple farming livestream. Sha and Zai just want to change the subject because explaining why Yen is a human flamethrower is too much work. Shen gets down to business, explaining that the blinkers are the real problem, staying in their HQ while a rebellion brews in the shadows. These blinkers aren't just strong. They're smart, turning local sky pirates into tax-collecting lackeys to do their dirty work. Zai is genuinely shocked that anyone could be that low, while Shen struggles to even remember the names of the small fry groups involved. She eventually remembers some group called the Empty-Headed Stars, or something equally insulting. With the town in total chaos, the crew wonders if opening a restaurant here is even a viable business move. The plan to win over the locals with a wholesome farming stream has officially flopped. Shen mentions that the stowaway kid is currently being checked out by Wu to make sure he isn't permanently scared. Zard, the little guy, is actually doing okay, chatting it up about his favorite weather. He reveals he loves the rain because that's the only time the oppressive pirates stay inside and leave him alone. Suddenly, a mysterious hand reaches out toward him, ruining the vibe. He turns around, probably expecting a monster. And instead, a weird bird guy offers to show him a big bird, which scares the absolute daylights out of the poor kid. The crew's pets start bickering, with the dog accusing the bird of being a total creep for harassing the doctor. The bird doesn't care about anyone's feelings, while Wu remains completely zonked out in her chair. Meanwhile, the holographic stream of Wu sleeping is being broadcast right over the heads of the local workers. The pirate overseers don't care about the entertainment, cracking their whips and telling the locals to shut up and get back to work. This one-eyed pirate looks like he's just waiting for a reason to ruin someone's day. The stream then cuts to the crew trying to look busy in the woods. Nanyue is supposedly fishing, but she's bored out of her mind and hasn't caught a single thing. She stares blankly at the water, realizing that being a legitimate business owner is way more boring than piracy. Suddenly, she spots something in the distance and tells her companion to stay perfectly still. She reaches for her blade, dropping the peaceful chef act in an instant. A wild unicorn sheep thing was just trying to have a snack when it realized it was on the menu. Nanyue finishes the shopping trip in record time, piling up enough meat to feed the whole ship. Her partner is horrified, pointing out that she basically just committed grand theft livestock on camera. A whole herd of the creatures watches from the distance, probably wondering who called for the butcher. Nanyue tries to play it cool, thinking no one will notice a couple of missing sheep. Back at the ship, things get awkward fast. Nanyue and her partner try to sneak their loot on board, hoping the boss doesn't see the literal bags of evidence. Their partner is sweating bullets, knowing they're about to get caught in 4K. Suddenly, a massive gust of wind hits the deck, nearly blowing everyone over. Asha and Zai brace themselves as a new challenger approaches. A flashy flying machine with giant spoons descends from the sky. The crew is left wondering what kind of circus just rolled into town. A flamboyant pirate and his buff goons swing down, trying way too hard to look cool. They announce their arrival with maximum edge, showing off their skull-themed gear. These guys are the idiots under the stars, and they're here to demand respect. They get triggered immediately when Zai calls them brainless, which is honestly a fair assessment. Zai just trolls them harder, mocking whoever was dumb enough to respond to the insult. The blonde leader is about to blow a fuse, but his subordinate tries to keep him focused on the actual crime. He points his finger at the crew, accusing them of being nothing more than common sheep thieves. He claims he caught them red-handed and wants to know if they have any defense. Asha just stares at him with the most expression ever recorded. Nanyue and her partner show up with the meat still in hand, looking like they just got caught raiding the fridge at 3 a.m. Asha takes one look at the evidence and just sighs. She looks the pirate dead in the eye and basically says, "Yeah, we stole them. What are you gonna do about it?" The blonde pirate is insulted that his mercy was thrown back in his face. He reaches for his hat, his anger finally reaching a boiling point. He slams his captain's hat onto the deck with a heavy thud. Standing tall, he challenges the crew to a duel to reclaim his honor. The surrounding workers start cheering for a fight, because anything is better than working in the mines. Asha is confused, asking Zai what the dramatic hat toss is supposed to mean. Zai explains that it's an official challenge a duel where the captain's honor is on the line. Asha wonders how they're even supposed to accept a challenge that's this extra. When asked if she's going to fight, Asha gives a lazy yeah. Zai tells her that to accept, she has to throw her own captain's hat on the ground. She realizes she doesn't actually have a hat, which is a bit of a logistical nightmare. She looks over at the rest of her crew, who are all just vibing and minding their own business. She spots Nanyue and beckons her over with a mischievous grin. Nanyue approaches with her usual cheerful energy, completely unaware she's being scouted for a trap. Asha tells her to do one simple thing, throw her hat on the floor. Nanyue happily obliges, thinking it's just some weird new crew ritual. She slams her hat down with maximum enthusiasm. The hat hits the deck, officially sealing the contract for the fight. Nanyue asks what the next step is, probably expecting a snack. Asha's response is simple. Now, go beat him up. The blonde pirate is busy warming up, cracking his neck and preparing to show off his skills. Nanyue's eyes widen as she realizes she was just voluntold to fight a boss. Internally, she probably sighed. I just wanted to cook the sheep, not join a fight club. She gets into a fighting stance anyway, locking in for the battle. Asha gives her one last piece of advice. Watch out for his hair. Nanyue nods, realizing the guy's golden locks aren't just for show. The two face off on the deck, the tension thick enough to cut with a chef's knife. Nanyue tells him not to overdo it, while the pirate promises to end her right then and there. He lunges forward, and his hair literally comes alive, shooting out like golden whips. Nanyue barely dodges the first strike, which shatters the deck behind her. She pulls off a smooth handspring to keep her distance, impressing the crowd. The pirate continues his assault, his hair lashing out from every angle while Nanyue dances through the chaos. He wears a smug grin, thinking he's finally cornered the chef, but the crew watches with concern as the speed of the attacks picks up. Just as things look dire, Nanyue's expression goes cold as she reaches out and grabs a handful of the magic hair, ready to end this clown's career. Nanyue just caught the pirate captain by his most prized possession, his glorious blonde hair. She doesn't hesitate, tap dancing her way into range and pulling out her kitchen knife with professional speed. This isn't a duel, it's a haircut from hell. The pirate captain realizes he's been blindsided, screaming in terror as the blade flashes through the air. In a matter of seconds, he's gone from a majestic mane to looking like a giant, confused thumb. Nanyue casually thanks him for the easy win while he stands there realizing his head is suddenly very chilly. His subordinate has to carry his traumatized, bald carcass away like a giant, defeated baby. Nanyue thinks the beef is finally settled and turns back to Asha with a big grin. But the captain isn't celebrating. She looks genuinely upset. Nanyue starts overthinking, wondering if she spent too much time playing with her food. Internally, she panicked. Is she mad I didn't finish him in 1 second? Instead, Asha grabs Nanyue's scratched-up hands, her expression softening into something much more intimate. Nanyue is completely caught off guard by the sudden skinship. Asha declares that seeing her chef get hurt is a hard pass, and she's banning Nanyue from fighting like this ever again. As they share a close, cinematic moment, Nanyue can only blush and agree to whatever she says. Zai watches from the sidelines, complaining about the sudden sour smell of romance clogging up the air. The rest of the crew follows suit, chuckling at the obvious lovey-dovey vibes coming from the pair. But the pirates aren't done being annoying, as a massive method cracks his knuckles and steps into the ring. The bowl-cut pirate decides to move the goalposts, claiming they're in their territory, so it's now a best-of-3 match. The peanut gallery of fodder pirates starts chanting the new rules like a bunch of brainless NPCs. The new challenger starts stretching, looking like he's about to enter a bodybuilding competition. Zai is ready to throw hands, but Asha steps forward to reclaim the spotlight herself. Even though the guy looks like a melee beast, Asha isn't breaking a sweat. Nanyue tries to play the protective partner, but Asha is determined to handle this one. She gives Nanyue a confident smile that could melt glaciers. With a gentle pat on the shoulder, she tells her chef to sit back and watch how a real captain handles business. Nanyue realizes Asha is playing 4D chess and feels her face heating up again. Internally, she giggled. Why is she so cool when she's being bossy? Asha looks back at her, radiating total girl boss energy. She leans in close, whispering a sweet thanks for caring so much about her safety. Then, she tops it off with a wink that sends Nanyue's heart into overdrive. Nanyue gets absolutely sniped by Cupid's arrows while the crew continues to gag at the sheer amount of sugar being served. Asha faces down the giant pirate as the wind starts to pick up. Nanyue recovers from her blushing fit just long enough to scream some encouragement for her captain. The giant pirate looks like a final boss, but he's about to find out why you don't mess with an elven princess. He flexes his bandaged muscles, confident he can tank whatever she throws. But Asha just stares him down, completely unfazed by the intimidation tactics. As she starts weaving a spell, her movements as fluid as water. Suddenly, a burst of dark energy and lightning buzzes around the pirate. He thinks he's a genius for dodging, but then he realizes his right arm has literally left the chat. Asha doesn't give him time to mourn his limb, waving her hand for the finishing move. But a massive rumble shakes the sky as a lightning bolt fries the pirate like a piece of burnt toast. The pirate audience is shook, watching their big brother get turned into a living skeleton. He emerges from the smoke looking like a charcoal briquette with a bad haircut. He tries to act tough, claiming he's still in the game with a jagged, toothy grin. Ash just gives him a look of pure boredom. He charges in for a desperate attack, thinking he's finally found an opening in her defense. Asha just waves her hand again, looking like she's swatting a fly. He laughs it off, convinced her magic is a total dud. He continues his trash talk as lightning strikes the ground all around him. Suddenly, the atmosphere changes, and he starts involuntarily dancing a graceful ballad to a musical beat. He's stuck in a rhythmic loop, looking like a buff ballerina against his will. The fodder pirates are actually impressed by his technique, cheering for his smooth moves. The crew sarcastically claps for the performance while the pirate ship behind them gets absolutely wrecked by a massive boom of lightning. Finally, the big guy collapses, literally smoking from the humiliation of the dance-off. He taps out, admitting he's taken the L's. The bowl-cut pirate is fuming and moves the goalposts yet again, demanding a 3 out of 5 match. Zai realizes they're being bait and switched to drain their energy through attrition. Asha praises Zai for finally noticing the obvious trap. She admits that playing by pirate rules is a losing game and they need to pivot. Zai is stumped, wondering how they can handle the endless wave of challengers. Asha suggests they think outside the box to break this annoying impasse. Zai's head is spinning, not sure what kind of secret weapon they have left in the tank. Nanyue suggests dropping a king bomb and ending the entire farce right now. She pulls out her knife, ready to go on a rampage. But Asha has a different plan. They're sending in Shaggy the sheep. The bowl-cut pirate is confused, watching as a small, fluffy creature walks up to the line. Shaggy looks like he's about to cry, knowing he's being used as a sacrifice. That is, until they present him with a bowl of high-tier magical chilies. Asha promises him a month of gourmet meals if he just eats up and wins. Shaggy doesn't need to be told twice, chomping down on the spice like a total madman. But even the local bird mocks them for sending in a dog to do a pirate's job. The bowl-cut pirate thinks victory is in the bag, looking completely smug about the matchup. He's dead wrong. Shaggy transforms into a literal fire tornado, turning the entire pirate crew into a collective pile of smoking ash. Fast forward 1 month, and Fukyang Village is officially thriving under its new management. The local farmers are stoked because the soil quality has finally been upgraded, and they're already planning to mass-produce giant crops to end hunger for good. But of course, things can't stay peaceful for long, especially when a giant beanstalk suddenly goes rogue and snatches Nanyue like she's a snack. Luckily, Yan is on standby to literally burn the problem away, appearing out of nowhere to catch her. Yan is basically the village's designated firefighter at this point, but she's low-key annoyed that she keeps having to use her powers for these weird gardening accidents. Internally, she grumbled, "I'm a warrior, not a weed whacker." Back at the mobile base, the crew is feeling the pressure of their own success. Zai drops a bombshell report. 30 more refugees are heading their way, which means the food budget is about to be in the red. Asha is stressed to the max, realizing their current rations are nowhere near enough to sustain a growing population. While Nanyue is busy prepping meals, a winged message scroll flies in like a magical notification. The scroll hovers right in front of her, carrying urgent news from the front lines. Zai explains that the Blinkers, the remnants of the pirate crew they trashed earlier, are begging for peace. After being surrounded for 2 weeks, the pirates have finally lost their edge and are ready to surrender. Asha is skeptical, especially when she hears the pirates are being called yolkers. Now, she looks over the documents, realizing the enemy is finally broken. But Zai is worried that if word gets out about their peaceful village, they'll be flooded with even more refugees they can't feed. They start scrambling through paperwork to find a solution to the supply crisis. Zai looks completely overwhelmed, wondering how they're going to pull this off. Asha spots a loophole in the peace treaty and decides to play hardball. She plans to demand that the pirates provide all the rations as a condition for not getting wiped out. Zai is shocked by the sheer audacity of the plan. Internally, she gasped, "Is this a peace treaty or a shakedown?" Zai quickly gets to work drafting the agreement, excited to turn the tables on their enemies. As they both grind through the paperwork, the conversation takes a serious turn. Zai looks up from the files, her curiosity finally getting the better of her. She asks Asha if she's ever wondered about her own past. Asha's expression goes cold the moment the topic of her family comes up. She bluntly states she has zero interest in finding the people who abandoned her as a child. If it weren't for the old man who found her at the edge of a magical storm, she'd be monster food by now. Zai mentions that according to her research, there aren't any other elven civilizations on this continent. She speculates that Asha's parents might have been adventurers who got separated from her during a magical disaster. Asha dismisses it as pure guesswork, but before they can go deeper, a scream rings out. A giant seahorse monster has snatched Nanyue right off the deck and is flying away with her. Zai is ready to call for backup, but Asha is already midair, manifesting her wings to give chase. She unleashes a massive ice attack, aiming to freeze the beast mid-flight. But the monster is surprisingly agile, dodging the ice shards like it's playing a video game. It dives into the thick mist, hoping to lose its pursuer. Little does Asha know, Nanyue isn't actually a captive. She's basically the one driving the bus. The seahorse looks back at its passenger with total focus. A magical projectile narrowly misses them as they weave through the clouds, and Nanyue screams for the creature to bank right to avoid another blast. The monster barely clears the next attack, sweating from the intensity of the dogfight. Nanyue realizes they almost got toasted and tells the beast to stay sharp. Another wave of attacks comes flying in, forcing them to dive lower. They perform some high-speed maneuvers to stay ahead of Asha's relentless pursuit. Finally, the monster pulls over in a clear area, and Nanyue wonders why they've stopped. She looks up and sees Asha hovering right there with a terrifyingly calm expression. With a snap of her fingers, Asha signals the end of the chase, and the seahorse immediately spits Nanyue out. Nanyue is offended that her new friend abandoned her so quickly after she spent days feeding it. Asha realizes this wasn't a kidnapping at all, but another one of Nanyue's weird hobbies. She gives Nanyue a look that says, "You better have a god-tier explanation for this by tonight." Later that evening, the two are seen chilling on a small boat drifting through the sunset clouds. The atmosphere is quiet, but the tension between them is still thick. Nanyue looks over, feeling guilty for worrying her friend. Surprisingly, Asha is the one who apologizes first, taking the blame for the whole situation. Nanyue is caught off guard, not expecting a heartfelt apology. Asha admits she feels like she broke her promise to open a sky restaurant because she's been busy building a village. Internally, she sighed, "I'm turning into a bureaucrat instead of a captain." She looks at Nanyue, genuinely worried that she's been holding her back. Asha's eyes are full of regret as she stares at her partner. Nanyue realizes that her little seahorse prank actually hit Asha way harder than she intended. The silence stretches out as Asha waits for a response. She admits she was genuinely terrified of losing Nanyue, which is why she's so upset. Nanyue finally cracks and apologizes, realizing she went way too far with the joke. Asha's expression softens as the weight of the day finally lifts. She stands up, her wings glowing softly in the fading light. She turns her back to the sunset, looking like a literal angel. Nanyue watches her, realizing how much she truly cares for the captain. She reaches out and grabs Asha's hand, refusing to let her walk away. Asha looks back, her sharp elven ears twitching at the sudden contact. With tears in her eyes, Nanyue begs for forgiveness, feeling like a total jerk. Asha stares at her, her heart clearly melting. As she thinks about all the times Nanyue looked after her, even when things were chaotic. Nanyue looks up at the vast, golden sky, her eyes reflecting the beauty of horizon. She explains that no matter how beautiful the scenery is, it feels completely hollow if she's not enjoying it with Sha. She admits that the only reason she did all of this was to get Asha to take a break and see the view. Asha is completely speechless, her eyes welling up with tears of her own. She lunges forward and pulls Nanyue into a tight hug. Nanyue blushes, finally getting the message across. That Asha smiles through her tears, finally finding peace in the moment. They stand together on the edge of the world, watching the most beautiful sunset they've ever seen. Asha gazes into the distance, looking like she's straight out of a high-budget shoujo anime. Nanyue watches her closely, her eyes filled with all the main character energy she can muster. Trying to be smooth, Nanyue drops the classic line about the moon looking beautiful tonight, which is basically an I love you for those in the know. Asha doesn't miss a beat, flashing a grin and agreeing that the moon is indeed a total vibe. As they relax on the boat, Asha admits she never expected a tiny village to have so much drama and paperwork. She starts thinking about her mother, wondering how she managed to run an entire elven kingdom without losing her mind. She scoffs, mentioning that her old geezer father actually has zero management skills. This leaves Nanyue looking like a confused chibi, wondering if she's been misunderstanding the family tree this whole time. Asha explains that in Elvish, the titles for royalty are interchangeable, which is a total linguistic trap for outsiders. The lore drop continues as Asha reveals she's actually next in line for the throne. Her father has just been playing the role of prince consort for decades since her mother vanished. Internally, she rolled her eyes. The man gets a migraine just looking at a grocery list, let alone a state report. Nanyue processes this information with wide eyes, realizing the gravity of the situation. As the moon hangs high above the trees, the realization finally hits her like a truck. Nanyue starts celebrating, realizing she basically hit the marriage jackpot by landing a future queen. Asha isn't impressed by Nanyue's sudden gold digger energy. Nanyue tries to flip the script, suggesting maybe she's the one who's been taken by the queen instead. Asha pulls her in close, giving her a look that says, stop being weird before things get too heated. She eventually gets fed up with the teasing and sends Nanyue tumbling onto the deck in a heap. You totally deserve that, she huffs, though she's clearly not actually mad. Dad. The mood shifts back to being serious as they stand together, looking out at the sky. Nanyue asks the real question, does Asha miss her mom after all these years? Asha gazes at the double moons, admitting that the wound hasn't exactly healed. Suddenly, we flash back to the Elven Kingdom, a place that looks like a literal fairy tale. Inside the palace, a guard enters the throne room to find a mountain of paperwork. Queen Quinn, Asha's mother, is buried alive in documents, looking like every overworked office employee ever. Doter, her husband, Jin, approaches her with a stack of new problems. He mentions that their daughter's teacher is suing them again because the kid is a menace. Kia apparently, Asha accidentally learned a fireball spell and nearly turned the local kindergarten into a barbecue pit. Dad Jin is stressed out, but Quinn just thinks it means their daughter is a gifted prodigy. Quinn dismissively says the palace minister can just write a check to fix the kindergarten. Jin has finally had enough of her work-from-throne lifestyle and slams his hand down. He screams that it's one thing to ignore him, but neglecting their daughter is crossing the line. He swipes the papers off her desk in a fit of rage, demanding her attention. What else do you even care about besides these piles of trash? He yells as the papers fly everywhere. And in the chaos, a bouquet of flowers, Jin brought lies forgotten among the documents. Jin storms out of the room, leaving his wife behind. Quinn looks down at the flowers, the guilt finally starting to sink in. She sits alone in the massive, empty hall, clutching the bouquet. Jin pauses at the door, his face a mask of disappointment. He tells her he knows she's busy, but he just wanted a little time for their family. Quinn looks heartbroken, but she feels trapped by her duty to the kingdom. Jin gives a sad, cynical laugh before walking away for good. As he leaves, the gap between them feels wider than ever. Quinn realizes that they're both equally stubborn as he spends 360 days a year adventuring while she works. We see a tiny Asha peeking from behind a curtain, watching her parents' marriage crumble in real time. Back in the present, Asha sighs and Nanyue thanks Shaggy, their giant flying beast, for the ride. Asha explains that the Elven Kingdom never stopped looking for her mother, but everyone assumes she's dead except for her stubborn father. That's why he was so thirsty to get. Asha married off. He wanted to dump the crown on her so he could go on a solo search mission. She notes that most adventurers are too scared to leave the Elven Kingdom's teleportation circle because of S-ranked monsters. But after seeing the world with Nanyue, Asha has a gut feeling her mother might still be out there somewhere. The romantic moment is interrupted by a massive, terrifying tornado of purple energy. The debris and barrels are sucked into the sky as the magical turbulence goes into overdrive. Asha grits her teeth, feeling the raw power of the storm. She whispers, "Mother?" as if sensing a connection to the chaos. The Nanyue is confused, thinking Asha is just hearing things, but the captain is locked in. Suddenly, a piece of debris flies toward them at Mach speed. It's a sharp, crystalline fragment that looks suspiciously like elven tech. Asha and Nanyue watch as the storm intensifies. Without warning, Asha sprouts wings and dives headfirst into the vortex. Nanyue screams her name, reaching out in desperation as her partner disappears into the light. Asha clutches a glowing crystal, her face a mask of pure determination. She realizes her magical power is being drained by the storm. Snowflakes made of pure mana begin to condense on her hand. She watches the magic disperse and reform, realizing the storm is breathing. She floats in the eye of the storm, seeing ancient runes glowing in the air. The turbulence isn't a natural disaster. It's a massive, swirling spiral of transportation magic. It looks exactly like the transportation circles used by the red-horned dwarves. The realization hits her like a flashbang. She finally sees the truth. She clutches the crystal, her hand bleeding from the intensity of the magic. Asha realizes her mother didn't abandon them. She simply couldn't find a way back through this magical one-way street. The tears well up as she prepares to commit. As she gets sucked deeper into the runes, a hand suddenly grabs her. Nanyue has jumped in after her, refusing to let her go through this alone. Asha is shocked, wondering why this idiot would risk her life. They float together in the center of the magical hurricane. Asha warns her that she could be ripped to shreds, but Nanyue doesn't care. Nanyue looks her dead in the eye, repeating that they're going to find her mother together. They share a final, intense look as the wind howls around them. But Asha knows the danger is too great for a human. As she holds Nanyue's hands, smiling sadly as she begins to cast a spell. Nanyue realizes she's being played as Asha uses the surrounding debris to form a protective shell. As she screams "No!" as she's shoved inside a makeshift wooden escape pod. Nanyue watches through the cracks, begging not to be sent away. Asha closes her eyes, focusing all her remaining power. The lightning erupts from her body as she prepares the final push. Nanyue can only watch in horror as the runes glow brightly around her. With a final burst of energy, the pod is launched out of the turbulence. Nanyue falls back to the world below, sobbing because Asha broke her promise. The captain is gone, and the search for the queen has just become a search for the captain. Asha is currently free-falling through a psychedelic space-time vortex that looks like a total acid trip. She tries to keep her cool while plummeting through the magical chaos, looking for a way out. Finally, she sticks the landing on a floating wooden platform, looking like a total boss despite the circumstances. Instead of panicking, she goes full big brain mode using Zai's equations to calculate the decay phase of the dimension. The cracks start appearing everywhere as a piano, and some chairs get warped into oblivion by the dimensional pressure. Internally, she's sweating, thinking, if this place collapses, I'm getting deleted from existence. She realizes she needs to wrap herself in magical power flowing in the opposite direction to survive the turbulence. But that requires a massive and steady power supply she just doesn't have in her tank. If her magic output drops even a little below the threshold, she's basically cooked. The stability of the place goes south as a brand new power source crashes the party and speeds up the decay. Asha realizes she has to crunch the numbers even faster before the whole place rips apart. But she's completely blindsided when Nanyue suddenly pops up right next to her, looking like he just fell out of a cupboard. After a bit of a tumble, she scolds him for his weak wooden pod, though she's clearly relieved he's back. She asks what kind of cheat code energy he used to get back in here after being forcibly ejected. Nanyue is just as confused, but Asha remembers seeing this weird energy before when they were helping the red-horned dwarves. Nanyue basically admits he has no idea what he's doing and just pried open the rift with his bare hands like a total madman. When Asha tries to send him away again for his own safety, Nanyue hits her with the ultimate main character speech, claiming he'll find her even at the end of the world. Asha can't help but smirk at his stubbornness, finding his confidence a little bit charming. She admits she doesn't doubt his dedication for a second, giving him a look that says they're in this together. As the dimension starts to rumble with a violent intensity, they realize they're standing in the middle of a literal world-ending storm. Asha decides to stop playing solo and asks Nanyue to lend her his power so they can blast their way out. They link hands, creating a massive swirl of energy that begins to stabilize the area. A giant pink sphere of protection forms around them as they navigate the chaotic rift. In a moment of pure down-bad energy, they share a romantic kiss that basically confirms they're staying together forever, no matter the dimension. But the honeymoon phase ends fast when Asha realizes the sphere might not hold the pressure. Suddenly, she realizes the person she was just holding onto has vanished into thin air. She starts screaming Nanyue's name, looking absolutely panicked as she's left alone in the void. But internally, she's short-circuiting, thinking, did she actually drift outside the shield? The scene shifts to a wild new world where people are flying around on giant dice and floating platforms. A group of cultivators is watching a massive lightning tribulation from a distance, wondering who triggered such a monster storm. High in the clouds, a powered-up version of Nanyue appears, looking like a literal culinary deity. And he declares that without his presence, the entire world of cooking would be a total disaster. He flexes his god of cooking status, claiming his wok can cook the mountains and his knife can cut through ghosts and gods alike. Back on the ground, even a random cat girl is confused by the kitchenware flying through the sky. Nanyue summons a massive, glowing kitchen knife that hums with enough power to level a mountain range. The locals are losing their minds, worried that the three worlds won't be able to withstand the literal chef's kiss of destruction he's about to unleash. Nanyue looks at the lightning storm and basically tells it to back off, but he's just passing through. Since the storm won't quit, he decides he has no choice but to slice and dice the entire tribulation. He unleashes a massive energy blast that looks like a flaming bird of prey. Looking cool as ice, he prepares to finish the job with one final strike. A massive boom echoes across the sky as his giant knife collides with the heavens. The impact is so big it literally tears the fabric of reality open. The giant blade shatters the lightning into millions of harmless sparks. The sky rumbles as the celestial storm gets absolutely bodied by a literal kitchen utensil. The sheer force of the blow creates a massive buzz in the atmosphere that vibrates through the dimensions. A giant black rift opens up, pulling everything toward a dark, unknown void. Ash spots the disturbance from the other side, wondering what kind of magical chaos is going on now. She realizes this isn't just a storm, it's a space-time tunnel Nanyue somehow ripped open with his sheer willpower. She spots Nanyue's silhouette in the distance and begs him not to leave her behind. Nanyue looks back one last time, clearly caught off guard by her voice. The screen fades to black and then, wait, what's going on with the art style? Instead of a fantasy world, we see a massive modern skyline with skyscrapers and neon lights. Asha finds herself standing right in the middle of a busy street with cars and confused pedestrians everywhere. She's completely stunned, realizing she just got isekai'd into the modern world and has no idea what just happened. After being yeeted through a dimensional rift, Asha realizes she's been dropped straight into a modern-day urban jungle. She wanders through a sketchy alleyway, piecing together that this world is totally different from her own and has zero mana. Suddenly, she hears footsteps and spots a familiar figure sprinting past her like their life depends on it. Thinking it might be her husband, she yells out for Nanyue, but the person keeps running. Instead of a romantic reunion, she finds a group of low-level thugs armed with bats and pipes chasing the terrified girl. Seeing the sharp blade in the lead thug's hand, Asha's temper starts to flare because she hates a literal unfair fight. She steps out with total main character energy, demanding they stop bullying the girl and wondering if they have any shame. She tries to flex her magic by summoning a fireball to scare them off, but all she gets is a tiny, pathetic spark. The thugs just stare at her like she's lost her mind or just escaped a mental ward. Internally, she groaned. The mana in this world is basically non-existent. I'm actually cooked. The guys aren't even threatened. They just think she's some weirdo in a high-budget cosplay outfit. As the thugs close in, Asha realizes she can't use brute force in this mana-depleted zone and needs a plan B. She switches tactics and decides to talk it out with these dear sirs to de-escalate the situation. She asks why they're chasing the girl, and the leader explains her deadbeat dad owes them a few $100,000 in debt. Asha figures money is the easiest way to solve problems in a world without magic. She reaches into her pocket but hits a major snag when she realizes she forgot to bring any actual gold. Thinking fast, she pulls out a high-tier elven tiara, hoping the shiny metal is worth something here. The boss thinks it's just a cheap plastic prop until his nerdy lackey takes a closer look with a magnifying glass. The geeky thug whispers that the gemstone alone is worth millions of dollars, which is enough to buy the whole neighborhood. The thug's eyes literally turn into dollar signs as they realize they've hit the ultimate jackpot. They take the loot and bail immediately, leaving Asha alone to worry about where the real Nanyue is. Just then, the girl she saved peeks out from behind a gate, looking completely bewildered. It turns out the girl looks exactly like a female version of Nanyue, complete with a matching name tag. The two of them stand there in a silent standoff, trying to process this weird glitch in the Matrix. The girl takes Asha back to her cramped, messy apartment that looks like a typical broke student flat. She starts frantically cleaning up the place to avoid looking like a total slob in front of her savior. And Asha takes a seat on the couch, feeling a bit out of place in this tiny human box. To break the awkward silence, the girl turns on the TV while she goes to the kitchen to whip up some food. Suddenly, the power goes out, and Asha uses a tiny bit of magic to provide a small flame for light. The girl is stunned to see a literal flame hovering over Asha's finger like it's no big deal. She leans in close, the flickering light creating a surprisingly intimate and cozy atmosphere. There, she reaches into a drawer to find a candle to keep the light going so they can actually see their plates. For a second, the girl's heart skips beat as she looks at her mysterious, beautiful guests. They settle in for a candlelit dinner, because the landlord apparently cut the utilities for unpaid bills. Asha is totally chill about the situation, finding the candlelight dinner vibe kinda romantic. The girl nervously tells her to dig in before the food gets cold, hoping her cooking doesn't kill them. It's a simple dish of fried rice and sausages, but in this light it looks almost edible. Asha takes a bite and immediately goes silent, her face turning into a mask of pure regret. The girl takes a taste herself to see what's wrong with her masterpiece. She immediately regrets her life choices and spits the food out because a salt bomb. Internally, the girl wailed, "I'm the worst cook in history, I've officially caught an L." She gets super depressed, admitting she's been working in kitchens forever and still can't cook a decent meal to save her life. She starts crying, feeling like her dream of being a chef is a total pipe dream that'll never happen. Asha gently asks her if she really wants to pursue that path despite the struggle. The girl confirms it's her ultimate dream to make the legendary sorrowful rice and move people with her food. Asha gives her a warm smile, telling her that knowing her purpose is already a huge win. She encourages her to just focus on the person she wants to become and ignore the haters. But as she speaks, Asha starts to glow and fade away into white light. The girl reaches out in a panic, begging her mysterious friend not to leave her alone. In a flash, the apartment is empty, and it's like Asha was never there in the first place. The girl is left sitting alone in the dark, wondering if she finally just lost her mind. She starts sobbing, but then remembers Asha's final words about a debt to the Elven Kingdom. She looks out at the dark city skyline, feeling a strange connection to a world she's never seen. She throws open the window, searching the night sky for any sign of the girl who saved her. So the words Elven Kingdom are burned into her memory, and she knows her life is about to get way more complicated. Things are getting absolutely wild in the dimensional void as Nanyue and Ah's fates finally collide. Nanyue finds herself floating in a pitch-black abyss, wondering if her internal GPS has finally given up on her. She's visibly frustrated, looking like she's about to leave a 1-star review for this entire teleportation experience, because Asha keeps slipping away. Glimpses of the modern world flash by, including that debt collector who was definitely about to catch hands before the timeline shifted. She clutches her head in pain, feeling like her brain is being put through a blender. A smartphone screen flickers in the dark, a reminder of the manaless world she just left behind. She's basically a ghost walking through a crowd of glowing NPCs, trying to figure out which reality she actually belongs to. Internally, she groaned, "My brain is literally buffering right now." Even with her memories fragmenting, she knows she's forgetting the one person who matters. She desperately looks around, trying to pinpoint her location in this cosmic mess. Suddenly, a core memory breaks through, the god of cooking competition. She remembers being a legendary chef before the whole transmigration madness started. But being a chef wasn't her only past life, as she recalls facing down a giant blue monster that definitely skipped leg day. And in a flashback to a cultivation world, she's seen saving helpless villagers with total main character energy. The peasants were literally bowing at her feet, begging their hero for protection. She realizes that she had actually reached the peak of power in a world of martial arts and cultivation before all this. Internally, she scoffed, "I went from slaying dragons to being a penniless traveler." Talk about a downgrade. The mystery deepens as she questions how a top-tier cultivator like herself ended up stuck in the Elven Kingdom in the first place. The magical feedback is so intense it feels like a lightning storm is happening inside her skull. She remembers kneeling in a surge of energy, screaming into the void that she just wanted to find her way to the elves. Suddenly, she's surrounded by a literal arsenal of floating kitchen knives, which is a weirdly specific way to flex her power. Here, she looks completely locked in now, ready to stop playing games and finally reunite with her princess. Meanwhile, back on the Lily continent, Asha is casually flexing her fire magic to test the local mana density. She's officially back on home turf and looking more powerful than ever. Her eyes glow with a fierce red intensity that screams death flags for anyone standing in her way. She stands before a massive, vine-covered ancient sundial used to measure the flow of time across the dimensions. She notes that the timeline is absolutely cooked and things are getting messy. But just as she's lamenting the messed-up world, a familiar shadow appears behind her. The reunion is immediate and chaotic, with Nanyue and Asha finally standing face to face. Asha immediately starts pinching Nanyue's cheek to make sure she isn't just a magical hallucination. She demands to know why Nanyue was out here acting like a suspicious old woman in her previous disguise. Nanyue just laughs it off, claiming the whole old lady look was just a top-tier prank. Asha gives her a look that says she's been caught in 4K and asks if she really wants to know how she figured it out. It turns out Nanyue's beard was actually just 2 steamed buns she had stuck to her face. Internally, Nanyue sighed, note to self, "Food is for eating, not for facial hair." She tries to pivot, acting like it was all part of a grand romantic plan to repay her debts to the princess. She explains that after reaching the peak of cultivation, she literally broke through the void just because she heard Asha calling her name. But because the dimensional jump was a total DIY job, she messed up the process and lost her memories along the way. Asha's expression softens as she realizes Nanyue has been chasing her across multiple worlds this entire time. The two of them share an intimate moment, finally back in each other's arms as the ultimate power couple. Horsetooth is back at it again, speedrunning his 135th dive into the magical turbulence like an absolute pro. He's out here playing ultimate survivalist, documenting how his tribesmen have gone from basic tools to using ice crystals while time becomes a total suggestion. Internally, he probably thinks collecting data is great, but a vacation that doesn't involve temporal rifts would be better. But his skull hat senses start tingling when he realizes the spatial runes are acting up. As if suddenly the whole place starts glowing like a disco, which is definitely not in the survival manual. The runes are screaming about a rich and fertile land, but Horsetooth knows a hack when he sees one. Internally, he's fuming. Who is messing with the GPS settings on my turbulence? He takes a peek outside and realizes the entire destination is being rerouted by someone with major main character energy. The turbulence is hitting its absolute limit, and things are about to get messy. Seems sad. If he doesn't bail now, he's going to end up as dimensional confetti. He prepares to eject, but then he spots a mysterious girl trapped right in the eye of the storm. He's totally shook, realizing she didn't break in from the outside. She's been stuck in there the whole time. He wants to ask for her help, but his survival instinct is screaming louder than the wind. He deploys his bone frame glider and nopes out of there immediately. He's basically a red-skinned Mary Poppins at this point. He sticks the landing barely and finds himself in a high-altitude panic. To 1 second he's falling through the sky, and the next he's hugging a wooden beam like it's his long-lost brother. He's sweating bullets, thinking that was close. I almost died. After dodging death, he looks down and sees a baby staring at him like he's the weirdest thing in the world. Meanwhile, over at Fukiang Village, the acting chief Zai is busy greeting a fresh batch of travelers. It's a full house with a lineup of characters that look like they walked out of a high-tier gacha game. The local kids are keeping it cute, but the vibes change instantly when a literal star-headed colonel shows up. This is Colonel Diao Zixing, and she's here to talk business and treaties. Internally, Zai is wondering why a starhead is acting like she owns the place. The meeting gets derailed when news breaks that Nanyue and Asha have officially entered the magical turbulence. The kids are already throwing shade, thinking their protector is doing a mid-job. The Star Colonel starts lecturing them about how the turbulence used to be a public resource before it was basically colonized. She tries to buy the kids' loyalty with sweets, because apparently political manipulation starts with sugar. It works instantly, proving that these kids have zero chill when snacks are involved. But the colonel isn't playing around, telling the naughty children to save their questions for later. The cat Ning is looking extra stressed, her face practically screaming that she knows something the others don't. She grabs the back of Dogdy's clothes, trying to stay low-key while the tension ramps up. Dogdy notices the sweat and the shaky hands, realizing Cat Ning is about to short-circuit. Internally, he's thinking she's acting more sus than a secret boss. Cat Ning tries to play it off, getting way too close for comfort as she searches for an excuse. She's basically clinging to him now, looking like she's about to spill the beans or pass out. She finally drops the ultimate excuse she's having her monthly issues to stay behind. The Dogdy is totally blindsided by the TMI and Zai just goes along with it. But before they leave, Cat Ning whispers the truth. There's something fishy about Starry Eyes. Zai is left reeling, realizing they might be walking into a trap set by a celestial mascot. But there's no time to pivot because the colonel is already rushing everyone to next turbulence gate. Internally, Zai is panicking. Great, I'm being kidnapped by a star with an attitude. We cut to a literal battlefield where two armies are about to turn each other into pulp. The knights are ready to charge, and the barbarian types are looking for blood. It's a high-stakes moment of for the castle versus for the village. They clash in a mess of steel and screams, a total bloodbath in the making. But then a girl just casually rolls through the carnage with a snack cart, telling everyone to watch their feet because they're blocking the road. Nanyue and Asha are still stuck in that weird space, trying to figure out the pattern of the magical turbulence. Asha is losing it because her complex derivations are going nowhere, while Nanyue is ready to just brute force the laws of physics. Internally, Asha was screaming, "That's not how reality works, you airhead," realizing their usual tricks won't work here. Suddenly, a heavy mechanical sound breaks the silence, putting them both on high alert. A group of exhausted-looking knights and barbarians trudge past, like they just finished a double shift at a soul-crushing retail job. Meanwhile, on the ship, Zai is playing 4D chess and suggests switching to autopilot to lower his target's guard. He accidentally splats food all over Colonel Zixing's star-shaped helmet, hoping for a chance to see the face underneath. Zai puts on his best innocent act and offers to wipe the mess off, looking for any opening. But when he tries to yank the helmet off, Zixing catches him in 4K and starts acting like they're in a mid-tier romance anime. That is, Zixing claims that anyone who sees her face will fall in love, making Zai physically cringe since he's literally still a minor. The rest of the crew is just confused, wondering why their enemies are suddenly getting intimate instead of fighting. So the tension is finally broken when the kids demand their pudding, proving that snacks are the only thing that actually matters. And as Zai realizes the unmasking mission was a total fail and hands over a manual on magical turbulence to the kids for safekeeping. Yaya looks genuinely worried about Zai's safety, but he knows he has to keep a close eye on their star, guest at all costs. Zixing is absolutely vibing in the back, thinking she's finally got some game with the acting chief. Back on the battlefield, things look way more serious as two warriors trade heavy blows in the dark. A knight lands a clean, brutal stab right through his opponent's chest. The barbarian starts coughing up blood, looking like he's meet his maker right then and there. The knight pulls his blade back, finishing the job with cold efficiency. He stands over the body, looking like a total menace in the starlight. The fallen warrior drops to his knees, and it looks like it's game over for the barbarian tribe. But then the knight completely breaks character, asking if he went too hard and offering to buy him dinner as an apology. The dead guy just heals instantly, and they walk off like old pals heading to a happy hour after a long day. They arrive at the massive glowing tree, where the real party is happening in the middle of the void. It's a full-blown feast where former enemies are drinking beer and forgetting they were just killing each other 5 minutes ago. Sha steps up to take their order, looking like she's had enough of this weird dimensions logic. The two warriors arrive at the counter, but they hit a slight snag. The barbarian realizes the place is packed, and there isn't a single empty seat left for them to sit. All the stools are taken by other soldiers who are busy stuffing their faces with Nanyue's cooking. Sha's eyes flare up with pure annoyance because she's not in the mood for customer complaints today. The guys immediately get flustered and try to apologize to the lady boss before things get heated. She shouts for Nanyue to handle the seating situation immediately. Our favorite chef pops up with a smile, ready to expand the business on the fly. She spins her knives like a pro and carves 2 brand new stools out of the tree trunk in seconds. She tells the guys to sit down and stop making a scene in her restaurant. The soldiers are absolutely stunned by the speed of the service, and look at the menu like they found a legendary treasure map. Nanyue suggests they try the spicy crayfish, a dish they've definitely never seen in this era. She starts fumbling around her storage space, which is apparently more chaotic than her kitchen. She pulls out a massive bag of fresh, live crayfish, looking way too excited to get cooking. Suddenly, ingredients are flying through the air as she starts her high-speed culinary routine. She tosses everything into a flaming wok, making sure the spice level is absolutely lethal. As she serves up a glistening plate of crayfish that looks like it belongs on a high-end food blog. The guys are practically drooling, wondering if she's using kind of high-level magic to summon these fresh ingredients. And Nanyue realizes her storage space has evolved into its own mini-world, which explains her endless supply. Another order for braised peanuts comes in, and she's already on it before the customer can even finish the sentence. The entire place is flourishing, with every soldier enjoying the best meal they've had in centuries. They admit that after fighting for ages, this is the first real break they've ever been allowed to take. The one blonde knight gets a little too emotional, regretting that he never experienced a real, back-breaking work schedule. They all raise their mugs for a massive toast, hoping to meet again in their next lives once this loop finally ends. Suddenly, a massive beam of energy shoots straight into the heavens, lighting up the entire dimension. Nanyue and Asha look up, completely blindsided by the sudden power surge. They watch as the sky starts to crack and change, realizing the peaceful dinner party is about to get interrupted. A tiny, glowing spirit butterfly floats down and lands right in Asha's hand. They both stare at the little creature, wondering if this is a sign of hope or just another death flag in this magical turbulence. Imagine thinking you're just opening a restaurant, only to end up caught in a literal war zone because your food was way too good. These two massive leaders, a knight and a barbarian, are absolutely fuming and blaming the girls for the chaos unfolding in the turbulence. It turns out they were right in the middle of a high-stakes roll call for their eternal battlefield. The barbarian leader is losing his mind because one of his warriors actually lost his obsession and ascended to heaven after eating Nanyue's cooking, leaving the team numbers totally unbalanced. Internally, Nanyue was probably thinking, is being a world-class chef a crime now, as these two hulking dudes towered over her. She is completely blindsided by the accusation, looking like she's about to short-circuit from the stress. But the universe has zero chill, and suddenly Asha is forced to fill the gap, appearing in a full set of knight armor. She looks surprisingly stoic in the heavy gear, though she's clearly wondering how her life choices led to this moment. The barbarian leader isn't waiting around for an explanation and rallies his tribal troops for the next round. A massive fireball erupts, turning the entire chessboard into a literal boombox of destruction. The explosion sends everyone flying, and the warriors are already complaining about how long it's going to take to heal from these burns. As things get weirder, souls start popping out of their physical shells and floating away like tiny grumpy ghosts. Asha realizes that while the magnetic field traps physical bodies, these spiritual entities can just drift right out of the arena. The girls find themselves free-falling through the magical turbulence as the world below them continues to glitch out. The chessboard arena is covered in smoke, looking like a total disaster zone after the latest blast. Asha notices a glowing sun-like staff, realizing the magnetic field holding this entire place together is finally starting to weaken. As she looks determined, her gaze sharpening as she figures out a way to exploit the situation. But the barbarian leader isn't done playing recruiter and points a finger at Nanyue, demanding she join the village team immediately. Yet before she can even protest, she's magically swapped into a tribal barbarian outfit, looking totally out of place. The knights launch a full-scale charge, swords swinging and looking for blood in the fog of war. The blades clash in a flurry of white streaks as the battle reaches a fever pitch. The fight gets so intense that characters are literally losing their clothes and their dignity, turning back into spirits out of pure embarrassment. Meanwhile, the two main leaders are locked in a sweaty sword fight, refusing to back down an inch. Nanyue is just trying to survive the charge, clutching her kitchen knife while looking absolutely terrified by the surrounding violence. Amidst the chaos, the two girls finally cross paths, and Asha can't help but notice that Nanyue actually rocks the tribal look. They share a moment of intense eye contact that definitely isn't part of the standard battle plan. Asha leans in close, whispering that she just wanted to with her play with her friend and asking if she'll finally fulfill that simple wish. Suddenly, the playtime turns into a high-stakes chase as Asha starts raining down fire and chains while laughing like a total maniac. Nanyue is booking it across the chessboard, screaming for her life because her bestie has clearly lost her mind. She's genuinely worried that she'll have to fight for real, wondering how she's supposed to hit someone she actually cares about. The leaders are still barking orders, pointing at them to get back into the fray and stop messing around. Nanyue dodges through the melee with her kitchen knife, accidentally stumbling past warriors who have been stripped down to their superhero undies. The entire floating arena starts to crumble, sending the two leaders falling into the void as the platform shatters into pieces. In the middle of the collapse, Asha's tough exterior finally breaks, and she looks like she's on the verge of tears. Nanyue doesn't hesitate and pulls her into a tight embrace, refusing to let her go as the world literally ends around them. They're inches apart now, the heat of the battle replaced by something much more personal and quiet. Nanyue looks at her with a soft, gentle expression, completely ignoring the literal apocalypse happening in the background. Internally, she's done with the games, simply telling Asha that she's cute. Asha is caught in 4K, blushing harder than a tomato as her brain completely stalls out. They lean in, finally locking lips in a moment that's pure fan service and total chaos combined. Yes, as they share this long-awaited kiss, the rest of the world just fades away into the background. The atmosphere is thick with romance as Nanyue leans in close, asking Asha if she has any idea how incredibly cute she is. Asha's face turns a bright shade of pink as she asks when Nanyue's feelings even started. Nanyue admits it was basically love at first sight, tracing all the way back to when she first settled the debt for her. Asha is skeptical, questioning if those feelings remained even Nanyue lost all her memories. Nanyue doubles down, recalling her past proposal and insisting that her heart was set from the very beginning. Then internally, Nanyue wondered if she looked like a total flirt, but she was just trying to prove her loyalty was the real deal. To test if she's being played. Asha literally pulls on Nanyue's face, checking to see if this is all just a smooth-talking dream. Nanyue admits she was low-key terrified of being hated, which is why she kept her mouth shut for so long. She explains that she would have been fine staying as just legal partners if it meant she never had to lose her. Nanyue begs for forgiveness for the delay, while Asha pouts about the fact that she ended up being the one to confess first. Asha tries to act tough and says she won't forgive her easily, but Nanyue immediately starts an I like you spam campaign to melt her defenses. It works like a charm as Asha begins to cave under the sheer pressure of Nanyue's affection. Asha looks away, blushing harder than a ripened tomato as she realizes she's totally lost this battle. Nanyue's internal monologue is basically just screaming about how adorable her wife is in this moment. She goes for the kill, lifting herself up on her toes to close the distance. They finally lock lips as glowing butterflies fill the air, signaling the peak of their romantic reconciliation. Nanyue spins her around in a celebratory hug, declaring that she likes her the most in the entire world. But the universe clearly hates a happy couple, because the entire arena starts catching a massive case of the rumbles. The floating chessboard begins to snap like a stale cracker, leaving the girls clinging to each other for dear life. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a high-tech metropolis where a sleek hovercar comes to a smooth halt. A stern official hands over a digital scroll, informing a young man that this is his latest assignment from His Majesty. The prince looks at the list of tasks, realizing his free time has officially been deleted. He's got speeches to deliver and development proposals to submit, which is basically a death sentence for his social life. He tries to protest, claiming he isn't the best person to be making these high-stakes decisions for the empire. The official isn't having it, giving him the look that says it's time to stop acting like a kid. As the crown prince, he's told he needs to find the resolve to shoulder these responsibilities. Later that night, the futuristic skyline glows under a crescent moon as the city hums with energy. The prince is stuck grinding away at his desk, probably wishing he was literally anywhere else but in front of a screen. A strange noise suddenly catches his attention, making him pause his late-night work session. His little robot assistant starts beeping, analyzing the audio samples to identify the source of the sound. It turns out the intruder is just the buzzing of a silk longhorn beetle, known for its gorgeous appearance. The prince stands up, totally baffled that an insect could even fly 800 meters into the sky to reach his floor. He approaches the window to investigate, wondering if this bug has superpowered wings. He opens the glass only to find a masked girl clinging to the ledge like a budget Spider-Man. The prince is absolutely blindsided, staring at this random girl hanging off the side of a skyscraper in the middle of the night. She panics, swearing she's not a bad person and that she's only there to catch the rare beetle. She tells him the bug is right next to his hand and begs him not to move a muscle. The prince can only stare in disbelief at the sheer absurdity of someone risking their life for a bug. But the beetle has other plans, deciding to buzz off into the open air. In her desperation to catch it, the girl loses her footing and starts to plummet. Her hand slips from the ledge, and for a split second, it looks like she's about to be a permanent part of the pavement. She lets out a gasp as gravity takes over. Thankfully, the prince has main character reflexes and grabs her arm just in time. He pulls her up with a firm grip, saving her from a very messy ending. Meanwhile, back in the void, the barbarian and the knight leaders are huffing and puffing after their intense duel. The barbarian leader mocks his rival, claiming the old man has finally gotten weak. They're interrupted by more massive explosions as the arena continues to disintegrate around them. A huge blast rocks the chessboard, threatening to dump everyone into the infinite abyss. Somehow, the board remains balanced as the chaos unfolds. Asha is completely stressed out, screaming that they're only doing this so they won't fall off and die. Internally, Nanyue is just vibing, praising Asha for disciplining the chessboard and being the absolute best. The tension in the arena is so thick you could carve it with a dull kitchen knife. But the barbarian leader decides now is the perfect time for a vibe check. Instead of swinging axes, he flashes a toothy grin and suggests they kill some time with a quick game of 5 in a row. He even starts sketching out a makeshift grid on the floor, because apparently even in a crumbling dimension, you've got to secure that win. We take a trip down memory lane to when Knight Super was actually a young crown prince crushing it at chess. His opponent, a pint-sized version of the masked girl Bite, is absolutely malting because she just lost. Again, internally, she was probably screaming, is this kid a literal supercomputer or what? She begs for a simpler game, and when Super asks for suggestions, she pitches 5 in a row. She's got that I'm about to ruin this man's whole career look on her face as she offers to teach him the ropes. She even gives him a confident thumbs up, fully convinced she's found her winning ticket. Fast forward to midnight, and the plan has backfired spectacularly because Super is already a pro, leaving Bite stuck in a loop of just one more round. Suddenly, Super panics, realizing he's been so busy winning that he hasn't even touched official development proposal. Bite peeks at the screen and recognizes the location as her own neighborhood, Village 257. She's hyped, zooming in on the map to show off her house. She invites him over anytime, clearly not realizing that urban development usually means demolition crew. Super's face says it all as he realizes he's basically the guy in charge of her eviction notice. When Bite connects the dots and realizes her village is getting flattened, she's completely blindsided. Super tries to play it off as the will of Congress, but he looks about as comfortable as a cat in a bathtub. Bite's heart sinks. She doesn't want a massive payout. She just wants her home to stay put. Seeing her down, Super offers her a seat at the table to give some input on the project. Bite's eyes instantly turn into literal stars, her first big brain demand, a massive playground right in front of her house. Super actually takes it seriously, nodding along like he's negotiating a peace treaty. They start cooking up some wild ideas, from wildlife protection zones to mountain conservation. They even plan out a public zoo, getting totally lost in their vision for a green utopia. The two of them are basically best friends now, cheering over the idea of a future where humans and animals live in harmony. They seal the deal with a promise, thinking they've just saved the world. But reality hits like a freight train when Super presents the plan to the High Council. Standing before a faceless authority figure, Super looks tiny and defeated in the middle of that massive hall. He's dressed in his finest royal whites, but it's clear he's just been chewed up and spit out by the system. He breaks down in tears, asking why he was even told to make a proposal if it was destined to fail from the start. The king's response is cold-blooded, basically telling him the offer was just a formality he shouldn't have taken seriously. Internally, Super was probably thinking, So my entire childhood was a lie. Cool, cool. Back in the present, the arena is pulling a total reset move. Asha is trying to figure out the source of the magical power keeping this chessboard dimension alive. Nanyue tries to explain her weird cultivation history, but it's basically just a chaotic mess of cooking and accidental power-ups. Asha realizes they're basically swimming in an ocean of mana, making it impossible to track the actual source. Nanyue is just shivering on the sidelines, wondering when this nightmare of a trial is finally going to end. Meanwhile, Supir is having a total meltdown, declaring he's done playing games with the barbarian. The barbarian doesn't miss a beat, calling him a sore loser for quitting while he's down. Supir is fuming, his chess prodigy ego taking a massive hit. The barbarian mocks him, pointing out that he's already lost 10 rounds in a row. Supir snaps, drawing his sword and claiming that once he gains true power, he'll never break a promise again. They clash in a flurry of sparks, but the barbarian is genuinely confused about why Supir is so triggered. As their blades lock, Supir's internal guilt finally boils over. He screams about the playground and the zoo he built, crying, because Bite never got to see the world he promised her. As his armor begins to crack and shatter, the truth finally starts to sink in. He realizes he's been trapped in this cycle of regret for way too long. Nanyue is just standing there with a "what is even happening" expression on her face. Asha finally puts the pieces together, realizing the rules of this chessboard aren't mechanical, they're the literal dying wish of the dead. The barbarian spirit shifts back into the form of Little Bite, who's just been hanging out this whole time. We see a memory of her staying quiet while Supir worked, not wanting to be a burden. Internally, she scoffs. All I ever wanted was a teammate, not a politician. She tells him she just wanted to play. With a tearful smile, she asks if they're still friends. Supir falls to his knees, finally finding closure as Bite thanks him for the company and begins to fade into the light. The chessboard trial is finally reaching its emotional climax as spirits drift into the light, their lingering regrets finally fading away. Supir, now reverted to his younger self, looks completely drained as he carries the weight of his broken promises to Bite. A soft, ghostly voice echoes in his mind, offering a final goodbye and a promise to play again someday. He watches the last of the spiritual energy dissipate, finally finding the closure he's been chasing for years. Suddenly, the aesthetic shifts back to reality as the girls realize their original outfits have magically reappeared. But there's no time for a fashion show because the entire dimension is starting to buzz and glitch. The chessboard beneath their feet begins to crack, signaling that the trial's end means the world is being deleted. Nanyue panics as the tiles split apart, turning the floor into a literal death trap. While Nanyue is fighting for her life, Asha is drifting away on a lone platform, caught in a deep existential crisis about her mother being lost in this land of no return. Nanyue has to tap into her inner pro-gamer just to navigate the falling blocks. Tishi finally manages to parkour her way over to Asha, complaining that the strategist didn't even bother to give her a hand. But instead of a witty comeback, Asha just stares at her with a blank expression and asks the ultimate friendship-ending question. Who are you? Meanwhile, in another part of this weird world, a couple of demon kids wake up from a nap feeling totally disoriented. They realize they've overslept, and even worse, their precious starhead has gone missing. The mysterious item is currently chilling in a field of flowers, far away from its owners. High above the chaos, a winged woman watches everything unfold with a smug, knowing look. Her icy blue eyes seem to be tracking every move the girls make as the dimension collapses. Back on the crumbling tiles, Nanyue is having a total meltdown because her bestie has apparently a case of magical amnesia. Asha's poker face is so cold it could freeze the sun, leaving Nanyue absolutely desperate. Internally, she cried, "Is this for real? Did she actually forget my face?" But then, a light bulb goes off in Nanyue's head, and her grief turns into a weirdly predatory grin. She decides to take advantage of the situation by introducing herself as a 21st century cooking god and Asha's actual fiancé. Asha's forehead veins are practically throbbing as she listens to this absolute nonsense. Nanyue doesn't know when to quit, doubling down on the lie and promising she can be anything Asha wants, from a master cultivator to a top-tier partner. She puts on her best puppy dog eyes, begging Asha to believe her ridiculous claims. The tension is high as they stand face to face on the edge of oblivion. Finally, Asha breaks her silence with a massive sigh, admitting she can't believe how much of a clown Nanyue's being. Nanyue is caught in 4K, realizing that Asha was just trolling her the entire time to see how far she'd go. They're tired of the games. Asha sprouts her wings and prepares to fly out of the collapsing zone, leaving the master cultivator behind. She lectures Nanyue for being so clingy, telling her it's time to start pulling her own weight instead of relying on others for everything. Nanyue is momentarily stumped, realizing she doesn't actually have a flying spell in her kit. But after a second of intense thinking, she remembers she's a chef and pulls out the ultimate secret weapon. A massive salted fish. Asha is actually stunned into silence as she watches Nanyue prepare to ride a piece of seafood through the void. Proving that she's the queen of improvisation, Nanyue surfs the flying fish right out of the dimension as the world fades to black behind them. Nanyue and Asha are cruising through the void on their giant flying salted fish but the vibes are definitely off. Nanyue notices Asha is being suspiciously quiet and wonders if she's finally being overwhelmed by the literal stink of their ride. But internally, she's sweating, hoping her friend hasn't short-circuited after the dimension collapse. She wonders if she should break the silence or just let the fish smell do the talking. It turns out, Asha was just worried about the stench clinging to them and having to waste mana on a deodorizing spell later. Nanyue is relieved her friend is still a practical strategist, even while surfing seafood. But then Asha puts her on the spot, asking what she was trying to say earlier. And Nanyue's brain basically does a 4-4 error as she tries to find the right words to express her feelings. She's acting all shy and awkward, totally forgetting her usual chef-level confidence. It's hard for her to admit it, but she starts fumbling through a clumsy confession. As she gets right in Asha's face, looking like she's about to drop some serious heart-to-heart lore. Nanyue admits that seeing Asha handle the chaos back there made her look incredibly cool and dependable. As she remembers, Asha standing tall even when the world was literally falling apart. Asha isn't having the flattery, reminding Nanyue that back in their original timeline, she was anything but cool. She recalls Nanyue being more of a loyal, brave mess than a hero when they first met. Nanyue starts throwing a mini tantrum, puffing out her cheeks and insisting that this time is different. Internally, she's scoffing, "Why can't you just let me be smooth for once?" To settle the score, Asha uses a new spell to pull Nanyue into her actual childhood memories. They land in a past where a group of bratty elf kids are bullying a younger, defenseless-looking Asha. Nanyue is ready to throw hands and make short work of these mini-villains for picking on her friend. But before she can intervene, little Asha drops an absolute nuke of a light spell, blowing the bullies away in a massive explosion. Nanyue is shook, realizing her friend has always been a low-key terrifying menace. She quickly rephrases her shock, calling the little version of Asha independent and awe-inspiring, to avoid getting caught in 4K by those light beams. The compliment actually lands and the two share a rare moment of genuine connection amidst the flowers. Asha decides they've seen enough of her bashing those kids and moves the memory along. They walk hand in hand through the shifting dreamscape, leaving the childhood trauma behind. The scene changes to the palace, where Asha's dad, the king, is absolutely mauling. He's furious that her light show practice overwhelmed the king's hotline and made everyone think they were under attack. The little Asha looks completely crushed as her dad shuts down her dreams of being a mage. He tells her straight up that she's never going to be allowed to practice spells in the future. In his eyes, her only destiny is to be the princess of the Light Elves. He tells her she is meant to become the queen of the Elven kingdom and nothing else. He leaves her alone in the dark, basically putting a permanent death flag on her magical ambitions. Little Asha is left on the verge of tears, her world feeling smaller by the second as she grips her dress. But then, the memory version of Nanyue appears to offer some much-needed backup to the crying child. She ignores the king's rules, telling little Asha that she doesn't care what the old man says. Nanyue promises to tell her a story about a legendary mage who defeated a flame demon using only light magic. Asha knows this is just a memory and won't change her actual past, but she's clearly touched by the gesture. For a moment, the sadness fades as the little girl gets lost in the story. Suddenly, they spot a weird gray emotional fragment floating in the hallway of the palace. Asha realizes this isn't her memory anymore, it belongs to someone else. They peek through a door and see the king looking stressed and sweaty, hinting that there's a lot more to this family drama than they first thought. Back in the memory of the Elven Palace, a young Asha is struggling through her lessons, trying to force herself to write simple words. Internally, she grumbled, "Why is reading so much harder than blasting stuff with magic?" Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupts through the window, catching everyone off guard. The scene shifts to the king, whose glowing eye suggests he's sensing something massive and potentially dangerous. The royal guards are immediately in a state of high alert, convinced that a sudden burst of magic means an unregistered mage is trying to kidnap the princess. They suggest surrounding the tower to wait for a tactical rescue plan, but they clearly don't know who they're dealing with. The king has absolutely zero chill and shoves his way through the line, demanding they step aside. The guards try to block him for his own safety, but the king is done playing games. He snatches a polearm from a guard, declaring that he'll personally impale anyone who dares to touch his daughter. He grips the weapon with a murderous intent, ready to throw hands with whatever threat is waiting upstairs. Fast forward to later that night, and the emergency turned out to be a total nothing burger. It turns out little Asha just leaked some magic while playing pretend, and the entire army was mobilized for a toddler's tantrum. The guards are exhausted and yawning, realizing they're stuck on double duty because of a false alarm. Just as they're complaining, the king reappears in full armor, catching them completely off guard. Instead of scolding them, he orders them to go get some rest, while he pulls an all-nighter standing guard himself. The guards are stunned by his dedication as he takes his post in the quiet hallway. They realize the king is basically traumatized, terrified that Asha will disappear, just like Queen Quinn did. Standing alone in the shadows, the king looks like a man carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. Internally, he whispered, "I've already lost so much. I can't lose her too. Back in the present, Nanyue and Asha are locked in a deep, forehead-to-forehead emotional connection. Nanyue is visibly touched, thanking Asha for being vulnerable and sharing her hidden past. Asha gets a bit flustered, worried that Nanyue might think she was a total brat or too violent as a kid. But Nanyue is all in, looking at her with pure adoration and promising she wants to know every single detail about her. The romantic mood is immediately ruined when the gray soul fragment starts talking on its own, telling Nanyue she should keep talking. Both girls freeze, staring at each other in total confusion over who just spoke. They're both caught in 4K, realizing neither of them actually opened their mouths. Nanyue pokes the floating gray blob, realizing this little spirit is the one leaking their inner thoughts. Asha tries to act like nothing happened, relieved that Nanyue is apparently simple-minded enough to not catch on. She literally tries to squeeze the fragment to death to shut it up. Nanyue isn't that dense, though, and demands to know why the blob called her simple-minded. Asha gives up and sighs, realizing the jig is up. She explains that these soul energy fragments are manifestations of her father's past emotions and obsession. The fragments reveal the king's deepest regrets about the queen disappearing after they had a massive fight. Asha explains that these things have the annoying ability to sense and project whatever a person is currently thinking. Nanyue's brain starts short-circuiting as she realizes the blob is voicing Asha's actual thoughts about her. She asks if Asha really thinks she's that simple, and Asha doesn't even blink before confirming it. Asha doubles down on the deadpan energy, admitting that yeah, those were her thoughts. Internally, she challenged her. Look in the mirror, buddy, the truth hurts. Nanyue starts panicking and backpedaling, trying to appease her angry wife. The soul fragment decides to choose violence and starts broadcasting even more. Apparently, Asha thinks Nanyue is a dummy who can only cook. The blob goes full chaotic mode, shouting about uprisings and oppression. Nanyue is absolutely devastated, thinking she's managed to make Asha mad yet again. Asha looks at her with a complicated expression, realizing that to Nanyue, she's still just a short-tempered princess. The two share a quiet, lingering moment where the air is thick with things they haven't said yet. Even though they're closer than ever, there are still secrets waiting to be uncovered in this memory trip. The scene opens on a bustling street full of NPCs living their best average lives, completely oblivious to the chaos above. The sun glares down on two tiny, horned figures who are definitely not supposed to be in the city. One of them, Yaya, is having the time of her life, swinging through the air on vines, like she's in a low-budget action movie. She takes off with a shout, leaving her companion behind in the dust. To her buddy, Broken Horn, is struggling to keep up as a massive ice slide manifests out of nowhere, cutting through the skyline. They go sliding past a crowd of confused bystanders who are probably wondering if they accidentally skipped their meds today. Yaya sticks the landing on top of a car with a solid thud, looking entirely too proud of herself. Broken Horn is absolutely not built for this kind of parkour and has to use a floating spell just to avoid a face plant. He's immediately stressing out because this place looks nothing like their usual haunt, ideal town. Yaya isn't worried at all, mocking him for being a total scaredy cat. Internally, Broken Horn sighed. Can we go one day without a near-death experience? Just one? Yaya tells him to open his eyes because he's clearly missing the obvious clues about their location, since the whole place is starting to flood with dream logic water. Yaya decides the car roof is now a high-end yacht. She starts rowing with a vine, looking completely serious about navigating the parking lot sea. The Broken Horn is short-circuiting, trying to figure out how a stationary piece of metal is supposed to function as a boat. Yaya just grins at his confusion, enjoying the fact that she knows something he doesn't. Finally, she drops the truth bomb. They aren't in the real world at all, they're trapped inside a dream. As the realization hits, the dream world starts glitching out and losing its shape. The entire reality begins to spiral into a dark, swirling abyss. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a public restroom, where some guy is just trying to finish his business in peace. A lady walks out of the stall, completely oblivious to the cosmic disaster about to erupt behind her. The two imps get caught in a literal flush, screaming as they're sucked down into the plumbing. A massive geyser of toilet water blasts through the roof of the building with a violent boom. The pressure is so insane it shoots them straight past the atmosphere and into the starry void of space. They find themselves surfing on a wave of water through the deep cosmos, still clinging to their makeshift boat. Giant cosmic whales with star-patterned skin glide past them in a scene that's way too aesthetic for a trip that started in a toilet. They eventually drift toward a mysterious floating island made of jagged crystals, sitting in the middle of the void. On top of the rock sits a crystal coffin holding a sleeping woman with long pink hair and pointed ears. This is the central point of the dream, a place where the rules of reality don't apply. A woman with tan skin and white hair is cackling like a maniac over the sleeping queen. Her nails are sharp enough to be registered as lethal weapons, and she looks like she's about to cause some serious trouble. She's practically glowing with villain energy as she prepares for her next move. A young boy with blue hair watches her, asking what she's actually planning to do to Asha and Nanyue once they arrive. She reveals she's just waiting for them to walk right into her trap so she can start the show. Internally, she cheered, I'm finally getting the high-stakes drama I deserve. The boy is visibly confused by her over-the-top villain monologue. She starts rambling about the battle of the century, claiming they'll fight for hundreds of rounds because they're so evenly matched. Her master plan is basically a soap opera plot. She wants to separate the queen from her family right after they reunite just to maximize the emotional damage. She's literally doing all of this just to see how mad Nanyue gets when her emotions are at peak. So she's feeling herself, thinking she's a total genius for putting her plan into action while her nemesis is still a child. The boy just stares at her with a blank expression, completely unimpressed by her lack of a social life. She tells him not to give her that look because he's too young to understand the struggle of immortality. For a long-lived being like her, if you don't manufacture some chaos, you'll literally die of boredom. The boy finally gets it. She isn't actually a cold-blooded monster. She's just terminally lonely and looking for a hobby. They end up sitting together in the silence of the dream world, watching the stars die. Turns out this villain has a bit of a soft spot, having picked up and raised abandoned human babies in the past just to have some company. The Elven High Council is basically having a midlife crisis over historical data, as they try to figure out where their ancestors went wrong. They're debating whether moving a whole continent actually saved the red-horned dwarves or just delayed an inevitable extinction during the Ice Age. If those dwarves hadn't blindly followed a deity and actually developed their own magic, the history books would look a lot different. Data experts predict they would have flourished for another 27,000 years if they'd just settled in the regions adjacent to the snowy plains. The researchers point out on the map that the areas around Ideal Town are basically prime real estate for agriculture and development. The king asks for an update on the Ideal Town team, hearing how a pioneer of reason used new tech to stop a massive internal feud. But then things get weird because the deity apparently visited a theme park and spent her time stealing candy from children like a total menace. The room goes dead silent as everyone tries to process that absolute lore drop. The king strokes his chin, probably wondering if the light of reason was actually just a cover for celestial trolling. He starts getting all emotional, admitting he neglected Queen Quinn because of his massive ego as an adventurer. Suddenly, a guard bursts in with a report that Princess Asha found the queen's tracks inside the magical turbulence. Cut to the dreamscape where a literal salted fish is leading Asha and Nanyue on a wild goose chase through space. Asha realizes they're just walking in circles like NPCs with bad pathfinding and limited rendering distance. Nanyue admits they can't keep going like this, but her magical sensors are completely short-circuiting in the chaos. Asha decides to use an emotional fragment to project her thoughts, since regular magic is basically a dead signal here. She summons a tiny gray blob that looks way too cute for such a high-stakes mission. She gives the little guy a poke to activate its main character energy. It pops a little antenna and is officially ready to broadcast their location to the entire void. The blob lets out a moan, scream so loud it practically shakes the stars. On the other side of the map, the bored immortal and the blue-haired boy hear the signal loud and clear. The woman smirks, impressed that the girls realized magic is useless, but noidamies are the ultimate cheat code. She explains that noidamies are the power of raw emotions, making this the literal land of no return. It's the leftover energy of remorse, longing, and love from lives that were snuffed out. She expects the girls to show up any minute, but then she catches a vibe that completely catches her off guard. As she looks at the blue-haired boy and asks if he's secretly a young mother because he's resonating with the signal. She gets right in his face, making the poor guy's heart spike into the red zone. But he stammers out that he technically found several babies, so in a sense, he's a mother too. Internally, he cried, "I'm just a glorified babysitter. Please don't make this weird." The immortal woman yawns, deciding she's tired of waiting for the main cast to arrive. She hits the boy with a sudden invite to her place, which is definitely an escalation he wasn't prepared for. She claims the girls won't be showing up anytime soon anyway, so they might as well bounce. She gives him the "so are you coming or what?" look until he finally caves to the pressure. They ditch the sleeping Queen Quinn and start walking across the cosmic platform toward the unknown. The boy starts asking the typical questions about where her house is and if they need an Uber. Suddenly, the woman sprouts massive wings like she's about to win a celestial beauty pageant. She smirks and points to the entire sky, showing off her massive domain. She casually drops that this whole place is basically her crib. She reveals she's a living soul born in this literal graveyard of the dead. As she grabs his hand to take him to her secret base, and the boy is officially out of his league. Meanwhile, Nanyue is looking like she's about to short-circuit from the emotional strain of the search. Asha starts pinching her cheeks to wake her up, leading to a hilarious bickering match about domestic violence. Asha laughs it off, but then a pair of handcuffs suddenly appear out of thin air to end the fun. Before she can blink, Nanyue is cuffed and tossed into the sidecar of a passing motorcycle like common trash. A total baddie on a bike shows up, claiming she's taking this thug away for justice. Nanyue is caught in 4K looking absolutely terrified as the bike starts revving up for a quick getaway. Asha is completely blindsided by the sudden kidnapping of her best friend. The biker babe looks back to see if there's any more trouble, but Asha sees an opportunity. Instead of fighting, Asha asks for a favor, hoping this kidnapping is actually a fast travel service to find a certain someone. The quest to find the Elven Queen just got a whole lot weirder as our protagonists dive deeper into the dreamscape. We start off with the mystery surrounding the marriage contract, but the real action is happening in the Immortal's domain. The Immortal woman leads the bleared boy Zai to her secret hideout, which turns out to be a massive golden gate floating in the void. Inside, however, isn't a palace, it's a literal junk heap featuring an old philosopher contemplating life while sitting on a toilet. The Immortal woman casually drops a bombshell, explaining she molded her current hot girl form using fragments of that old man's memories. Zai can only stare in awkward silence as she gets uncomfortably close, clearly enjoying the confusion she's causing. Internally, she's probably laughing at how easy it is to mess with him. She explains that she once asked the philosopher deep, existential questions about the soul. But it turns out the great thinker was actually just a hungry dude whose only real thoughts were about what he was going to eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. After the awkward history lesson, she invites Zai further into her makeshift home. They walk through the cosmic clutter into a room that looks surprisingly like a normal apartment. She immediately heads to the kitchen, rummaging through the cabinets because she can't remember where she put her cups. She explains that this land of no return is basically a giant magnet for debris caught in magical turbulence, and most of the stuff that drifts in is total garbage. This domestic scene triggers a major flashback for Zai, taking us back to when he was just a little kid. He spent his childhood doing chores and washing dishes alongside a tiny red demon friend. His mentor, Grandpa Horse Teeth, once hit him with a massive death flag, asking what Zai would even do once the old man was gone. Instead of spiraling, young Zai stepped up to become the ultimate big brother for all the other abandoned kids in their group. They were a ragtag family of misfits just trying to survive and have a little fun together. Back in the present, the Immortal woman is struggling to reach the top shelf of her cabinet. Zai decides to be a gentleman and offers her a hand, showing how much he's grown since those dishwashing days. He finally introduces himself as Zai, while casually standing on a box labeled Toxic Waste, which is a total vibe. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the pink-haired biker who is currently kidnapping Nanyue and Asha. The biker reveals that she's actually on a mission to find someone else, and she's just picking up lost kids along the way. Asha's ears perk up instantly, wondering if the biker's client is actually searching for her mother, the Elven Queen. As she asks if the person is an elf, her hope levels hitting an all-time high. But before they can exchange more info, they reach a glitchy wall in the sky that the biker identifies as the entrance to the next zone. They dive headfirst into the portal, and the vibe shifts from a fantasy adventure to a high-octane racing game. A massive Game Start banner flashes across the screen as they are teleported onto a neon racetrack. It's basically Mario Kart on steroids, with animals in go-karts shooting literal fruit cannons at them. A giant watermelon comes hurtling toward the bike, and the biker panics, thinking they're about to get squashed. But Nanyue isn't about to be defeated by Produce. She pulls out a long watermelon knife, specifically designed for unripe fruit. With a series of insane slashes, she cuts through the fruit barrage like a master chef. The sliced fruit lands perfectly on the enemy carts, turning them into fancy parfaits and sending the animals spinning out of control. The biker is absolutely blindsided by Nanyue's skills, realizing she just recruited a pint-sized powerhouse. Nanyue just gives a smug little smile, acting like she didn't just pull off a legendary move. They clear the level with ease, and Asha catches a giant trophy to celebrate their victory. The trio shares a high five, finally acting like a real team instead of a kidnapper and her victims. As they move on to the next challenge, the biker realizes this job might lead to something much bigger than she expected. When the Elven Princess starts throwing hands, or in this case, pig heads, things are about to get weird. Zai is trying to get some quality bonding time with Asha, but the princess is basically ghosting her in real life. Even with Zai right there, Asha is giving off major "don't talk to me" vibes as she clings to her instead of talking. Internally, Zai is absolutely reeling, wondering if she just got friend-zoned by her own contract partner. She tries to call out, but Asha just keeps a cold, silent stare like she's on a mission. The biker woman tries to step in with some unsolicited life advice about showing respect to avoid a fallout, but Asha isn't buying it. The biker claims she's been there regarding relationship drama, but then immediately short-circuits and can't remember a single detail. Asha just gives her a look that says, "Get a grip," before walking off toward the next challenge. The biker is left scratching her head, wondering why she's getting bullied by a kid who won't even look back. Zai watches this go down and realizes something terrifying about the social hierarchy. Usually, Asha is polite and distant to outsiders she doesn't care about. And internally, Zai realizes that Asha is giving this woman attitude. It means she actually likes her. Zai's internal alarm bells are screaming about her position in the family being threatened by this new big sister. She chases after them, desperate not to be the third wheel in her own life. Meanwhile, in a much creepier part of the dreamscape, two little horned spirits are trying to figure out how to escape. One of them is busy trying to draw a magic circle to find their mistress, and Nanyue. They aren't even noticing the massive, single-eyed shadow looming behind them like a final boss. When they finally feel the vibe shift, they realize they are definitely still stuck in this glitchy nightmare. It's a total jump scare moment as they realize they're caught in 4K by a giant monster. They try to rationalize why they haven't moved at all, but the logic isn't logging. They wonder why a dream would be this pitch black and empty. Little do they know, a giant blue face is literally watching them from the darkness like a total weirdo. Back to the main action, and things have escalated into a high-stakes game of killer pig ball. Asha serves what looks like a literal pig's head across the net with a racket. Nanyue is ready and waiting, treating this surreal badminton match like a life-or-death battle. Zai tries to join in, but she's stuck behind a barrier, forced to watch the chaos from the sidelines. Suddenly, she gets blindsided by a flaming projectile and gets demoted to the role of umpire. Internally, she's complaining about the workplace hazards of being a referee in a magical zone. The two girls power up with massive auras, turning a friendly game into a full-blown anime showdown. Asha slams the pig ball back, fueled by pure annoyance at Nanyue's interference. Then Nanyue starts lecturing her about wearing thick pants in the winter, which is peak overbearing sister energy. Asha is not here for the fashion advice and threatens the umpire just for existing. She is absolutely done with Nanyue's condescending tone and refuses to surrender. Asha grabs the pig head and prepares her ultimate move to end this debate. She tosses it into the air, ready to unleash a strike that'll leave a mark. She unleashes a massive fireball that would make a dragon jealous. Zai is narrating the play-by-play, calling it the red braised pork fireball while fearing for her life. Nanyue actually looks impressed, realizing the kid has some serious talent for unguided magic. But then, she decides to flex and lets the point go on purpose, just to be petty. The impact is massive, leaving a scorch mark on the court as the ball hits the ground. Asha is fuming, pressed against the net and demanding Nanyue take her seriously. Nanyue just continues the "I'm the best mage" routine, calling Asha's power strong but basic. She smirks, telling Asha she'll let her have this point out of pity. This level of disrespect triggers a literal environmental collapse in the dream. A dark sun rises in the background, turning the vibe from sports anime to apocalypse. The sky goes dark as the dream world starts to break under the pressure of their clashing egos. A huge crack spider web across the court, threatening to drop everyone into the abyss. Zai is absolutely terrified, screaming for Asha to just surrender before the entire reality gets deleted. The dreamscape is officially glitching out as the match reaches a breaking point, leaving the environment in absolute shambles. Amidst the digital wreckage, Asha finally cracks, staring at Nanyue with tears in her eyes and calling her mom. Nanyue is completely blindsided, wondering if the kid just had a slip of the tongue or if she's actually being serious. Internally, she's short-circuiting, thinking, I'm way too young to have a daughter this old. This has to be a mistake. She tries to play it cool, telling Asha to stop being such a tryhard and reminding her that it's just a game. Asha wipes her eyes and forces a smile, dropping a cryptic hint that she definitely takes after her mother when it comes to being competitive. Zai steps in to check on the emotional wreckage as Nanyue awkwardly retreats from the family drama. Asha puts on her best, I'm totally fine face, but the vibes are still incredibly weird. Zai isn't buying the act for a second, sensing that something is seriously off with this entire interaction. Nanyue decides it's time to stop the sap and move to the next level before things get even more confusing. As they walk, Zai notices Asha's ears are looking a bit more rabbit-like than usual, and Asha casually explains that her appearance changes because she's not exactly a living person. Zai's brain hit a lag spike, realizing they've been hanging out with a literal spirit this whole time. To prove a point, Asha pinches Zai's cheek, explaining that the woman they're following has split her soul from her body. Internally, Asha sighed. Keeping track of all these soul fragments is a full-time job. Zai is just relieved her potential mother-in-law is safe. But Nanyue shouts for them to hurry up, because the next round is already starting. They suddenly find themselves in a dusty wasteland that looks suspiciously like a battle royale lobby. Before they can even loot, a projectile screams through the air toward them. It clangs off a metal surface with a deafening ring, signaling that the peace treaty is officially over. Zai pulls off a legendary PUBG move, blocking the incoming fire with nothing but a frying pan. The culprits are a pair of bunny-eared soldier kids camping behind a tree, ready to ruin everyone's day. The aggressive little bunny thinks they've got the girls cornered in a tiny bathroom and pushes for a full-on assault. They lock and load their rifles, ready to become legends by taking out the main cast. Inside the shack, things look bleak as the girls find nothing but a primitive crossbow and some useless arrows. Zai and Nanyue look like they've already accepted their death flags, realize they're completely outgunned. They discuss their lack of gear, knowing that one well-placed grenade will turn the bathroom into a tomb. Right on cue, a grenade flies through the window, but Zai's frying pan skills are top tier as she bats it right back at the sender. The bunny twins get a taste of their own medicine as the grenade detonates right in their faces. The survivors are left shivering in the grass, realizing they picked a fight with the wrong squad. She decides she's done playing fair and starts charging up a massive fireball. As she lets it rip, creating a mushroom cloud that completely erases the immediate area. But the celebration is short-lived when dozens of red laser sights suddenly lock onto Asha's chest. She realizes she just pulled enough aggro to alert every sniper on the map. The chaos erupts as bullets rain down, forcing Zai to go into overdrive, spinning her pants to create a bulletproof shield. While the snipers focus on the flashy magic, a golden-clad archer gets absolutely sniped by a crossbow bolt to the head. Nanyue emerges from the shadows, having cleared the field with the useless crossbow while everyone else was distracted. Both Zai and Yu realize they're acting like overprotective parents, which is honestly getting a bit embarrassing. Asha looks down, feeling like a total burden for making them work so hard to keep her alive. Zai isn't having any of that self-pity and pulls her into a warm hug, telling her they've always got her back. Nanyue joins the group huddle, pointing out that even a tactical mistake can lead to a win if the team is solid. A massive explosion clears the rest of the board, with damage markers popping up everywhere as the enemies are wiped out. The outpost is left smoking as the trio stands victorious in the middle of the carnage. They strike a badass pose with their loot, looking like the ultimate pro gamer squad ready to claim their prize. As the sun sets on the battlefield, the girls prepare to move on to the next glitchy challenge. The struggle is real as the trio finally manages to clear the current nightmare level. The glitching landscape vanishes into a black void, leaving them standing in the digital wreckage of the wasteland. Suddenly, a series of annoyings rings out, signaling the next phase of this twisted game. The screen flashes a massive message that would make any gamer Alt F4 immediately. They are being shoved straight onto the 100th layer without a single break. The girls stare into the abyss, realizing they've basically walked into a boss room while at 1 HP. A massive rumble shakes the ground, and their faces go full caught in 4K terror as the reality of the situation sinks in. Internally, Zai groaned. Can we just catch a break for 5 minutes before the next disaster? Just when things look hopeless, a familiar little blue blob pops out to save the day. Asha recognizes her little buddy Bluey immediately. The spirit wags its tiny arms, looking like it's trying to give a high five to boost her morale. It's a bittersweet moment as the little guy chirps a final greeting. Bluey taps Asha's finger, glowing with a soft, fading light. Then the spirit completely disperses into a cloud of binary code. The message for the 100th layer stays plastered across the screen like a persistent pop-up. Bluey's final words echo as it fades away, thanking the group for the fun times they shared. The trio stands there, stunned by the little spirit's sacrifice. A massive green digital portal tears open the darkness to escort them out of the level. They vanish from the wasteland in a flash of light. Once they land in the next zone, Asha realizes she totally botched the plan. She's panicking because she forgot to memorize Bluey's teleportation circle in the chaos of leaving. Nanyue narrows her eyes, looking more intense than a pro gamer during a tournament final. She pulls Asha back, stopping the girl before she does something reckless. Asha looks down, feeling like she completely failed the mission. Nanyue asks if she's trying to learn the spell right now, but the girl is just short-circuiting from the stress. It's time for a serious lore dump between the mother and her spirit daughter. Nanyue explains that they aren't in a normal dream, but the void world where souls live. Everything here is fueled by noitomy, which is basically weaponized emotions. She gives Asha a look that says, "Listen up, because this is about to get deep." Nanyue reveals that she once thought she found a way out of this hellscape. In the past, she resonated with every soul she met to find an exit in their memories. But there was a massive catch. She started losing her own identity in the process. She couldn't remember who she was or why she was even there. She wandered the darkness like a ghost with no destination or purpose. Asha is shocked, realizing her mom almost went full zombie mode. Without a stable sense of self, you're basically cooked in the void world. The trio stands in the misty landscape as Nanyue drops some heavy truth bombs. She admits the only reason she didn't lose her mind was the memory of her daughter. She describes the kid as having light blue hair and purple eyes. She looks at the group, asking if that description sounds familiar to them. Asha gives a small, knowing smile, feeling the pieces of the puzzle click together. Flashback time. We see a young Zai with that exact light blue hair and purple eye combo. He's busy helping out a tan elf woman with some gardening. The woman is impressed by his insane elemental affinity, which is basically a magical cheat code. Zai feels it awkward with all the sudden attention, but the woman tells him to keep it a secret between them, promising to show him something nice. High above, massive crystal structures float in the sky like something out of a sci-fi movie. The woman shows him a giant machine used for collecting magical power. She explains that after she was born, she was totally alone in the land of no return. She felt a soul-crushing loneliness until she found a clump of magical power in the land of fantasies. Back in the present, Zai stares into the massive, empty collector. Nanyue is right there with him, looking at the same device with a complicated expression. Rainbow-colored magic spills out of the vat like a neon fountain. It's a magical power collector, and it's doing its job a little too well. The scene shifts to a tiny baby with light blue hair and purple eyes, leaving the group with the ultimate cliffhanger about their true origins. Inside the void world, things go from 0 to 100 real quick. Zai spots a mysterious light in the distance and decides to investigate what's causing the glow. She finds a stunning woman surrounded by fairies who seems to be living her absolute best life in a garden of giant flowers. The woman decides she wants a pair of wings for herself, because why walk when you can fly? But gravity is a total hater, and she immediately loses control, face-planting into the foliage while screaming for help. Switching back to a much darker reality, Zai is out cold and looking like a low-battery holographic projection. Nanyue is sweating bullets, wondering if the magical radiation in this dump is finally fried the kid's brain. The situation turns critical as the environment starts clanging and falling apart around them. Internally, Nanyue is losing it, begging Zai to just wake up and stop scaring her. Zai's eyes stay shut, and she looks like she's about to log off from life permanently. Desperate, Nanyue pleads with her not to vanish and leave her alone in this void. She realizes she can't just sit around and watch her daughter figure out of existence. Her face says it all. She's about to pull a high-stakes gamble to save the girl. Nanyue prepares to pull a pro-gamer move, focusing all her energy into a single point. A glowing seal erupts from her forehead, lighting up the room with pure mana. She transfers the power directly into Zai, holding her close to stabilize her fading soul. The trick actually works, and Zai finally opens her eyes, though she looks like she's still loading. Nanyue leans in close, looking like she's about to drop some heavy lore on the poor girl. But the vibe shifts instantly as Zai looks at her with suspicion, wondering if she's being lied to again. Suddenly, a massive vortex of wind kicks up, threatening to blow the entire scene away. Zai is left staring at a literal hole in the sky, wondering if the world is finally ending. Fast forward to the present, and the group is finally catching up on nearly a century of lost time. Asha assures Nanyue that Zai was actually well taken care of by a red-horned dwarf while she was gone. Nanyue listens intently, trying to process the entire childhood she completely missed out on. Asha spills the tea, mentioning that Zai grew up to be a master of trickery and a literal pirate leader. Nanyue is stunned to hear that her innocent little girl spent decades pillaging the high seas. The realization hits her like a freight train as she asks for some serious clarification. Asha drops the ultimate bombshell. It's been 90 years since Nanyue stormed out of the Elven Kingdom. Nanyue's brain basically short-circuits at the mention of nearly a century passing by. Internally, she's devastated, realizing she missed out on every single milestone of Zai's life. Suddenly, her own body starts glitching out, turning into a transparent mess of pixels. Zai panics, seeing her mother figure literally fading into the background of the dream. Nanyue explains that they are currently in a land of dreams, a realm of pure nothingness and lost souls. Her recovery is incomplete, which is why she's losing her grip on this mental reality. Zai desperately reaches out, refusing to let her go after they just reunited. But Nanyue is already halfway to being a ghost, offering one last sad smile before she pops. With a final flicker, she vanishes into the mist, leaving the girls completely alone. Asha is left sobbing on the ground while Zai stares at the empty space where her mom used to be. Zai tries to keep a straight face, but the emotional damage is definitely hitting hard. Suddenly, glowing magical runes swarm Zai like she's stuck in a nightmare version of a math test. Zai looks like she's having a total meltdown over these glowing symbols, hurting her brain. Asha explains that these runes are a parting gift formation left behind to guide them deeper. Zai is not amused, feeling like she just got assigned massive homework from beyond the grave. Internally, she's crying, "I'm a muggle. Please spare me from this Grand Mage nonsense." Asha drops another requirement. To go deeper, they have to voluntarily feel lost. Since Asha's ego is way too massive for that, Zai is officially the designated test subject. Asha gives her a good luck pat, which honestly feels like she's being sent to the gallows. Zai sighs and agrees, figuring that solving magical riddles is still better than swimming in a sea of flames. Welcome back. Last time our trio got separated in the void world, and now Nanyue is having a complete existential crisis. Nanyue is visibly confused, wondering why Asha isn't using flashy magic circles or performing some crazy experiments on her right now. Asha just stares back with a "Are you serious?" face, leaving Nanyue sweating and backtracking immediately. Internally, Nanyue felt like she just asked the dumbest question in the history of cultivation. Asha doesn't hold back, calling her out for being a full-fledged cultivator, who's basically useless in this magic world. She's frustrated that Nanyue has to depend on her for literally everything. As Asha continues her "how can you be so useless" lecture, she starts poking Nanyue like an annoyed sibling. Nanyue takes the verbal beatdown, staring at Asha's chest as she gets chewed out. She tries to defend herself, admitting she might have been a bit much. But hey, she did find them a salted fish ride earlier. Asha sighs, explaining her plan was to resonate with Nanyue's emotions so they'd fall into the lost dream together. But it's looking like a total fail. They both sit there looking pretty depressed about their lack of progress. Nanyue suddenly pipes up, catching Asha's attention. Yay, she admits she's not the sharpest tool in the shed and definitely not strong enough to be relied on. She clutches her hands, acknowledging that they only made it this far because of Asha's brains. Asha is completely blindsided by the sudden compliment and soft tone. Internally, she wondered why Nanyue was suddenly unhinging herself emotionally. But Nanyue is in her feels now, wiping away tears and saying how great it feels to finally have someone to rely on. Asha watches her, stunned by the raw emotion. The mood takes a dark turn when Nanyue realizes she's starting to glitch out and turn transparent. She panics, telling Asha that she's actually fading away. Asha looks on, her expression hardening as she tells her worry. In a final, desperate move, Asha pulls her into a hug, promising to fall into oblivion right alongside her. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a mundane world where a student is grinding late at his computer. His teacher heads home, but he's staying behind to finish up his work. We see Asha floating high above this cubicle-filled void, explaining the first stage of losing oneself, losing your original appearance. Below her, the dreamers are turning into absolute nightmare fuel: a bird woman, a sheepdog, and even a sentient grilled fish. Asha glides through the starry void, watching these poor souls sink deeper into their illusions. She spots a giant carrot with a shovel, busy digging its own grave in a field of other carrots. The carrot finishes its hole and hops right in, looking completely content with its new life. Asha notes that the final stage is being so happy with your new state that you choose to stay in the dream forever. We cut back to Nanyue's specific dream world, starting with some peaceful-looking flowers by a window. Asha reaches out and picks a small blossom, sniffing the scent. She recognizes the fragrance from Nanyue's memories, confirming this entire lost dream from Nanyue's past. Inside the dream, a younger Nanyue in a blue school tracksuit looks absolutely drained. A teacher tries to encourage her through a door, telling her not to give up on her studies. But Nanyue is done. She knows her grades are trash and thinks she's better off working to pay off her parents' massive debts. She leaves the classroom, apologizing to the teacher under her breath. She collapses against the door, sobbing her eyes out in the dark. Asha appears in the memory, telling her not to lose herself in the pain of the past. She gently pats the crying girl's head, trying to snap her out of the trauma. Asha stands tall, reminding her that this is just the land of dreams, a magical world. She leans in close, trying to anchor Nanyue to reality. Nanyue looks up, her eyes watery as she notices a strong scent of jasmine in the air. She looks around her cramped, messy room, wondering what's going on. She peeks out the window, only to see a surreal, flowery version of a city skyline. Suddenly, a massive, terrifying caterpillar monster with a mouth full of circular teeth lunges at her. Nanyue is caught in 4K, screaming in terror as the beast towers over her. The monster snaps its jaw shut, nearly taking her head off in a single bite. Before she can even process what's happening, the giant worm gulps her down whole, leaving her screaming for help as the dream swallows her alive. Nanyue is currently falling through the digestive tract of a giant dream monster, screaming her head off as she slides into the abyss. She eventually hits the bottom and wakes up in a daze, quickly realizing she's definitely in the beast's stomach. Internally, she wondered if the insurance for dream world deaths was any good while she called out to see if anyone else was trapped in this fleshy prison. Suddenly, she spots Asha and notices the monster's interior is weirdly lined with solid steel plates. Among the junk, she spots a random kitchen knife glinting in the dark. Picking it up, she wonders why a monster would swallow a chef's tool in the first place. She starts spinning the blade like a pro, feeling way cooler than she actually is. But the fun stops when the steel walls start closing in like a trash compactor. She tries to run forward, but the path is completely blocked. She turns to retreat, but the exit is sealed shut too. Now she's caught in a total blackout, stuck between a rock and a hard place. Nanyue starts thumping on the walls like a frantic roommate locked out of the house, while Asha just watches the chaos. Instead of becoming a pancake, Nanyue accidentally smashes the steel walls to pieces, leaving Asha impressed by her freakish strength. Nanyue decides to go full boss mode and starts beating the caterpillar monster from the inside out. The monster explodes into a cloud of smoke, and the local villagers are convinced a divine immortal has descended to save them. They immediately start praying to her like she's a literal goddess. Nanyue finds herself dressed in a fancy new outfit, totally blindsided by the immortal title. Asha pops up to confirm the obvious. Nanyue is definitely dreaming right now. Sensing a fiend nearby, Nanyue turns around ready for a fight. But instead of a boss battle, pink flowers erupt everywhere, and Asha transforms into a top-tier fox girl. Nanyue is absolutely short-circuiting at the sight of the fluffy ears and tail. Asha is less than thrilled with the new look and demands to be restored to her original form immediately. Looking at the gorgeous fox version of her friend, Nanyue's brain basically melts. Internally, she screamed, "If this is a dream, I'm never waking up." To hide her thirst, she points a finger and tells the fox demon to know her place. Asha isn't buying the act for a second. Noticing Nanyue's eyes are doing all the talking, Asha decides to play along with this little roleplay game. Nanyue tries to maintain her cool but ends up slipping on her own feet. But Asha catches her, pulling her into a very close, very suspicious embrace. She pins the immortal down, making Nanyue's face turn into a literal tomato. Then, Asha takes it a step further and gives her a cheeky slurp on the cheek. Nanyue's eyes literally turn into hearts as she realizes she's about to lose all self-control. She accidentally lets it slip that she's enjoying this way too much and her tongue slipped. She gives a predatory smirk, knowing she's officially busted her friend's secret fantasy. Nanyue expected a beatdown for being a creep, but she is surprised when Asha stays surprisingly gentle. They decide to keep moving through the dream world, with Asha keeping the fox ears just because she knows it drives Nanyue crazy. The dream world is literally falling apart, and our girls are speedrunning the exit before they get deleted. Asha is officially done with Nanyue's lack of a filter, especially when she starts blabbing about her deepest secrets to anyone with ears. Nanyue can only stare in total confusion, wondering why her partner is suddenly glitching out. Internally, she's thinking, wait, did I leave the stove on, or am I just that dense? Thankfully, the awkwardness is cut short because they've finally escaped the lost dream, and Asha is back in her elf form, even if Nanyue is still riding that immortal high. But there's no time for a victory lap because they still have to find Asha's mom in this chaotic void. They step into a bizarre reality filled with floating cubes and random junk, where the local physics seem to have completely retired. They stick the landing on a floating platform. They realize they aren't alone. The first person they find is Shaggy, who has apparently decided that being a sheep dragon wasn't enough, and has fully committed to being a barking dog. Before they can even process that downgrade, a tall figure in a suit looms over them. It turns out the pirate leader Zai has been hit with a major debuff, transforming into a literal birdman. The reunion gets even weirder when Broken Horn and Yaya show up to join the circus. Except Yaya isn't herself, she's transformed into a literal sealfish hybrid that's currently short-circuiting. She's obsessed with becoming grilled bird fish. And honestly, the death flags are waving hard. And Broken Horn is terrified his friend is about to cook herself, so Nanyue decides to step in with some main character energy. The girls stare at the twitching fish thing, trying to figure out how to reboot her brain. And Nanyue tries the direct approach, telling her that being a snack is a terrible career path. But the fish is too far gone, and Asha is ready to just blast her back to reality with a spell. That Nanyue stops her, claiming she has an ultimate technique that doesn't involve magical trauma. She starts rattling off a massive menu of gourmet food, basically torturing the poor seal with the most delicious list of dishes known to man. The sheer power of hunger causes a literal explosion of energy. It works like a charm, and Yaya snaps back to her demon form, screaming that she wants to eat everything in sight. With the squad mostly back together, Birdseye explains how they got trapped in this mess after meeting some suspicious characters. Nanyue and Asha listen closely, realizing the plot is thickening faster than a bowl of ramen. The Broken Horn mentions that the rest of the crew stayed behind, which is probably for the best given how many people have turned into animals. The kids then start spilling some piping hot tea about Zai having ulterior motives and testing the others. Yaya doesn't remember much about the drama, though. She's mostly just focused on the fact that someone gave her pudding. She starts gesturing wildly, trying to explain the pudding person's weird behavior. Yet according to Yaya, this mystery person did some very sus things to Zai. She even goes as far as reenacting a romantic kabidon on Broken Horn to show exactly what went down. Asha immediately shuts that down, realizing exactly who is behind this chaos. Internally, she groans. Of course it's her, as she tells a confused Nanyue that the creator who loves causing trouble has officially arrived. Suddenly everyone is hit with a massive psychic headache as the land of no return begins to tremble. Far away, an elf king stands on his ship, staring into the cosmic void. His guards warn him that staying outside is a death wish, but the king is too busy being depressed. He's determined to return the body of Queen Quinn to her homeland, no matter the cost. A crystal coffin rises into the air, surrounded by a beam of holy light, but the ceremony is interrupted by a massive surge of dark energy that sends the guards into a panic. The king refuses to back down, ordering his men to secure the queen while he prepares to fight. He demands that the intruder show themselves, sensing a presence that shouldn't exist. Out of the purple mist, a mysterious white-haired woman emerges, looking like a total boss. She stands among the drifting souls of the departed, radiating an aura of pure envy and hatred for the living. After the chaos of the dreamscape, things take a turn for the nostalgic in a peaceful, sunny village where the vibes are surprisingly immaculate. Nanyue and the crew find themselves watching a flashback where a girl with pink ears is getting a serious shush from a mysterious pink-haired woman. In this memory, a hard-working bunny named Granny Rabbit is finishing up her grocery haul, thanking her delivery guy, Horse Urfu, as he heads out for the day. But the peace is short-lived when her basket of carrots starts catching a vibe and literally jumping around like they've got a mind of their own. Granny spots a random wooden crate abandoned near her spilled produce, which is definitely a major red flag for any normal person. Internally, she probably expected a monster, but instead, a tiny, fluffy fox kid peeks out from behind the wood. Granny is immediately sold on the cuteness and scoops the little guy up, asking if he's hurt. The fox kid is all smiles and zero thoughts, so Granny decides to name him Lucky Lube, since the heavens clearly favor the foolish. She carries the little floof into her carrot-shaped house, officially starting his life as the village's most adorable resident. Suddenly, the vibe shifts from cottagecore to total nightmare as ghostly skulls swarm a dark, purple sky. The Elf King is currently in the middle of a high-stakes boss fight, swinging his sword to protect Queen Quinn's coffin from being desecrated. He's standing his ground against a white-haired goddess who looks like she's about to end his whole career, calling him a literal ant before charging up a massive spell. Back in the peaceful forest, night has fallen, and the atmosphere is getting heavy. The local animal squad, including a bear and a very concerned goose, are out with torches looking for Lucky Lube, who apparently went missing. Granny Rabbit is stressed to the max, calling out for him until she hears a faint thump-thump coming from the shadows. The search party moves through the dark woods, worried that the kid might have been blindsided by something dangerous. Fortunately, they find him safe and sound, and Granny thanks her neighbors for the assist before heading home to get some rest. Inside the carrot house, Granny drops some truth bombs, telling Lucky Lube that he's way too weak to be wandering the mountains on his own. She promises that once the busy farming season is over, she'll help him track down his real family. Internally, the little fox seems to have other plans, clutching a mysterious purple flower like it's his most prized possession. But the exhaustion finally hits, and the flower slips from his paws as he begins to drift off. He curls up into a tiny ball of fluff, completely zonked out after his big adventure. Time skips forward as Lucky Lube grows up, spending his days booping his way through the autumn forest and the village streets. He navigates the cozy neighborhood like a pro, clearly having become a staple of the community. Eventually, he makes his way back to the carrot house, looking a bit more seasoned but still just as energetic. He stops at the mailbox, caught off guard when someone calls out his name from behind. Suddenly, the flashback shatters as we see a withered purple flower hit the ground with a thud. And Nanyue and the girls are left short-circuiting as they process these memories, realizing that the lucky fox kid's past is way more complicated than they ever imagined. Nanyue is stuck in the feels as she realizes that Lucky Lube's trauma isn't just some random backstory, it's a mirror to her own deep-seated regrets and remorse. Even the Elven Queen looks like she's about to win an award for Most Depressed Parent, as she reflects on the gaze she once averted from her own daughter, finally acknowledging the honor of having her. While the little trumpet spirit tries to lighten the mood, Nanyue is busy having a total existential crisis, thinking about how she'd be a top-tier daughter if she'd just scored 10 more marks on her test papers back in the day to make her dad proud. And internally, she's facepalming, thinking, if only I studied harder instead of being a professional slacker. She gives Lucky a gentle head pat, dropping some cold truth that the future is unpredictable and might even get worse, so they should just focus on the now. It turns out that truly caring for someone is a high-level form of cherishing that transcends simple companionship, much like a loved one staying by a hospital bed. Meanwhile, the white-haired goddess is out here treating a deadly battle like a love language, smirking because the Elf King actually managed to land a hit on her. And inspired by the pep talk, Lucky finally stops being a depressed vegetable and stands up, reclaiming his fox kid form with a new sense of purpose. The fox kid joins his bear and duck buddies to go pick hazelnuts, finally heading off to bake a cake using Granny Rabbit's secret recipe in a wholesome ending to the memory. Suddenly, the crew is snapped back to reality, finding themselves in a high-tech facility where a self-destruct code is flickering ominously on the screens. Little Yaya is on the verge of a breakdown until she realizes that Sister Katning still has vital signs, proving that plot armor is the strongest force in the universe. Nanyue and the others scan the cockpit, but it's eerily quiet with zero signs of a struggle, which is a massive red flag for any seasoned adventurer. Some local spirits nearby get a bit confused, nearly mistaking the Elven Queen for a common food stall owner, which is honestly a top-tier insult to her royal aura. A couple of local guys drop a massive lore dump, explaining that the lord of this place suddenly returned, but somehow lost her godhood during the chaos. It turns out a whole army was putting their lives on the line just to protect the Queen's crystal coffin from being destroyed by the invaders. The guys admit they only helped because they resonated with the soldiers' ride-or-die determination to protect each other. But just when things looked bleak, the Dream's owner pulled a pro-gamer move and dragged the Lord and all the living souls into a dream world to save them. The tribal guy is still salty about being forced to wear braids in the dream world, but Nanyue knows they have to dive back into that land of dreams to save their missing squad. The Queen gives them the green light, telling the young adventurers that the grind never stops and their adventure is just getting started. As the crew heads out, the guys realize they were just talking to the legendary queen the soldiers were risking their lives for, proving that the person you protect will always go the distance to find you. After Nanyue saved the squad, these former adventurers decided to pivot into the mining business, thinking it'd be a safer way to get rich quick. But their luck is straight up trash, because they accidentally dug up a super mega diamond snail king that looks like a mountain of pure nightmare fuel. The crew is currently pinned down and wiggling in terror, realizing they've traded a dangerous life for a very short one. Internally, they probably wondered if there was a reset button for their life choices as they screamed about their impending doom. Just as the snail prepares to turn them into a snack, a weird bird thing enters the chat to scout the situation. The snail lets out a roar that smells worse than a basement dweller's laundry, and the bird is definitely not a fan of the monster's foul mouth. The bird decides it's time to stop playing around and actually do something. It tags in Shaggy, a fluffy creature that looks innocent but is clearly about to lose its cool. Shaggy's eyes turn a murderous red as the beast prepares to go absolutely nuclear on the giant mollusk. In a split second, Shaggy transforms into a massive, legendary beast and delivers a roar that shakes the entire forest. The Snail King decides it's not built for this fight and pulls a strategic separation, ditching its heavy shell to escape like a pathetic, tiny slug. The bird lands back on Shaggy, acting like they just finished a light workout while the miners finally breathe a sigh of relief. The one miner looks up with stars in his eyes, thinking their knight in shining armor has finally arrived to save the day. But instead of a hero's welcome, they're greeted by two figures who look like they're about to hand out a massive fine. Nanyue and his partner show up in full uniform, ready to take statements from the miners for disturbing a protected species. The miners start sobbing, trying to explain that the snail attacked them first, but Nanyue just gives them a cheeky tap on the shoulder. Internally, he was probably thinking, nice try, but poaching is still poaching buddies. The scene then shifts to a much more festive vibe with some high-end wedding fashion. The elven princess is rocking a stunning red outfit, but instead of a bouquet, she's hauling a heavy-duty boombox that doubles as a weapon. It turns out the honeymoon Nanyue promised is actually a non-stop monster-slaying marathon, because the world just updated to a much harder version.